It all kicks off in a world on the brink, where an aide lets the president know the national address is going live in exactly 1 minute. Glancing at the watch on his wrist, he wonders in awe if that much time has already passed. Just then, the room's lights go out completely, with the staff announcing that power will be restored to the entire country in 30 seconds. The leader takes a deep breath, clasping his hands in the dark, patiently waiting for the countdown to end. As soon as the broadcast begins, President Jang Won-taek stares into the camera to make one last request to the citizens before he starts speaking. In a serious tone, he pleads with everyone to make sure the people around them are also watching this crucial moment. Out on the streets, residents panic and shout from their balconies, telling their neighbors to turn on their TVs, so as many people as possible see the message. Viewership skyrockets on the bright screens all over the city, as the politician thanks the population for their cooperation after the sudden nationwide lockdown. Then, the bombshell drops with the announcement of emergency martial law, revealing that the military has just taken control of everything. Trying to justify the extreme measures he's taken, Won-taek hesitates and pauses his speech, asking Chief Lee for a cigarette. The political team behind the scenes is freaking out, saying the opposition is going to have a field day, but another staffer just laughs in their faces, thinking it's ridiculous to worry about that now. With smoke already filling the room, the leader regains his composure to reveal the hidden truth behind the military decree. Visibly tense from his own speech, he slowly exhales the smoke before continuing. Then, he bluntly confesses that he did all this so they could have a dignified end, pointing out that the people should have already figured out what was happening. Stunning the entire world, the leader reveals that the apocalyptic scenario from the famous game, As Survival Life, has become reality. With a heavy look, he specifically mentions the imminent fall of the game's gigantic asteroid, known to everyone as Un-Jam-B. In the command centers, desperate early morning reports had already confirmed that the U.S. military had completely failed to intercept the space threat. As a direct consequence of this military defense failure, the massive flaming rock ended up plummeting at high speed into the sea near Okinawa. The brutal impact on the Earth's crust caused immediate catastrophic damage, raising a wave of destruction across the area. Tragically, the citizens of Japan were the first victims to suffer the side effects of this anomaly, running desperately through the destroyed streets. From the incandescent crater, deadly alien spores began to spread freely through the air, turning almost the entire Japanese population into zombies. Swallowing hard in front of the cameras, Won-taek warns that this exact plague will reach their own country at precisely 1 o'clock this afternoon. Without trying to downplay the absolute tragedy, the politician confesses directly to the citizens that it is humanly impossible to prevent this apocalypse. However, he offers a tiny glimmer of hope by revealing that a minority group called the Awakened might be immune, and for that reason, he has prepared an emergency salvation plan. A hologram of a map appears on the screen showing the exact location of temporary shelters, instructing able-bodied survivors to seek protection quickly. Next, a tactical survival guide on how to face the first monsters is displayed in detail to help the people on the streets. After announcing the shutdown of the power plants, he says his goodbyes with a heavy conscience, believing he did everything necessary in these final moments. The dramatic broadcast ends by displaying the president's last words of gratitude, genuinely wishing that everyone can meet again, alive, in the future. Before disappearing from the screen, Won-taek leaves one final message, thanking the anonymous informant who predicted the exact day of the apocalypse. Watching the inevitable disaster unfold, our main character, Seph, or MC for short, shuts off the TV in the dark room, grumbling in complete frustration that the end of the world actually happened. Gripping his blunt weapon tightly, the young man decides to face the chaos outside, since he has no choice but to fight for his own life in the apocalypse. After all, he takes great pride in his title as a veteran of the ruined streets, walking with determination alongside his faithful canine companion. A few months earlier, inside the bustling virtual universe of the game, the MC and his guildmates were gearing up as a group to clear an infested area. One of the players on the team complains in frustration about the day's bet, warning that if he lost this round, it would be his third consecutive defeat. His buff companion next to him laughs at the guy's misery, taunting that suffering such a humiliation would make him a complete washed-up newbie. Soon, one of the female veterans starts cackling at their situation, criticizing the duo for trying to solve everything with brute force, and always losing the crucial kills. The MC fully agrees with her, mocking the big guys by claiming they couldn't win anything without using their famous flashy moves. Annoyed by the commentary from the rest of the team, the two guys tell everyone to shut it and get to the fight, while our hero calmly decides to give them a head start. With the brawl set to begin, the hasty duo takes off in a joint sprint, kicking up a trail of dust on the game's ruined streets. The furious competitor immediately starts dishing out heavy blows on the weak enemies, shouting that the MC will bitterly regret giving him that head start. Across the street, his muscular companion charges forward, slicing through the undead with a huge red chainsaw, proving the absurd level of carnage that game offered. The entire guild massacres the enemy hordes together in a chaotic spectacle of gore and cosmic spells, combining their skills lethally. Just then, the ground trembles, signaling that a huge challenge is on its way, showing how the insane difficulty of that adventure punished even the most experienced players. The guy with the club curses in desperation as he sees the monumental threat fall from the sky, smashing the asphalt to pieces, and causing a massive tremor in the mission area. Facing the bizarre monstrosity head on with his sword in hand, the guy laments their bad luck, running into a full health monster that was just going to drag out their match. Seeing the gigantic creature's dangerous approach, the group quickly gets into position, waiting for orders from their leader on how to take down the target on the street. At that exact moment, the MC's personal timer beeps loudly, signaling that the 1-minute head start he offered his friends has just expired. Wasting no time, a brutal blast of stellar energy crosses the sky, crashing right into the giant zombie and vaporizing the threat in a terrifying display. Taking advantage of the magic, devastated scene, the female veteran shouts for him to draw his arrow and finish the job quickly. The skilled archer draws the glowing string of his magic weapon, concentrating the pure purple cosmic energy needed to unleash a massive finishing attack. Firing a colossal arrow that purifies the entire remaining terrain, the player mutters a curse at this virtual world full of boring and easy challenges. With the ground cleared, the defeated duo starts whining about the humiliation and complaining about the absolute void in the game's content, which no longer offered any goals. Resting on the asphalt next to the bodies, their friend also shows great fatigue, commenting that the company might as well shut down the servers today. Her colleague agrees, writhing on the ground from a pure lack of adrenaline, while the archer mocks them for blazing through everything in the first few years. They try to find some motivation by looking for ideas for other games to pass the boring time, but they reject the option because they've gotten used to this level of warfare. Suddenly, an animated alert in the system catches the archer's eye, indicating the sudden appearance of a clueless newbie wanting to chat. The entire team gathers in shock to look at the virtual monitor, in disbelief that they've finally found a sign of new players in an area long abandoned by the masses. The excitement in their little huddle absolutely explodes as they celebrate their luck, but the leader quickly gets everyone in line, telling them to shut it so he can handle the conversation. A few intense hours later, our hero celebrates the rookie's enthusiasm alone, filled with happiness as the new guy promises to find him as soon as he finishes the initial quest. But a terrible disappointment catches him off guard, leaving him stunned at his virtual keyboard when the newbie cries in frustration over repeated setbacks and logs off. Unable to accept the quick goodbye from the rookie recruit, our guy blasts the rotten head of a monster, completely infuriated that all the newbies always find an excuse to give up right away. Gather under the hot sun of a new day, the entire guild criticizes the stubbornness of the franchise owners for investing time in empty updates instead of fixing the cruel difficulty curve of the initial project. Completely out of patience with the endless loop in the urban desert, the big guy turns around, grumbling to himself, and simply decides to log off the servers early today. Weaving slowly with her right hand and trying to keep a good vibe in the failing guild, the female veteran confirms she'll be there the next day before starting her log out protocol. As he melancholically watches his old war buddies disappear one by one, the MC tries to hide his immense distress at the possible end of a glorious era among them. Replying almost in an uncertain whisper to his departed companion, he stares into the void as a dense silence sweeps over that completely isolated block of the map. Clearly remembering that tense day of abrupt goodbyes, the player begins to seriously consider if his muscular partners already knew that nothing made sense anymore, and that their separation was imminent. As the glowing textures consumed the last members of the squad, sending each one back to the harsh real world, it was seared into the guy's memory that their journey had finally ended there. Stubborn in his own illusion of extreme loyalty, he endured the daily emptying of the virtual world, tearing through the endless hordes alone while he waited, almost religiously, for the crew to reconnect. In his exhaustive quest to recreate the old fun of the entire team, the guy focused completely on making risky live streams of all the updated monsters with the naive dream that his friends would feel the urge to return. A few painful months passed amidst the cybernetic dust, and soon the developer decided to swallow its pride and drastically reduce the difficulty to attract casual players. To compensate for the easy-peasy start of the main adventure mode, the game was crammed with colossal, terrifying abominations aimed at heavily punishing reckless progression in the high levels of the open server. Eager for the battle possibilities with the most daring expansion pack released to date, the veteran rushed to call his former allies, only to discover the cruel fact that his friends completely ignored his message. Enraged in a virtual alley for being literally the only person stepping foot in that vast, Useless apocalypse. He yanks off his augmented reality gear, fiercely vowing to quit the fake world forever. Just at the moment of his explosive, bitter departure, the administrators send a simple letter announcing the server's shutdown, scheduled for 1 week from then, deeply shocking the lonely last warrior logged into the machine. Desolate in the middle of the game's destroyed city, the guy confesses he just wanted to hunt that one last monster before quitting for good. A wave of despair washes over him as he turns off the recording and removes his virtual reality helmet. Shortly after, he deletes his streaming account, deciding to just store the hard drive in a closet, feeling too bad to throw away the memories. From that exact moment, the former player known as Kimbap Joma, whose real name is Kang Song Ho, starts focusing on the real world. Working as a cook at a street food stall, our MC promptly serves the orders of hurried customers. The reason he used that weird name in his gaming days was actually very simple. He had been running that small fast food joint for about 3 years straight. The noise in the place is quite loud, proving that the flow of sales is going super well. The shop is on the first floor of the house he inherited right after losing his parents during high school. Song Ho approaches the counter, handing over the hot portions with a friendly attitude to the customers. Just then, a customer excitedly comments that the shop is booming today. Her name is Mai Kung, a regular who works at a nearby salon and who gets a lot of attention for being pretty. Cutting the chat short, a colleague calls the MC into the kitchen to show him something on his phone screen. The kid explains that a post about opening game, like status windows, is blowing up on internet forums. Curious, the girl comments that she even tried the trend earlier, but unfortunately, absolutely nothing happened. Amused by the customer's naivety, our guy laughs, stating that it would be impossible for something that crazy to actually happen. But upon trying the joke and shouting the magic words, a blue interface flashes brightly right in his face. Later that night, alone in his room, the MC is frozen in the dark, trying to process what he had just seen. Completely shocked by the absurd situation, he mutters that deep down, he already suspected something was up. Suddenly, the mystical screen appears again, sparking in the air and giving the guy a good scare. He can hardly believe that the virtual panel actually popped up in front of him. Reading his stats, Song Ho notices he has a portal creation ability and immediately feels like he's seen this type of screen before. It finally clicks, making him associate that visual directly with the game as survival life. However, he quickly becomes skeptical, remembering that the game didn't have any system of personal traits. Staring at the instruction to activate the ability, the player finds the voice command a bit cheesy. Even so, he extends his hand firmly and commands the portal to open right there in the room. Immediately, a vortex of blue energy begins to spin, shooting out rays in all directions. The magic takes the form of a complete dimensional door, looking exactly like the dungeon gates from that defunct game. Placing his hands on his head, the cook wonders in bewilderment if this is really the game's system operating in the real world. Trying to deny his own intuition and what he's seeing, he whispers that this can't be real. To put it to the test, he grabs his phone, arguing that if it were real, there would be some news about the game's asteroid on the internet. But his blood runs cold the moment he finds an article confirming the approach of an asteroid with the exact same name. Desperate with the discovery, he tries to calm himself down, saying it could just be a bizarre coincidence. Gripping his phone tightly, the MC swallows hard, thinking about the consequences if the disaster is indeed real. Turning his attention back to the glowing gate, he tries to come up with a plan in the face of this whole bizarre situation. Song Ho thinks that maybe he can find some definitive proof if he peeks at what's on the other side. The countdown to the apocalypse is ticking away, with only 32 days left until the worst happens. Getting very close to the light, he touches the edge, preparing to cross the magical rift. But his survival instinct speaks louder, making the guy back away as he realizes the danger of going in blind. Changing tactics in an instant, he grabs a large kitchen ladle to use as a makeshift probe. Without risking his own neck, he sticks only the utensil into the bottom of the portal to feel the unknown ground. Pulling out the dirt-covered tool, he deduces with relief that at least he won't fall straight onto the hard floor of a lethal dungeon. With his backpack already on, filled with basic supplies, he thinks he's done a good enough safety check. Staring at the bright glow once more, the guy musters the necessary courage to face the journey. As he crosses through, the light blinds his eyes for a second before revealing a completely open and different landscape. Finding himself in a huge dense forest, he questions out loud if all this wilderness is real. Climbing a slippery embankment, the explorer complains a lot about the drop in temperature in the area. Seeing that his phone has lost its signal, he concludes that he's ended up in an isolated place, far from the big city. With a marker in hand, he decides to scribble on the tree trunks to mark his path while searching for proof. The walk continues, tense and tiring, along an uneven dirt trail amidst the foliage. Totally exhausted and sweaty, the guy stops walking and wonders why this forest never ends. Out of breath, He begs for anything to appear soon to end the terrible suspense. At that exact moment, a strong magical flash catches his attention from inside the bushes. A system window reveals that the glowing creature is a valley deer, confirming once and for all that he's no longer on regular Earth. The majestic deer with magical antlers stares at the intruder in absolute silence. However, the creature gets spooked by the human presence and flees, jumping deep into the woods. Relieved, the guy confesses that he was trembling with fear that the animal would attack due to its intense gaze. Even so, he tries to convince himself that he hasn't found the final proof, since he had never seen that deer in the game. But gripping the handle of the knife at his waist, the player admits that deep down he already knew the place was connected to the game. He just kept walking, forcing himself to ignore this harsh reality for as long as possible. Walking with the knife in hand, Song Ho explains that his denial was just a desire to push away the idea of a global tragedy. Unfortunately, the little hope he still held on to lasted for a very short time. Before him, a mystical tree confirmed the nightmare by displaying the floating tag of an item called a sun apple. Holding the golden fruit and weighing the risks of eating some random thing, he tries to stay calm. As he takes the first bite, the system beeps, immediately notifying him that his stamina has been successfully restored. Feeling the energy surge, the MC is amazed to notice that the effect is identical to the paid item from the game's shop. Letting out a nervous chuckle, he finally accepts that this stamps the seal on the imminent apocalypse. To make matters disgustingly worse, he even finds goblin droppings scattered in the middle of the trail. Sitting on the ground and burying his face in his hands, the guy tells himself to stop messing around and accept the disaster. The weight of reality hits him like a ton of bricks, bringing the bitter certainty that the end of humanity is now irreversible. Back in the comfort of his room, he pulls out his old hard drive to rewatch all the recordings he made at the beginning of the game. The former content creator laments the fact that a fun hobby has become his only chance of survival. Reading the grim articles about the alien damage, he reaffirms that the clock will hit zero in exactly 32 days. Impatiently clicking through his old videos, the player recalls how that virtual universe loved to torture people. Of all the system's dirty tricks, the worst was a hellish plague that rusted and disintegrated any metal on the map. This terrible plague would quickly devastate the areas infested with zombie spores. The problem was that it would take almost a year for the disease to recede, forcing humanity back to the Stone Age. However, this catastrophic end meant nothing to the MC, since he had his own private portal. Firmly believing in his hypothesis, he knew the disease couldn't cross the dimensional rift. With his analysis complete, Song Ho spent all his savings buying a vast stock of survival supplies. Checking the internet forums, the guy mutters, finding it absurd how carefree people still were. As morning arrived, he made a point of personally picking up the various pieces of equipment he had ordered. On the way back, the player calmly negotiates the purchase of a 60-pound hunting bow directly from a seller, saying goodbye to the man on the street. An intrusive thought hits him hard, making him question if he was just overreacting on his own. But he quickly resigns himself to the fact that if the apocalypse doesn't come, he'll just have to struggle to pay the bills for about 3 years. Returning home after finishing his errands, the cook hangs a closed sign on the door of his eatery. Standing on the sidewalk, the guy takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of the drastic actions he just took. At that exact moment, his customer Mai Kung shows up by surprise, wanting to know what's happening all of a sudden. Surprised by the sign, the young woman asks if he's closing down, but the guy lies, saying he just plans to renovate the place. The girl jokes that he must have saved up a lot of money, but he plays it off, claiming the building is just getting too old. Trying to play it cool, Mai Kyung says she has things to do and says goodbye, but she hesitates, catching his attention again. With her head down, the customer gives up on what she was going to say, claiming it's nothing important, and quickly escapes the conversation. Watching the girl walk away down the sidewalk, the cook is left completely confused about what she was trying to say. Although it was a super easy situation where he could have just asked and satisfied his curiosity at once, the guy chose to keep his mouth shut and not prolong the interaction. After all, from now on he had crucial missions ahead. Immediately activating the large magic portal in his room. In the past, the MC's playstyle was focused on planning, creating grand strategies to overcome challenges. Because of this more tactical approach, he ended up falling far behind other veterans in terms of close quarters combat. Unlike most games, in that universe, magic stats were only gained by actually hunting and exploring the maps. Gripping the heavy bow tightly, he sighs tensely, doubting if he could really use the weapon correctly. Drawing the string, he's impressed by how easy the movement is and gains confidence that all he needs to do is aim right for it to work. A funny memory comes to mind, showing him completely lost in an archery shop while the instructor yelled at him. Focusing on the present, the guy raises the equipment, adjusting his posture for the perfect shot. Without showing any effort, Song Ho pulls the string to its limit, locking his aim on an invisible target in front of him. The muscle memory of his old archer character seems to merge perfectly with his physical body. The arrow zips through the forest at high speed, embedding itself perfectly in the center of a tree trunk. Shocked by his own sudden talent, he looks at his hands, joking that he must have been an elf in a past life. Analyzing his calloused fingers, the archer notes he can only draw the string about 5 times, and decides to train his strength more. Walking through the woods with all his gear on his back, the guy focuses on the next crucial steps for survival. His first major mission in the unknown location was to find out if his current body could handle hunting real monsters. Using a makeshift map, the second step was to find a good hideout to store the mountain of supplies. Clearing a path through the leaves with a sharp machete, he grumbles that he won't do anything crazy until his purchases arrive. Picking another magic apple straight from the tree, the ex-player joyfully celebrates the insane luck he's having on his exploration. It was exactly this obsessive preparation for the future that earned the kid his veteran title back in the old days. Calmly scouting the area, he hears a suspicious noise and tries to pinpoint the exact source of the clue. A confident smile appears on his face as he realizes he has finally found what he was looking for. Pointing his knife at the ground, the explorer once again finds those same disgusting droppings scattered on the trail. He focused entirely on this because this race of little monsters only travels in packs, making an isolated trail very strange. Pinching his nose because of the stench, he deduces from the seeds that the creature is starving, and was probably kicked out of the group. Totally determined to test his skills in a real fight, the guy decides to hunt the lone creature, no matter the cost. The shadows begin to creep over the dense forest, and the cook laments seeing that it's already getting dark. Walking along the edge of a stream, he hears distant howls, confirming he's very close to the dangerous valley. Stopping abruptly, the hunter finally finds the small green monster with its back turned, distracted in the water. Hiding in the bushes, he gets goosebumps realizing the creature was frighteningly identical to the virtual models. Being the #1 creature in the system, these little pests used poisoned darts and sharp spears as their main weapons. The species' cowardly tactic consisted of paralyzing victims with toxins and slowly torturing them to their demise. It was precisely because he feared this poison that the ex-player wisely chose a long-range weapon to maintain a safe distance. Noticing the age of the outcast creature, he breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing that the monster was completely unarmed on the bank. Drawing the bowstring to its maximum, Song Ho focuses all his attention, affirming that the hunt was already won if he kept his cool. But the slight creak of the equipment alerts the old creature, which widens its eye, sensing the imminent danger. The arrow tears through the air, hitting the creature's shoulder squarely and drawing a shrill scream of pain. Charging fiercely to finish the job, the MC curses, stumbling as he tries to pull more ammo from his quiver. Seeing the monster rip the projectile from its skin without a second thought, the guy scoffs at the target's incredible resilience. Furious with the cowardly attack, the green abomination leaps with claws ready to tear the invader to shreds. In a violent clash, the human blocks the heavy blow with his hunting knife, sending sparks flying through the air. Taking advantage of the opening in the fight, Song Ho spins the blade in an extremely fast cutting attack. The metal rips through the monster's skin, sending a gush of fluids onto the ground and breaking the creature's stance. Without giving it a chance to react, the guy delivers a brutal knee strike right to the middle of the enemy's face. Gritting his teeth with pure tension, he uses all his body's strength to dominate the target. Knocking the weakened creature onto its back, the hunter raises his weapon, prepared for the final act. He mercilessly plunges the knife into the monster, making the being snarl in agony under his weight. Pressing the handle of the blade with force, the deep blow seals the end of that intense, wild struggle. The bloodied body quickly loses strength as the light fades from the defeated creature's red eyes. Panting from the absurd effort, the guy bursts out laughing, celebrating his victory as he sees the 2 points glowing in the system. Out of nowhere, a small bag of magic items mysteriously appears, floating next to the slain body. Analyzing the dropped materials, he remembers that if you mix that strange powder with oil, you can create an excellent healing ointment. Fearing discovery by the horde, the victor quickly starts digging to bury the remains before they turn into an undead. Washing the grime of the fight in the crystal-clear river water, a red trout crossing the current catches his attention. Associating the fish with the legends of the old map, the cook freezes, swallowing hard in the face of the harsh reality. Breaking into a cold sweat, he panics as he realizes he has invaded the terrible valley ruled by the region's worst threat. Staring at a glowing red eye in the darkness, the cook feels a terrible shiver run down his spine. The immense creature reveals itself to be a terrifying owlbear, making the guy immediately realize he's in deep trouble. With exactly 31 days left until the apocalypse, his mind seeks a nostalgic refuge in the past. In the blink of an eye, his memory flashes back to the time he used to live stream as Kimbap Jawa, greeting his viewers all excited. Wearing his virtual reality glasses, he would present a serious guide on the monsters, even with the chat teasing that the content was super boring. Frustrated with the low viewership, the ex-player would grumble that he had poured his heart and soul into preparing that detailed material. But soon, one of his few loyal viewers made a small cash donation, praising his work and changing the mood in an instant. Joking about the companion's donation, the chat crew started interacting, making the archer laugh and tell them to stay out of it. Resuming his guide persona, he cleared his throat and reiterated the golden rule about avoiding bone crawlers at all costs. Next, the old veteran highlighted that the ultimate dangers of that isolated region were werewolves and old bears. Gesturing with his hand, he explained that when one of these bears establishes a territory, a very specific effect occurs in the area. This basically meant that the entire ecosystem of the surrounding beasts entered a state of perfect hunting equilibrium. Lost in this nostalgia song, Ho reflects on how those old streaming days were incredibly good and comforting. He loved the interaction with his subscribers, who always found an unusual way to get a laugh out of him live. Recalling the very tactical guide he created, the guy's face hardens as he affirms that he knows exactly how to deal with that big monster. Snapping back abruptly to the tension of the present, the guy doesn't understand why these old memories came up right now. With the gigantic beast staring down at him, he tensely wonders if this is the famous feeling of one's life flashing before their eyes. Regaining his calm, he dismisses the despair and prefers to believe it was his old virtual friends giving him a much-needed push of courage. Squeezing his own arm tightly, the hunter focuses his mind to formulate an immediate escape strategy. He remembers that these creatures tear apart anything when they're hungry, so if it's just standing there staring at him, it means it's full. Analyzing the tense silence, the cook perfectly deduces the one thing that is testing the beast's patience at that moment. The main problem was simply the fact that he had invaded the exact riverbank where the red trout live. Pressured by the strength disadvantage, he tries to keep his nerves in check to execute the only available escape window. Without wasting time, the guy drags his sneaker through the dirt, assuming a low, prepared defensive stance. Although his mind carries all the tactical baggage of the server's best player, his body is still that of an ordinary guy from the real world. Gritting his teeth with pure determination, he understands that he needs to push his physical limits if he wants to see the light of day again. With a furious shout at the top of his lungs, Song Ho openly challenges the wild giant, calling it to a fight once and for all. Provoked by the audacity of such a tiny human, the abomination's huge eye widens, boiling with rage. The beast charges, roaring with all its might, but the veteran knows that despite its excellent night vision, the species has an extreme weakness to light. As the immense paw descends, tearing through the air, the ex-player coldly waits for the exact millisecond for the perfect counterattack. With a quick dodge, the guy pulls out his knife, generating a strong flash of energy from the brutal friction of the blow. Using the agile momentum of the move, he rolls across the ground, narrowly escaping having his body torn to shreds by the heavy claws. Immediately after, he pulls a flashlight from his pocket and aims the powerful beam directly at the furry bear's face. Blinded by the light hitting its sensitive eyeball, the gigantic beast roars in torment, thrashing about aimlessly. The hunter holds a firm stance, keeping the light high, securing the little time he needs to run from the place. Back in the calm of the real world, the repetitive ringing of his cell phone cuts through the dense silence of the dark room. Waking up completely sprawled on the bed, the ex-player grumbles in pain, feeling like every muscle in his body has been run over by a truck. Turning off the alarm set for 8 in the morning, he impressively deduces that he simply passed out as soon as the portal closed. Laughing at his own rotten luck, he comments to himself that running into the goblin and the beer on the same day was pure insanity. Just then, a weird rumble echoes from his stomach, proving that the cook hasn't chewed a single thing since yesterday afternoon. Trying to jump up, his wobbly legs don't obey, and he collapses face first onto the cold wooden floor. Rubbing his sore shin, the MC laments in frustration that he has completely zeroed out his physical stamina bar. Crawling to the bag leaning against the wall, the guy quickly grabs another one of those shiny magic fruits. A blue window pops up in the air, announcing the immediate restorative effect that the mystical apple sends through his veins. Feeling a jolt of pure adrenaline shoot up his spine, he gives a big smile, ready to focus on a hearty breakfast. Sitting in a bustling restaurant, the guy is dripping with cold sweat, completely out of place with the sudden visit from the customer at his table. Flashing a cheerful grin, Mai Kung explains very nicely that she ended up there purely for her love of the local food. A bit more relaxed, Song Ho jokes about them sharing the space, and she agrees that good company makes any dish better. Playing it cool with the spoon in his hand, he takes the opportunity to bring up the bizarre story of the stats screen from their other conversation. The girl's eyes immediately light up, and she leans forward, eager to know if her colleague tested the theory. Showing him the hot rumors on the internet via her phone, she confesses in a whisper that she's starting to really believe in this magic stuff. Reading the news of $1 million robbery vanishing into thin air, the cook reflects in silence on whether the young woman is being too naive by trusting it. Keeping a dumb look on his face, he lies without a hint of guilt, saying he shouted the words alone and felt like a fool because nothing happened. In the cold logic of the experienced ex-player, hiding the truth was the best way to not ruin the peace he had left, since his only mysterious gift was summoning a dimensional door focused 100% on solitary survival. The guy knew that exposing his trump card at the beginning of the impending chaos would only bring unnecessary problems upon himself. Carrying dead weight during a lawless apocalypse was practically the same as screaming for help in a den of beasts. Breaking his strategic focus at the table, the guy notices the beautiful customer is bringing up the topic of secret abilities again. Seeming to regret her own theories, Mi-kyung lowers her head, blushing, and confesses that there's something more behind it. Seeing the young woman's hesitation, he acts naturally, telling her it's okay, and that she's under no obligation to spill the beans now. With a super calm demeanor, the cook tells her there's still a little time before things blow up, taking the pressure off the girl. Ending the conversation at the restaurant, he walks back and finds a veritable mountain of deliveries at his door. Very polite as usual, the guy thanks the delivery driver for his tremendous effort in the hot sun and says a cordial goodbye. Soon, the heavy lifting resumes at home, with him dragging boxes everywhere to organize his emergency stock. Without wasting a single second, the MC pulls out a box cutter, tearing through the thick tape of the most valuable packages. The table is soon filled with survival armaments, ranging from heavy-duty pepper sprays to a shiny axe. This time, the top priority of the day demanded he quickly find a fortified place in the forest to call a base before the end of the world. Weighing his options carefully, he grabs a dense steel plumbing pipe, testing the weight of a swing in his hand. Totally focused on the non-negotiable objective, the guy jumps into the glowing vortex, prepared to take whatever comes. As soon as he steps onto the uneven ground of the dense woods, he confidently comments that this challenge of finding a shelter is a piece of cake for someone with his experience. Searching his memory of the old server, he focuses directly on the hill, where he tracked the goblin's rotten footprints the night before. Pushing aside some tall grass, his eyes lock onto an isolated stone cave, proving that the location was incredible. The trick to not becoming a quick meal was to figure out perfectly what kind of creature had made its home in the hole in the rock wall. Using a hand-held telescope, he zooms in violently on the sandy bottom and confirms the exact pattern of the marks on the ground. Sung-ho cracks a confident smile, realizing the entire shack belonged only to a few malnourished kobolds. It all starts with the MC hiding in the woods, testing the wind direction with a leaf, confident his plan against weak monsters will work. Since the kobold race is nocturnal, attacking them while they sleep in the cave would be like a lethal poison. Putting his strategy into practice, the guy rushes to chop thick firewood with his knife, finding the wood much tougher than he expected. After piling the dry branches right at the entrance of the dark hole, he figures that amount should do the trick. Wasting no time, the cook pours a lot of gasoline over the improvised bonfire to ensure massive damage. However, just as he's about to light the fire, a strange noise from the trees cuts through the silence. Looking back, he comes face to face with three awake creatures that have just returned to their nest. The monsters stare at him, growling low, clearly confused by the human's presence there. Caught completely off guard by the patrol, the ex-player masks his tension by greeting the creatures with an awkward "aye." But he doesn't waste a single second and immediately pulls out the brand new axe he brought in his backpack. Using his entire body's momentum, the guy charges at the enemies, delivering a swift blow. The brutal impact of the blade glows blue, cutting down all three monsters at once with extreme ease. Seeing the creature's head roll on the dirt floor, the guy deduces that the drowsiness debuff made the kill easier. Just then, the system screen beeps, confirming his advance to level 1, leaving him shocked for taking them all out in a single round. Deciding to deal with the points later, he kicks the soaked branches to start the fire before the rest of the pack wakes up. With the fire quickly rising at the entrance, he recalls that in the old game, all low-level monsters had a common weakness. Watching the smoke invade the cave from his hiding spot in a tree, he concludes that these beasts are very vulnerable to sudden phenomena. Although he knows that burning the creatures alive inside would be much more efficient than just suffocating them, the future resident of the place refuses to do that to avoid having to clean up a bunch of charred and stinking carcasses later. Because of this little whim, the final strategy chosen by the invader was a bit different. The idea was to force the desperate creatures out with the smoke, leaving them all dazed and blind. As soon as the desperate inhabitants ran out of the hole trying to breathe fresh air, the hunter takes advantage of the confusion and slices two of them from behind, finding it strange that so few came out of the den. Giving them no chance to defend, he cuts another one in half with his glowing blade, mentally counting the targets. Protected by a black gas mask, the MC faces the rest of the group, calculating that there are only 3 left. Injured by the massacre, the last surviving monsters charge furiously to avenge their pack. Keeping his breathing controlled in his jeer, the guy readies his stance, raising his steel weapon. With a violent circular motion, he unleashes a huge blast of blue energy that hits the enemies head-on. Taking advantage of an opening from a creature that leaped incorrectly, he dodges and lands a solid hit with the axe handle. The last little monster tries to attack from the side, but ends up getting a strong blast of pepper spray right in the face. Completely blind and burning from the spray's chemicals, the abomination screams in agony, thrashing on the ground. The guy finishes off the fallen monster with a clean and brutal blow, crushing the threat once and for all. Resting the tip of his axe on the blood-stained ground, he realizes there's only one last target left alive. Cornered and trembling with fear, the pack leader cowardly retreats, proving to be the most pathetic of them all. Without a shred of pity, the cook sinks his blade into the chief, announcing that he will make excellent use of that hideout. After the complete extermination, he takes off his mask, panting, and sits on a rock, grumbling that his lack of stamina complicates the fights. Reading the floating blue screen, the guy confirms that the exhaustion debuff and the absence of automatic points are the same as in the game. Even though he's tired, he happily browses the system's virtual shop, which he just unlocked thanks to his new level. Walking slowly back to the darkened cave, he celebrates the conquest of his first secure base. Extremely satisfied with his victory, he thinks that this stone refuge will be for his exclusive use. Standing at the mouth of the hole, his optimism quickly fades as he sees the disgusting mess he needs to clean up before moving in. Getting his hands dirty, the guy puts on rubber gloves and starts sweeping up the trash accumulated by the former residents. Pulling rotten junk out of a chest, he notes that the 15-meter cave is quite small to serve as a dwelling. Scrubbing the stone floor hard, he goes ballistic, cursing the dead beasts for being so filthy in their own nest. After working hard on the cleanup, he finally opens his glowing dimensional portal right in the middle of his newly conquered base. Crossing the magical rift with a bucket and a hose in his hands, he uses the portal's properties to make the job easier. However, the weight on his back soon takes its toll, making him drop the bags on the floor, exhausted to the point of nearly passing out right there. Holding the nozzle of the hose, the explorer remembers an impressive discovery he made during his travels. Curious about the physics of magic, he tests whether things from the real world still work while stuck between the 2 dimensions. A strong jet of water erupts from the hose connected on Earth, washing the cave and proving that objects interact perfectly. With all the heavy grime washed away, the guy admires his own effort, thinking the place finally looks like a home. Planning his next steps, he calculates that he'll need to cover the floor with concrete and remove the old bloodstains from the rock. With a tired sigh, he concludes that the basic renovation with mortar and cement will take a good few days out of his tight schedule. Suddenly, a familiar glow in the cracks of the wall catches his attention, revealing a natural stock of luminous and ignition stones. Amazed by the find, he holds the glowing rocks, celebrating having stumbled upon a real gold mine for beginners. Excited by his absurd luck, the cook plans to start intense mining as soon as he finishes concreting the floor. The scene cuts to the next morning on the quiet street of his restaurant, with the apocalypse clock showing 29 days remaining. Waking up completely wrecked by the heavy routine, the guy gets out of bed, groaning in pain in every little muscle of his body. Looking at the scratches scattered on his arm, he's confused, trying to remember when he got those small cuts in the woods. At his home kitchen counter, he deduces that the pain isn't strong enough to waste a healing magic apple for no reason. Determined to test his homemade skills, he grabs a bag of ingredients from his pouch, thinking of making his own healing ointment. Following the classic game recipe, he mixes the magic powder with common vegetable oil in the exact proportion to get the right consistency. Using his own restaurant utensils, the guy stirs the mixture in a hot pan until the goo completely solidifies. With the tins full of the shimmering cream, he boasts that doing basic alchemy is a piece of cake for any cook. Applying the remedy to the fresh cuts on his arm, the guy feels almost immediate relief as the smaller wounds close up. Analyzing the newly collected magic stones, he reflects with concern on the enormous physical toll of each simple hunt. The harsh reality hits him, showing that if he keeps fighting at this pace, he'll end up gone long before the meteor falls. Thoughtfully, the MC concludes that he would need to get powerful firearms or invest in better camouflage to survive. But right in the middle of this reasoning, a brilliant epiphany illuminates his mind, making his eyes widen. Very excited by the idea, the game veteran remembers a specific military ship from the old server's lore. Frantically searching on his computer, he tries to find out if the secret game legend about the military cargo also existed on Earth. Slamming his laptop shut, He accepts that even if it's a long shot, this clue is worth gold and needs to be investigated. Holding one of the plating panels, the ex-player plans to explore this new mystery if the preliminary events happen. With his phone in hand, illuminating his face, he celebrates the brilliant idea that has the potential to drastically speed up the base's progress. To stick to his construction schedule, the guy climbs onto the roof of his eatery and faces the giant pile of cement from the early morning. Fortunately, the bags of mortar the MC bought last night were already all stacked at the base. With that part sorted, the guy calmly goes down to the first floor to get the rest of the deliveries. But just as he was picking up another heavy box outside, a female voice calls his name. It's Maikung with a cheerful, "Good afternoon," making the guy notice she's already speaking to him much more informally. The customer comments that she's been stopping by to eat every day, and noticed he's been a bit scarce lately. Giving an awkward laugh, he apologizes and justifies his absence by saying he's been very busy with the shop's renovation. Striking up a conversation, the girl notices his hair and offers him a haircut, reminding him that he used to visit the salon every 3 months. Song Ho agrees, surprised by the young woman's good memory, and quickly asks what kind of style she would give him. Thinking that short hair would be great for not getting in the way during exploration, he accepts the offer right away. Already sitting in the salon chair, the ex-player bluntly asks the hairdresser to cut it all off at once. A bit surprised, she asks the reason for the drastic change, and he simply replies that he wants to shave it to mark a new beginning. Maikung accepts the idea with great enthusiasm and starts spraying water on his hair, promising to make the cut look really nice. As she cuts, the young woman notices his shoulders are broader, and he plays it off by saying he recently started working out. Then, she casually changes the subject, commenting that she heard rumors about the status screen being related to that famous game. Song Ho's blood runs cold when she adds that the awakened seem to be people who played the game at least once. Trying to keep his composure, the MC asks in a very serious tone where the girl got that information. Just then a blonde, tattooed guy enters the salon, saying he was the one who shared the details, making Song Ho recognize him from a previous fight. Inhak accuses the old player of trying to monopolize the apocalypse information, indignantly explaining that the guy deleted everything and vanished from the map. The tattooed man reveals that their group is hunting for the player's whereabouts, and Maikung asks in fear if that isn't totally illegal. Becoming aggressive, the guy retorts, asking if they are in a position to choose what's right or wrong now. The intruder insists that catching that jerk Kimbapjo is a public service, leaving Song Ho very tense about the manhunt. Inhak tells the young woman to be braver and asks if she's decided to join their team, while the hairdresser hesitates, uncomfortable. Listening to everything in silence, the MC is furious inside, as he only deleted the channel out of disappointment and didn't even have time to think about a monopoly. Getting too close to the customer, the blonde guy says she's very frustrating and goes back to cursing the old player for acting like he owns the place. Laughing, the delinquent states that if the jerk had spoken up from the beginning, they wouldn't have to tie him up. The girl refuses the offer, claiming she can't waste time and is very afraid of the community coming down hard on her. Completely out of patience with her refusal, Inhak grabs the young woman's arm forcefully and demands she make a quick decision. With that, Song Ho intervenes in the conversation, telling the guy to let the girl go and leave the matter for later. The blonde guy turns his head, completely irritated by the interruption, and asks who he thinks he is to meddle. With a threatening look, the cook warns the punk to leave while he's still being nice, reminding him of the beating he gave him in the past. Intimidated by the guy's killer posture, the bully swallows hard and starts to sweat, recognizing the danger. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Inhak says today isn't the day for trouble and leaves the salon in a hurry. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Maikung relaxes her shoulders as the MC gets her attention. The guy states that the other man is a bad influence and asks for the girl's number as a precaution, leaving her a bit surprised by the request. Back in the comfort of his home, he puts his construction work aside for a moment and turns on his computer to investigate his own username. Accessing the forums, he discovers that the community is using the excuse of information monopoly to attack him. The message boards are completely flooded with hatred and threats against the person who spread the warnings in the beginning. Reading a post with detailed tips about the zombie spores, the cook realizes someone is copying exactly what he used to say. Clicking on the author's profile, he curses the guy for being crazy upon seeing that the user used real name verification to create the account. Scrolling through the pages full of insults, he finds a bizarre post about the leader ordering someone to seduce the hairdresser the blonde guy mentioned. Feeling a strong sense of disgust at the nasty situation, Song Ho turns off the monitor, announcing he's had enough of all humanity. Pushing his chair back from the desk, he takes a deep breath to try to clear his mind of that pit of internet negativity. Summoning the magic portal in the middle of his room, The guy feels an enormous sense of relief just imagining the peace of the other world. Focusing on what matters, he spends the next 2 full days locked in the cave, mining the luminous stones with a pickaxe. To finish the heavy renovation of his secret base, the ex-player spreads wet mortar, covering the entire dirt floor of that hole. Using a large rake, he pulls the fresh cement, smoothing the floor with great care to avoid any unevenness. With the dirty work finally done, the guy leaves the cave to get some air, while waiting for the mortar to dry completely. Staring at the full moon that illuminated the forest's darkness, a deep thought enters his tired mind. Gripping the handle of his knife, the cook reflects that he's just an ordinary guy and doesn't need to play the hero or fight against injustice. Looking up, he finally accepts the cynical reality that his one and absolute goal is to survive the tragedy. Having made this tough resolution, he turns to go back to the base when a weird sound of bones breaks the night's silence. The hunter immediately looks over his shoulder, realizing that some threat was sneaking up on him. A terrifying bony crawler emerges from the shadows, making the MC curse under his breath at his tremendous bad luck. Clattering its fleshless teeth bizarrely, the skeleton advances as Song Ho announces that he was already in a terrible mood. Giving the monster no chance, a violent explosion of flames illuminates the woods, annihilating the threat in a flash. Time flies by until the day of the apocalypse, with the MC stopping his car under a heavy rain at the Jungsan Rai campground. With little time left before midnight, he reviews old monster videos on his phone, doing some intense mental training. With the tactics fresh in his memory, the guy checks all his combat tools and pulls out a sturdy pot lid. As soon as the car's dashboard clock strikes exactly midnight, the doomsday clock finally hits 0. 2 hours after the initial mark, the guy is already walking through the storm in a green raincoat to begin his search. Searching the soaked woods with a flashlight, the ex-player complains in frustration that the rain is only getting heavier. To make the night hunt even worse, his eyes could barely focus on his surroundings. A very thick fog covered the entire mountain area, drastically reducing the guy's field of vision. Stomping firmly in the trail's puddles, he impatiently wonders where the heck that orc was planning to come from. The explorer swears to himself that he has already searched the entire campground and found no sign of the giant beast. He was starting to seriously doubt whether the game's preliminary events would actually happen in the real world. But suddenly, a monstrous roar tears through the sound of the storm, making the hunter freeze in his tracks from the shock. Recognizing the bizarre cry instantly, his eyes widen as he realizes his theory was spot on. The silhouette of a brutal creature emerges from the rainy fog, finally confirming the arrival of the expected orc. Analyzing the creature's reddish skin, Song Ho is shocked to discover it's a rare subspecies that guarantees a skill drop. Telling himself to stay calm, the guy pulls a red flare from his pocket, knowing he'll win if he follows the plan to the letter. The strategy the MC devised to take down a war tank like that was pretty simple and direct. The first step was to take advantage of the species' extreme aggression by using a bright light to attract the monster's attention. With a swift movement, the guy throws the glowing stick, which spins through the air right toward the abomination. Attracted by the intense glow flying in front of it, the red orc turns its gigantic body, falling perfectly into the initial trap. Completely mesmerized by the light trap, the huge monster's red eyes widen, boiling with pure aggression. The exact moment the orc brings its hammer down with all its might, it ends up paralyzing its own body from the impact on the ground. Taking advantage of this perfect opening in the enemy's heavy movement, the MC gets ready to act. Positioned high on a rock, the hunter quickly summons his magical dimensional rift. Crossing through the portal instantly, the guy plummets from above, falling at high speed right on top of the distracted abomination. As he falls through the air in the storm's darkness, Song Ho pulls out his improvised equipment in a very quick motion. In his hands, the guy firmly holds a common aerosol can along with a lit lighter. Noticing the sudden movement from above, the brute looks up, showing total shock. With a battle cry, the guy triggers the spray into the flame, creating a homemade flamethrower right in the creature's face. Knowing he only has 20 seconds until the enemy regains its sight, the archer understands it's now a race against time. With his feet firmly on the ground, he charges toward the blind target, stating that the first step is to focus on the creature's muscles. With a surgical knife strike, the ex-player tears the beast's relaxed tendons with the goal of locking down its agility. Suffering a violent blow to its legs, the reddish orc lets out a guttural roar of pure agony under the heavy rain. Furious with the immense pain, the monster spins its body, delivering a blind attack to try to crush the insolent human. However, the veteran easily dodges the heavy blow, sliding under the enemy's weapon. Without giving the creature a chance to recover, the hunter delivers another lethal stab, tearing into the enemy's knee. The excruciating pain makes the beast let out another ragged grunt as it completely loses its balance. Just then, the enormous monster collapses without strength and finally falls to its knees in the mud. With the enemy's height perfectly aligned with his line of sight, the MC moves on to the next phase of the plan. Quickly pulling a homemade explosive cylinder from his pocket, he advances with supreme confidence to finish the kill. Taking advantage of the orc's mouth being wide open as it screamed, the guy shoves the lethal can right down the creature's throat. Seconds later, a brutal fiery explosion destroys the beast's head, creating a shockwave throughout the entire campground. Watching the gory spectacle from the ground, the guy jokes with relief, thinking that not even a tank like that could survive this. But incredibly, the monster's fist clenches with great force, proving that the abomination's vitality was absurd. In a last gasp of blind fury, the creature lands a desperate punch, sending the human flying against the hard ground. Lying in the rain and spitting blood, Ho curses himself for being dumb enough to lower his guard before the screen confirmed the kill. Desperation hits hard as he sees the orc's decapitated body still rising in flames amidst the storm. With his vision slowly blurring from the head impact, the cook laments, thinking his end has finally come right there. Just as he's about to black out, the system flashes, confirming his level up and awarding him a new survival instinct ability. The beast's body finally topples lifelessly into the fire, allowing the archer to take a deep breath and confess he can't take this routine anymore. Recovering from the major scare of almost being taken out, the guy anxiously starts searching for the long-awaited reward item in the rain. A system window shows that his own watch has absorbed the magic, gaining 2 more perception points to help with his searches. Extremely tired, he stares at the smoldering remains of the beast, not quite sure what to do with the rotten carcass. Stroking his chin, the ex-player remembers that this invasion was kept secret in the game's story and wonders if he should alert the real media about it. Thinking of Mai Kong, he reflects that her view on the absurd number of players who might have awakened makes perfect sense. If the crazy internet theories are correct, thousands of ordinary citizens have just received superpowers. Keeping a straight face in the storm, the cook calculates the huge risk if even a minority of this crowd gets corrupted. Immediately, the memory of that disgusting blonde bully comes to mind, proving that the scum is already working in the shadows to get ahead. The hunter's real fear is that these criminals will use their abilities to destroy the country's laws and cause riots for pure personal gain. On top of all this chaos, the guy realizes that leaving the monster there would cause the carcass to turn into a lethal bone zombie the next day. However, a strong thought hits him, making his eyes widen in shock at a bizarre flaw in his own plan. The veteran simply realizes that having magic is no guarantee of immunity against the cursed infection of the alien spores. Completely on the fence about what to do, he opens a magic rift and tosses the wrapped carcass down a slope to clear the area. Hurrying through the glowing portal, the guy leaves the real-world storm and lands in the peace of his stone base. Holding a metal shovel firmly, Ho decides that the world needed to face an orderly end to give the decent survivors at least a minimal chance. Using the shovel to break the packed earth, the guy grumbles in irritation at having to become a gravedigger in the middle of the night. The process of burying the abomination was taking way too long, stressing the guy out as that rotten foot kept sticking out of the hole. Leaning his body weight on the tool's handle, the cook laments that his lack of physical stamina only makes his miserable life worse. But out of nowhere, the system automatically activates his new ability due to exhaustion, restoring the guy's energy in the blink of an eye. Bathed in a golden aura of pure adrenaline, the hunter starts digging the grave at a mind-boggling speed to get it over with. Analyzing his brand new stamina, he concludes with shock that this survival instinct seems to be an absurdly broken ace up his sleeve. Knowing full well the physical consequences of this, he jumps back into the portal to avoid passing out in the dark forest. As soon as he lands at home and the effect wears off, his body suffers a brutal collapse of pure agony, crashing onto the bed and demanding immediate rest. The sun is already rising, illuminating the building of his small, closed eatery, showing that a whole night of chaos has passed. Waking up super refreshed after crashing on the bed, the ex-player jolts up, startled by the time, and can't believe he slept that long. Checking his phone screen, the guy mutters in frustration that, according to his schedule, he should have been building the base's defenses by now. Seeing the headlines about weather anomalies on the mountain, he feels relieved, knowing he got rid of all traces of the red orc. Since he lost part of the day and time was short, the guy decides to just go to the living room to browse the internet and get his packages. Ripping the wooden lid off a long box, the MC lets out an excited little squeal, admiring the newly arrived contents. Totally amazed, he stares at the beautiful arsenal of medieval weapons he had bought in desperation in the previous days to protect himself. Picking up a heavy wooden club, the cook laments that with his current strength, he could only use that simpler weapon. But he soon cheers up, thinking that the magic of the other world allows him to use the rest, although he finds it strange that some items from his order are missing. Reading the shipping slip that says the heavy spears were permanently held back, the guy is cut off by the sound of the doorbell. Crouching on the floor, He shouts for the delivery guy to just leave the box on the sidewalk to make things easier for both of them. Noticing a complete silence in the hallway, the guy gets up, annoyed, thinking the man outside is just pretending to be deaf. Holding the handle of the main entrance, Song Ho repeats his request for the guy to just drop the package right there in front. Opening the door, already a bit impatient, the ex-player gets a huge shock from the person standing in front of him. Very surprised, he finds Mang in the hallway, apologizing for showing up out of the blue wanting to talk for a bit. Looking quite nervous about her own surprise visit, the customer clutches plastic bags full of food in her small hands. Using all her charm, the beautiful girl smiles shyly, asking if the guy would be up for sharing some street food with her. Completely frozen by the young woman's boldness, Song Ho just stares at her with his mouth open, having no idea what to say. Trying to process the bizarre fact that a beautiful girl appeared out of nowhere, knocking on his door and demanding to come in just like that. Hiding his slightly flushed and suspicious face, the guy's mind starts buzzing, raising the suspicion that this could be some kind of dirty trick. Even though he's wary of everything, he ends up giving in, and the two sit down to devour the spicy meal while the young woman tells him to eat up. Facing the plate of hot food, the customer swallows her meal curiously and asks again what exactly he was planning to do during his disappearance. The customer says she's been researching the awakened on the internet and thought it was only fair to share everything she discovered with him. With that, Song Ho mentally curses the situation, lamenting that the apocalypse is knocking at the door and ruining any kind of mood. Snapping back to reality, the guy agrees with the girl, stating that sharing what they know is the right thing to do. Excited by his response, she smiles and justifies it by saying that the end of the world will really need good people working together to survive. Then, the MC announces he's going to quickly throw out the trash so they can get ready and start talking for real. While the young woman was distracted, he grabs his laptop, focused on giving useful tips without revealing his true identity as a veteran. The survival lesson begins with the ex-player detailing exactly how the terrible metallic death plague works on the environment. Next, he warns that moving in groups of 6 or more people is a fatal mistake that attracts giant hordes of zombies and monsters. To cover the basics, the guy highlights that having a high perception stat is the big secret to staying alive in that chaos. Taking notes attentively in her little notebook, Mai Kong perfectly understands that this ability should be their top priority. The cook confirms her theory, recalling that the main reported objective of that survival game was precisely to survive. Changing the subject, the customer comments on how that bully hack is constantly criticizing the old veteran player on the internet. Confused, she wonders why the guy is hiding information, admitting she doesn't understand anything about that universe since she never played. Staring at the young woman, Song Ho turns the question back on her, wanting to know her theory on this whole mystery of the missing player. Without judging the unknown, the girl defends him, saying that everyone has their own reasons and circumstances that justify their choices. Seizing the opportunity, the young woman reveals that she rejected the tattooed guy's invitation to join his group, making the cook ask why. The guy shows his phone, explaining that he met with the members of that team and discovered something horrible about them. He plays a recorded audio wherein Hack and his cronies were planning to abduct the girl because she was playing hard to get. Listening to the disgusting recording, Song Ho grits his teeth in pure rage, muttering that the guy is human trash. Calmer, he warns Mai Kang that if the catastrophe really happens and the laws fall, a lot of people will show their true colors. Therefore, the veteran's final advice is for the young woman not to blindly trust absolutely anyone out there. Processing the heavy warning, the girl musters her courage and proposes forming an exclusive survival group with just him. The MC falls completely silent, totally frozen and surprised by the unexpected proposal from the customer in front of him. Clenching his fist tensely, the ex-player hesitates, unable to give his friend an immediate answer. The big problem is that his current goal requires him to reach level 10 to unlock the system shop before the tutorial ends. On top of that, the monsters in that world increase in difficulty directly in proportion to the level of the players present in the area. With that in mind, the veteran concludes that the rookie girl would suffer a pathetic demise if she tried to keep up with his insane pace. Hiding his tension, he thanks her for the offer with a laugh and jokingly asks what she would do if he ended up turning into a zombie. Without a second thought, Mi Kyung activates her power, making a purple smoke appear, and vanishes from her chair in the blink of an eye. Reappearing on the other side of the room, the young woman explains that her ability is teleportation, and she just needs to dodge before getting bitten. The cook warns her that she shouldn't be showing off her powers like that, but the girl claims she did it as a sign of trust. The customer proposes that they cooperate to avoid becoming zombies, even if they don't form an official team right away. Later, in the forest, the MC starts the heavy work, concluding that building a defensive fence isn't that hard after all. Using his tools, He hammers the metal stakes firmly into the dirt ground to set up the base of the barricade. Next, the guy unrolls the barbed wire and wraps it twice around the posts to ensure protection against intruders. Pulling the wire tightly with his thick gloves, he makes sure the trap is extremely secure and firm. To complete the security system, the ex-player scatters infrared sensors around the area and proudly admires the finished structure. Tired, he tells himself he needs to start transferring the supplies inside now that the defensive line is ready. Inside the lit cave, the guy sighs with relief for having managed to move all that heavy stock to the base in one go. Analyzing the space, Song-ho plans to use sandwich panels to divide the internal rooms much more efficiently. Just then, a loud sneeze cuts through the silence of the rocky hole, showing that the climate of that world was already affecting his body. Rubbing his arms to try to warm up, the hunter complains that the cold inside feels exactly like the end of autumn. Worried about his own health declining, he understands that he needs to find an urgent solution for the cold before sleeping there. As he plans his next tasks, he mentally notes the need to build a decent door to block the cold wind. Checking his to-do list on his phone, the guy lets out a frustrated laugh, feeling like his list of chores just never ends. Back in the real world, the MC stops by a nearby carpentry shop to order the fabrication of several essential household items. Walking down the street at sunset, the guy mentally reviews the collection points he plans to raid before the fatal plague spreads. He mutters his next steps, focused on hitting the motorcycle shop and the pharmacy, but soon hears someone cheerfully calling his name from a distance. Turning his head, he spots Hang Jun leaving his house, and goes to greet his muscular friend right there on the neighborhood sidewalk. The big guy, nicknamed the Protein Monster, smiles happily at the encounter, commenting that he hadn't seen him in a long time. Song-ho agrees, but the trainer soon notices his friend's terrible expression and asks with concern if something bad happened. Grabbing the young man's shoulders, Hang Jun celebrates, stating that the guy's muscle memory is finally starting to show again. Laughing at his excitement, the MC deflects and turns the question back, wanting to know how things are going with the bodybuilder. The trainer crosses his arms and comments in a serious tone that the rumors about game stats and the end of the world are gaining a lot of traction. Curious about his buff friend's attitude, the archer directly asks if he really believes those internet stories. Hang Jun admits that at first, he thought it was all nonsense, until he witnessed an acquaintance levitate out of nowhere right in front of him on the street. Impressed, Song-ho exclaims that it's clearly a real superpower, and the trainer confirms he was also blown away by the scene. Changing the subject, the big guy says he heard the guy with the power is going on TV to try to make some quick cash with it. The ex-player grumbles, not understanding the logic of someone seeking fame at a time like this, finding the idea completely absurd. He reflects out loud that with these appearances, regular people will soon find out about the existence of the awakened. However, the trainer warns that there's something much more worrying happening now, and mentions a violent shootout in the Uedo area. Startled by the sudden information, the cook is shocked by the case, and the big guy is surprised he hasn't seen the news. The young man justifies himself by saying he was busy with other things, so his friend suggests he check the online petition forum. Reading the illuminated phone screen, the guy finds several complaints demanding explanations about the deleted news of that shootout. Running a hand over his face in shock, he mutters indignantly that the government is engaging in bizarre media control to cover everything up. Hang Jun comments that the authorities are trying to treat the incident as an armed deserters' rampage, but the excuse didn't stick. The bodybuilder warns tensely that the entire conflict area has now been sealed off by the army and police to contain the damage on the street. With his phone in hand, the trainer states with absolute certainty that it's clear the government is hiding some huge secret from the population. Just then, Song-ho lies that he just remembered an urgent appointment and runs off, promising to buy his friend a snack later. Locked in the comfort of his room, the ex-player spends a good while organizing his thoughts in the dark to understand the case. Staring at the computer screen full of folders, he finds it very suspicious that the shootout occurred just one day after the orc invasion. Watching the reports from the isolated location, the guy questions how the authorities managed to react so quickly to a harbinger of the apocalypse. The cook assures himself that he took out and buried that monster in the other world precisely to avoid chaos and ensure an orderly end. Despite all his solitary efforts, the fact that the attack happened at this exact moment creates a huge gap in his secret strategy. Reading leaked confidential documents, he develops the dangerous theory that someone sent vital game information to the government way too early. It all starts with Song-ho reflecting seriously, unsure of who exactly could be leaking this vital information. Visualizing the shadow of a man in a suit in his mind, he tries to piece together this huge puzzle. It's very clear that a powerful influence is operating behind the government's actions. He comes to the frightening conclusion that someone is definitely manipulating the whole situation from the shadows. Pondering in his chair, the MC decides to narrow down the list of suspects, starting with the creator of the game, Survival Life. Along with the mind behind the system's creation, he adds 3 more veteran players to the board of suspects. However, after racking his brain over the possibilities, the guy decides to rule out the creator from that move. Even without understanding how they turned fiction into reality, logic points in a very specific direction. The group of developers who built the world and the system is likely the main villain in this apocalyptic story. Besides, if the creator really had the government's strong support, they would never have allowed an orcs to be taken down by an outside party. Analyzing the funny drawings in his notebook, the ex-player declares that those 3 avatars are his final suspects. Marking one of the faces with a red pen, he wonders curiously if the culprit is the so-called Survivor One. If his crazy theory about this leak is correct, he concludes with relief that he won't have to hand over data to the government. Completely exhausted from so much thinking, the hunter throws himself back in his chair, admitting he doesn't know anything anymore. Looking at the ceiling, he remembers that his own actions are different in real life. So maybe his old partner is too. A certain melancholy hits him, and he ends up confessing that he really misses his old veteran teammates. To him, sharing tips now wouldn't stop the end of the world, and he prefers to wait for the right moment to act to maintain order. 2 full days pass before the guy returns to the entrance of his secret cave in the middle of the woods. Arranging boxes on the new shelves, he celebrates that the organization of all the supplies is finally done. Looking at the clean and tidy base, he notes that the first stage of the shelter is ready even before the generator arrives. Planning the second phase of the project, the builder decides to install steel trays there and drill into the wall with a powerful drill. Looking at the dark corner, the young man realizes with frustration that there's much less free space left than he had calculated on paper. Since the basement waterproofing was done in stages and still needs to dry, there's no way to store things there anytime soon. Turning his back to the wall, he puts the base expansion problems aside to worry about only during the second phase of construction. Sitting at the table, the ex-player focuses on the brand new, beautiful white drone, knowing he has much more important missions to do now. The machine flies far, capturing the vast green expanse, leaving the guy shocked to notice the forest seems the size of the Amazon. Flying nimbly over the treetops, the technological equipment proves to be absurdly advantageous for patrolling. Handling the controls from inside, the hunter relaxes without having to worry about possible ambushes in the foliage. Drawing the map in real time with aerial images becomes a very simple and valuable task for his survival. Wearing virtual reality goggles, Song Ho cracks a smile, praising his own brilliant idea of spending money on the more expensive version. After admiring the landscape for a bit, he focuses on the job, marking the shelter as the central point of a large territorial exploration. Discovering large fields of eternal snow to the northwest, the drone nearly fails after suffering dangerous signal interference along the way. Turning the equipment's camera in the opposite direction, the live footage reveals a gigantic and calm ocean to the south. Noticing the beautiful, anomaly-free beach teeming with native fish, the guy considers going there to set up fishing traps. Scanning the dense forest around the base to analyze the ecosystem, the pilot celebrates not finding any owlbears nearby. Lowering the drone's flight level a bit more, he finally locates the riverbank, where the tense battle against the beast took place. Focusing the camera's lenses on the disturbed earth of the grave, the ex-player tenses up, realizing the monster's carcass has simply vanished. The young man questions if the ball of fur devoured the remains, and recalls that the crawling skeleton he annihilated wasn't a goblin's. But he soon dismisses these hasty conclusions upon noticing the bizarre trail of multiple mysterious footprints around the large hole. Zooming in on the mud, the marks make it clear that the little green monsters were there, making the situation very suspicious. Calculating the risks of this discovery on the magic screen, he estimates that the base is only about a mile away from that cursed valley. Slowly taking off the cybernetic helmet, the MC gets the message and concludes that the shelter isn't as safe as he thought. With the strong indication that a pack was roaming the area, the guy activates the equipment's automatic return to not lose his rare gem. On the way back, the hunter relaxes, watching the cameras reveal swamp zones full of normal deer and rabbits. Looking at the beautifully finished drawing on paper, the tactician is satisfied to have clearly mapped out the entire fauna and terrain of the immense region. Packing his heavy weapons in a wooden box, the explorer decides that now he needs to go check all the markings with his own eyes. Already dressed in his sturdy tactical armor, he plans to start with the neighboring swamp to see if cultivating plants will work out. Before he even steps outside, the sharp beep of his cell phone echoes, drawing his attention to a strong, invisible threat. Song Ho quickly pulls the device from his pocket and checks the alert from the infrared sensor system outside. Walking along the trail with his helmet closed, he ironically comments on the audacity of the enemy pack on knocking on his door without any manners. Carefully evaluating the fresh tracks left in the low brush, the veteran deduces it's not the entire horde, just about 8 monsters out hunting. Shrugging off the risk of a direct confrontation, the guy smiles under his visor, stating that this encounter is a blessing in disguise. Following the enemy tracks through the dense green woods, he gains a lot of confidence walking in the same direction as the feared abominations. Swiftly pulling a cutting arrow from his quiver, the young man wonders if his aim has improved due to his perception attribute. The hunter felt his own instincts were super sharp, picking up the slightest noise of insects, which sounded absurdly loud. With his concentration focused on taking down the prey, the archer finally finds what he was looking for, hidden up ahead. Perched high on a thick tree, the guy can perfectly spy on the disgusting pack without revealing his own presence. Observing the ugly fight below, the tactician scoffs at the stupidity of those creatures fighting among themselves over a piece of bone. Without missing this wonderful opportunity that was just handed to him on a silver platter, Ho draws his bowstring, focused on clearing the path below. The lethal ammunition tears through the leaves, flying at high speed in a pinpoint attack from high up in the protective tree. The arrow hits the green monster's forehead with full force, sending a spray of bright fluids everywhere in a silent kill. Taking advantage of the opening, the archer fires again, piercing the back of the head of another creature in the pack. As the rotten body topples heavily onto the sparse grass, its startled partners finally realize they are under enemy fire. Totally terrified by the surprise loss to their squad, the small goblins let out a sharp cry, readying their rusty weapons. However, before any of them could react, another swift shot embedded itself in the eye of a little monster, which turned to dust. Furious and shrieking from the cowardly carnage, the ugly creatures charge forward clumsily, holding clubs and knives. Seeing the clumsy attack of the creatures running wild through the forest, the guy high in the tree throws a heavy, lethal axe. Spinning fiercely through the air toward the ground, the magical blue blade hits the target's chest, tearing it in half and scattering green fluids. Using the agile momentum, the human swiftly slides down the trunk, cutting off the head of another disgusting enemy right as he makes a perfect landing. Planting his heavy boot on the blood-soaked ground of the slain beast, the hunter victoriously murmurs that he's already sent 4 to their doom at once. Facing the last living enemies of that small, cowardly battalion, the warrior stares down the group, mockingly asking what they're going to do. In an aggressive response, small poisoned darts fly towards the thick visor of his helmet, proving the lack of good manners of the villains present. Annoyed upon realizing that the dirty poison tactics failed miserably against the human's armor, the monstrous leader screeches with pure hatred in the hero's face. Unsheathing a huge black steel club with all the calm in the world, the guy accepts the little creature's invitation to settle things with brute force. Advancing relentlessly against the poor, cornered targets, the old veteran firmly declares that this was a spectacular choice for their end. Noticing the red fruit in his hand, Ho decides that this healing item will be exclusively for him. With that, the little monsters end up suffering the heavy consequences of his lethal move. The disgusting creatures are left completely dizzy and groaning on the ground, proving that the status effect worked perfectly in practice. Wasting no more time, the hunter firmly pulls out his sharp knife and charges forward. He flies swiftly through the air, determined to finish this battle once and for all by slitting the target's throat. Just then, the system's tech panel beeps, announcing that he has reached level 4 and gained 15 coveted attribute points. Taking a deep breath amidst the carnage, the relieved guy confesses he only attempted that direct attack because the enemies were confused. Evaluating his soiled combat blade, the hero is somewhat shocked to find that the risky tactic actually worked. Shortly after, the boring part of the job begins, making the MC complain endlessly while digging a huge hole in the ground. Sinking his shovel hard into the heavy soil, he finds the whole situation ironic and even a little funny. The thing is, his survival instinct didn't activate during the battle, but now, working as a makeshift gravedigger, his body is performing absurdly well. Tossing the magic fruit into the air, he drops the shovel and decides to calmly evaluate the results of the long confrontation. Looking at his own gloved hands, the ex-player notes that, unlike the brutal fight against the orc, the recoil this time was minimal and acceptable. With the huge mound of dirt covering the bodies, he declares a relieved end to that strenuous and unwanted heavy labor. Crouching next to the enemy's backpack with the fruit in his hand, the warrior decides it's finally time to check the loot from the defeated. Since there was a lot of vegetable oil scattered around, he intelligently deduces there must be a place to gather the resource nearby. Curious, the guy opens the old leather bag of the goblin leader to thoroughly search the creature's valuable spoils. Immediately, he notices something unusual moving inside, and is extremely surprised by what his eyes catch. Holding the strange blue creature with both hands, he can hardly believe the ugly chief was carrying a huge frog. The MC questions why they were walking around with a live, slimy amphibian in their bag instead of just carrying a dead body. Smelling a strong, characteristic scent of mold coming from the little animal, the ex-player quickly starts connecting the dots. Noticing the bizarre green liquid slowly dripping from its curled-up feet, he already has a strong suspicion of what it really is. The hunter's eyes widen in shock as he realizes that this is the original source of the paralyzing poison used by the green creatures in battle. Quickly grabbing a practical airtight jar from his backpack, he decides on the spot that he's going to raise this valuable little pet. Having the chance to extract that powerful paralyzing poison means he can drastically increase his own toxic resistance in the future. Furthermore, coating his sharp weapons with the creature's green liquid will make his future hunts through the forest immensely easier. Storing the small animal in the plastic container, the new owner affectionately names it Jadok, promising lots of good food. Just then, the system validates his ownership, confirming that due to the poison frog's dormant state, the empathy and domestication were an absolute success. Reading the clear, floating blue notifications, the young man confesses to being quite perplexed, as this mechanic didn't exist in the old game. Pondering behind the dark visor of his armor, he wonders if this is some kind of hidden trick that emerged with reality or something bigger. Analyzing the mysterious notice, he remembers that a strange update occurred in the week he wasn't logged in, shortly before the server went down. Crouching in the dense woods, the guy pushes that absurd idea aside for now, preferring to leave the complex doubts about the shutdown completely aside. Focusing intently on what really matters now, the adventurer runs with energy through the forest, declaring that it's his time to actively explore. With a quick command of will, the explorer opens the grand, square-dimensional portal and crosses the magical rift without looking back. Finishing the reorganization of his own vital ideas, the hunter immediately begins to search the unknown green surroundings with extreme attention. His tireless search yields great results right away, discovering an isolated, crystal-clear spring that hadn't even been spotted with the fast drone. He quickly pulls out a large metal ladle and carefully collects some of the fresh liquid that flows abundantly between the ancient stones. Taking a good, refreshing gulp, the ex-player relaxes, feeling a great sense of relief upon confirming by the taste that it's just clean, ordinary water. Jotting down the small details in his notebook, he excitedly celebrates that the terrible hydration problem has been solved in the best way possible. Exploring a little deeper with caution, Song-ho locates the exact items he deduced earlier, including the useful guava fruit tree. Determined to stock up on useful supplies for the new base, he begins to frantically harvest the essential fruits and herbs. However, proving that he's a careful collector, conscious of the resources, he decides to spare a valuable sprout, leaving it to grow undisturbed in the earth. To avoid getting lost in the green expanse on future trips, the tactical guy ties simple markers around the thick nearby trees. With a heavy backpack and his important mission accomplished, the guy looks around, pondering if it's the right time to return to his safe hideout. The next sunny day, the scene shifts completely to the calm, open rooftop of a commercial building in the quiet modern world. Dressed in a heavy all-white chemical protection suit, the MC uses a long pair of tongs to feed his special new little partner. With absurd deadly precision, the blue amphibian shoots out its long, swift tongue, capturing and swallowing the tasty insect in the blink of an eye. Watching his round little pet chew with satisfaction through the thick glass, the owner claps enthusiastically, seeing that the meal is going super well. Since these exotic magic frogs need to live in a strict ambient temperature varying only between 18 and 25 degrees Celsius, he took extreme precautions, installing the important Jadok in a nice artificial aquarium on the second floor of his house. He explains that the animal would freeze to death if left at the main base. After impeccably caring for his new venomous green companion, the focused guy goes straight to the wide countertops to tackle his urgent, overdue tasks. Mixing dense, fluorescent liquids of various colors in several glowing test tubes, he focuses exclusively on the time-consuming chemical work that would take the most time in there. The production of that useful, special accelerated, healing ointment resulted in formidable piles of gray jars stacked on the large table. Looking frustrated at the immense, exaggerated stock of vials cluttering the entire clean environment, the ex-player guiltily admits he seriously overdid the dosage of the important recipe. Pondering in front of the heavy, filled boxes, he quickly concludes that giving all of that to the resilient Mai Kang would make no sense, since she's awakened. Frantically searching for a brilliant on-the-spot solution to clear out the huge mountain of valuable, stuck inventory, the young man fortunately recalls that Hong Jun would be the perfect candidate. Later, he arrives at the facade of his muscular friend's busy sports gym well into the quiet period of the urban night. The burly big guy soon appears, desperately chugging from a huge shaker cup full of thick, dark liquid, quenching the intense thirst of his routine, grueling workout. Letting out a loud, energetic laugh, the huge, very excited veteran heaps praise on the high quality of the good vitamin supplement. Song-ho arrives with his hands fully occupied by large cardboard bags filled to the brim, while the gigantic owner admits he had been eagerly awaiting that desired visit. Handing one of the small jars of the precious miracle ointment to his bodybuilder partner's calloused hands, the guy shamelessly makes up that it's excellent for deep cuts. Scratching his cheek in a clearly embarrassed and slightly nervous way, the bashful young man tries to assure the man that he wasn't being made a fool of. The veteran simply thanks him for the strange, mysterious gift with a big smile and quickly takes advantage of the unusual pause to openly praise the long, informative text messages. But the clever young man humbly flips the situation, praising his partner, making it very clear that if it weren't for him warning him, he wouldn't have escaped the recent chaotic incident unscathed. Looking surprised at the gigantic, brightly lit hall completely empty of students working out, the curious MC finds the lack of continuous movement there very strange. The big guy gestures towards the stairs and quickly explains that his loyal student base went down in force to discuss and finalize important plans at the main reception. Apparently, the critical real information leaked uncontrollably to the TV, so absolutely all the scared members of the group suddenly decided to create an improvised base there. Startled and shocked by the risky news of a large group at the end of the world, the guy desperately asks about the dangerous and exact number of people gathered at the back of the building. Descending the narrow steps, stunned by the terrible amateur news, the experienced player worriedly warns that gathering more than 6 humans in the same zone is desperately asking for trouble. With his enormous arms crossed, showing unshakable conviction in his dubious humanitarian decision, the dedicated gym owner stubbornly digs in his heels, warning that he would never abandon his esteemed members. Swiftly changing the uncomfortable focus of the large and delicate moral conflict under discussion, the stubborn Hong Jun openly questions the exclusive decisions for the young strategist's near future. Then the great veteran innocently reinforces that the skinny kid is just a vulnerable awakened in the chaos, but his painful speech abruptly stops at the sound of a horrifying scream. Dashing madly down the wide corridor without a second thought for the fearsome mortal consequences lurking, the extremely worried guy shouts for the other to open the large window. Violently planting his panting hands on the smooth glass illuminated by the faint external lights of the immense luxury building, the shocked MC enters a rapid and absolute state of uncontrollable dark mental shock. Thrown violently onto the hard asphalt sidewalk bathed in beams of light, the delicate and injured Mai Kyung was losing a frightening amount of red fluids from an immobile and unconscious body. Shaken and almost strengthless, Mi Kyung tries to open her eyes, murmuring in pain. Holding the girl firmly, Song-ho asks in terror if she's regained consciousness. She reports that someone attacked her by surprise, making Jun foam with rage, cursing the attacker. Maintaining his composure, the MC tells the trainer to stay there and protect the older members. The guy takes a deep breath, trying to control his own fury at the absurd situation. Turning his attention back to the young woman, he asks if she can remember the criminal's face. The customer confesses that everything suddenly went dark, and he immediately deduces what really happened. Gritting his teeth, the ex-player realizes that the scumbags have already started to act in the shadows. Being very direct, he orders the girl to use her teleportation immediately if it happens again. Surprised by the scolding, she hesitates, but he reinforces that he will provide weapons for her to take care of herself. The veteran warns with great seriousness that from now on, she needs to be extremely vigilant. Then, he recalls the famous internet rule that wherever there's a large crowd, there's always trouble. It's an absolute certainty that at least one person in the group will be a real piece of human trash. Back at his computer, he reflects that the game's area had no moderation, making it a paradise for scum. These criminals would simply pose as innocent newbies to deceive groups of players. Their dirty tactic was to lead the team straight into an area infested with deadly monsters. They also pretended to be weak, asking veterans to carry them through missions. But as soon as the crew turned their backs, the bandits would take everyone out and steal their items. The guise of fun was causing discord and making groups fight each other for no reason. All this unbearable nonsense destroyed the experience for those who just wanted to play in peace. As a result, the number of active players began to plummet frighteningly. In just 1 year, the servers went bankrupt, with only 4 people left connected. The good part is that the remaining veterans teamed up to hunt down and punish these troublemakers without mercy. Standing in his dark room, the MC wonders why he's remembering all this now. The answer was obvious, as the chaos of the shootout created the perfect scenario for the scum to act freely. Searching the forums, he discovers that the guys are recruiting people to commit crimes. Song-ho is stunned to see that there are crazies charging money to sell his old videos. But soon, a bizarre detail in one of the posts completely catches his attention. Reading the username on the screen, he instantly recognizes one of the worst players from that era. The jerk used to post videos bragging about helping newbies, but the archer knows it was all a lie. The suspicion is that the scoundrel pieced together several edited recordings to create a perfect trap. Laughing at the audacity, the ex-player admits that the bandit's creativity is on another level. To go head-to-head with this kind of people, he decides he needs to double his own training regimen. With renewed focus, the guy extends his hand and summons the dimensional rift straight to the forest. For the past few days, he has focused intensely on learning martial arts by watching tutorials on the internet. The big problem is that most of these tactics only worked against beast-like monsters. Furthermore, the techniques were useless in a scenario where the rust plague destroyed all metal. Aware of this brutal disadvantage, he completely changes his plan of action from now on. The absolute focus is to find a main weapon that won't turn to dust when the metallic plague hits. In his stone base, the hunter rummages through a large wooden box looking for something useful. Analyzing the wood and stone equipment, he laments having very few viable options there. Trying his luck, the guy pulls out a wooden slingshot to do the first practical test. He readies the equipment, assuring himself that the tool has many uses in the wilderness. The shot zips through the air at an impressive speed, hitting the tree trunk squarely. But the clay pellet shatters on impact, proving its destructive force was too weak. He then picks up the heavy wooden club. Knowing this weapon ignores the rust plague, the perfect strategy against zombies is simply to smash their heads with brute force. The final plan is to buy an ebony bat from the system shop, so training with this club is vital. With a violent motion, the warrior brings the wooden club down, tearing through the air with force. Hitting the dummies, he wonders if this would be the best option against armed humans as well. After all, if he crosses paths with a high-level awakened, he knows he won't last a second in a fight. But giving up is not an option, and he grips the weapon's handle, refusing the idea of being an easy victim. Taking a deep breath, the guy recalls that taking out other players in the game yielded precious points. Projecting a virtual assassin in his mind, he visualizes the old deadly combats of the server. The system forced bloody matches against anyone who received the dangerous player-killer mark. The hunter attacks with fury, remembering that many people took out others just to farm levels. In a smashing blow, the ex-player completely destroys the head of his imaginary adversary. The guy's eyes shine with a cold determination, focused on having no mercy for absolutely anyone. The final blow obliterates the virtual target, creating a strong imaginary shockwave across the ground. Completely out of breath from the intense physical effort, he stares at the destroyed wooden log in real life. Wiping the sweat from his face with a towel, the guy decides that avoiding conflicts for now is the best option. He starts planning to dismantle the shop, but a high-pitched cry of pain cuts through the silence of the woods. Turning his body quickly, the guy finds it strange to hear the sound of a wolf at that time of day. Checking the cameras on his phone, he's startled by the possibility of someone lurking around the base. Putting on his motorcycle helmet for protection, the ex-player can hardly believe what he's seeing. Arriving at the scene, he finds a gigantic gray wolf thrown against his wire fence. The hunter analyzes the creature's bloodied snout and confirms that it has stopped breathing. What really tenses him up is the fact that a beast like that met its end, so close to his shelter. Running his hand through the animal's thick fur, he tries to identify the exact cause of the injuries. Crouching in the dry leaves, the guy carefully evaluates the carcass, looking for clues. Suddenly, an abrupt noise from the bushes makes the warrior turn in a pure defensive reflex. A small white wolf pup leaps furiously, trying to bite the human invader's stomach. Staring at the tiny creature, the MC quickly connects the dots and understands the sad situation. The little pup barks angrily, protecting the lifeless body of the large beast, confirming it's her pup. Standing silently, observing the little animal growling, the cook wonders what the heck he's going to do here. Seeing the pup clinging to its mother, the MC realizes he can't just forcefully pull the little thing away. However, he grabs the metal shovel, knowing he needs to bury the carcass as quickly as possible. Digging deep into the earth, the guy deduces that leaving the body, there would attract other dangerous monsters to the area. Breathing a sigh of relief after the heavy effort, the cook finally finishes digging the large grave in the middle of the woods. Watching the little wolf resting, the guy feels his heart ache as he remembers his own lonely childhood. That moving scene brings back the strong memory of the old puppy he had when he was just a child. Without much thought for the consequences, the ex-player throws caution to the wind and decides to pull the pup up by the scruff of its neck. Holding the agitated ball of fur, he tells the little animal to pay close attention to what he's about to say. Pointing to the body on the ground, the hunter honestly informs it that its mother will rest in that place forever. To console its loss, he promises to make a special little door in his heady out for the pup to visit the grave whenever it feels sad. Then, the MC shoves his hand into his pants pocket, looking for something to seal the deal. Pulling out a meat jerky, the guy assures it he will take very good care of it, and won't let the little one go hungry. Crouching on the ground and offering the food, the new owner only asks that the wolf use its keen sense of smell to help with the hunts. Seeing the animal devour the treat with gusto, Song Ho asks if they have a deal. Totally captivated by the creature's cuteness, he makes the final invitation, calling the wolf to journey with him. The little animal barks excitedly, making the MC celebrate the positive response with great enthusiasm. Petting its little white head, the guy decides to name his newest partner Dingo. Immediately, the system glows in front of him, confirming that the communication and domestication of the gray wolf were a success. Back in the real world on his home's rooftop, the ex-player praises the pup's absurd intelligence while preparing a test. Very excited about the daily training, he tosses a treat into the air, telling the little guy to repeat the trick he just learned. Dingo obeys the commands perfectly, giving his paw and rolling over on the ground, proving to be a very smart companion. The little wolf continues to follow all orders without hesitation, sitting and lying down on the mat with impressive ease. Changing his posture, the hunter demands absolute silence, and the little animal stops barking instantly. Walking backwards slowly, the guy tells his partner to stay put, waiting for the next signal. Pulling a large object from his backpack, he prepares for the final challenge of that sunny afternoon. With a strong toss into the air, Song Ho throws the bone far, shouting for the pup to jump and catch it. In an absurdly high leap, the magic wolf grabs the toy in mid-air, showing a surreal agility for its size. The trainer is shocked by the creature's physical capacity, deducing that all this strength comes from its otherworldly origin. Petting his partner, the guy acknowledges that the creature's excellent sense of smell was the greatest luck he could have found. Completely won over by the little wolf's charm, the cook hugs the creature with great affection and tenderness. The relaxing moment is interrupted by the sudden ringing of his cell phone, pulling the guy out of his bubble of peace. Looking at the illuminated screen, he finds it very strange that the bodybuilder is calling him first at this hour. The trainer's urgent message told the guy to immediately search for levitation on the internet. Reading the news on his tablet, the MC discovers that the first human with powers has gone public to warn that the apocalypse is coming. The forum headlines were completely dominated by the topic of the awakened, causing huge chaos online. Scrolling through the agitated comments, he notices the general confusion of the population, mixed with the panic of those who already had powers. A flood of hatred was taking over the posts, with users heavily cursing the player for hiding the survival tips. With a slight ironic smirk, the ex-player lowers the device, finding all that hypocrisy very funny. Rubbing his tired eyes, he criticizes the behavior of people who demand answers but freak out when the truth appears. The big concern now lingering in the tactician's mind was to find out exactly what the authorities' response would be to this leak. Analyzing the furious crowds protesting on the streets, it's clear that many were using superpowers as an excuse to cause riots. However, the guy shakes his head and decides he shouldn't delve too deep into this political mess at the moment. Looking at the little wolf in the room, he points out that the government's pieces will move on their own as soon as the next big event begins. Recalling the dangerous hobgoblin invasion event, the warrior is certain that the country's real actions will soon be exposed. Pressured by the clock, Song Ho informs the little guy that their vacation is over and they need to start intense exploration immediately. With the wolf barking, ready for work, the guy confirms that meticulous preparation is the only way out they have. Crossing the large dimensional portal to the green forest, the hunter had very well defined objectives in mind. Offering a small, smelly bag for the pup to sniff, he tests the creature's tracking skills in the wild environment. The first major mission of the day was to focus entirely on securing resources to face the dreaded invasion that was coming. For this to work, the cook needed his partner to perfectly memorize the disgusting stench of the little green monsters. Impressing his master, the smart animal finds the red marking tape, showing it can track bases with extreme ease. Satisfied with its sense of smell, the next step was to assess if the little guy would remain calm in the heat of a real battle. In a quick move, the explorer kicks the ground and throws a stone to start the practical combat test. Understanding the command instantly, the gray wolf dashes furiously, tearing through the grass toward the target. The small target in the beast's sights was an adorable white bunny grazing distractedly in the thicket. Noticing the swift predator approaching, the prey gets scared and leaps desperately, trying to save its own skin. But the charge is deadly, and the pup bites the rabbit squarely, validating the theory that it could hunt alone in that world. Walking calmly to the scene of the kill, the guy comments that he needed to analyze these animals, as he didn't have time last time. Holding the heavy prey by its long ears, he carefully examines the sharp claws and musculature of the slain creature. The hunter's quick realization is that the common animals of that universe possessed absurd vigor compared to those on Earth. With the prey stored in his backpack, The dynamic duo resumes their long walk through the trails of the dense, untouched forest. During the walk, a curiosity arises in the tactician's mind about what the wolf's true level of intelligence would be in the game's metrics. Wanting to put his body to the test, he pushes the leaves aside and decides to advance once and for all toward the dangerous valley. Suddenly, a blue glow surprises the guy, informing him that his maximum health points had organically increased. Swaying from the effort, he remembers his old character had very high stats, realizing that his current body was evolving quickly. Turning his neck in surprise, the explorer gives his companion a good scolding for straying from the group without permission in the middle of the woods. Seeing the pup panting and completely exhausted from so much running, the cook kneels down, offering the little guy a bowl of fresh water. While the animal drinks desperately, Song-ho associates the excessive heat with the mysterious environment surrounding them. Holding a bright red pepper in his hand, he discovers the reason the little wolf was suffering so much from that sudden fire. Totally shocked by the discovery in the bush, he recognizes the valuable magic item and can't believe his own insane luck. Using the large shovel to extract the whole roots, the guy showers his partner with praise, promising a mountain of wonderful treats. With the harvest secured, the two arrive at the edge of the crystal clear river, with the archer checking if the area was really safe. Crouching on the bank with his weapons in hand, the experienced player ponders that fishing for those red fish yielded no points. However, seeing the fleshy trout jumping in the current left the hungry and curious wolf completely hypnotized by the tasty aquatic prey. Watching the fish swim freely, the owner smiles, concluding that just the hunting experience for the pup was worth all the effort invested. In the forest, the MC tells Dingo they'll finish the preparations for the second phase of construction before heading home. The next day, the workers finish the demolition and collect the heavy panels of the old restaurant in the morning. One of the workers carries the dirty material and announces that the removal service is complete. The contractor advises that any problems should be reported within 3 days, and Song-ho thanks the team for working so early. Sighing as he sees the completely clean and empty hall, the ex-player confesses that seeing the place dismantled feels very strange. Walking through the deserted streets at night, he tries to firmly convince himself that this action was a necessary choice. Leaning his hand on the cold wall, the guy reflects that if someone is lucky enough not to turn into a zombie from the Great Plague. Watching several desperate people looting a convenience store down the street, he perfectly understands that natural behavior. Without judging anyone for their actions, the cook accepts that he would do the same to survive and has no right to complain. Entering a dark warehouse with his partner, the guy is impressed to notice that the entire space had already been cleaned out by other survivors. Just then, the bodybuilder appears, stating that he also only left the basics there, and Song-ho is startled by his presence. Grabbing his friend's shoulders, Hang-jun reveals in a serious tone that he came there just to check if he was still alive after his disappearance. The big guy soon notices the little white wolf and asks if he always had a husky, but the guy denies it with a quick laugh. Crouching down to give the fierce beast a lot of pets, the trainer praises the animal, while its owner introduces him as Dingo, the new mascot. Insisting on the main topic, the ex-player asks the real reason for his visit, but the buff guy repeats that he was just worried. With a slight ironic smile, the MC questions if that was all, making the trainer scratch the back of his neck and admit the truth. The muscular friend tries to justify himself, stating that his great concern for his safety was also very genuine. Shifting to a much more serious tone, the big guy crosses his enormous arms and reveals that he found out who attacked Mai Kang in the alley. Sitting at a small table with some hot drinks, the ex-player asks his partner to get straight to the point about the Grim case. The cook confirms if the target was indeed the group of the guy in the hat, and his friend adds that the tow truck driver was also in on it. Pointing toward the horizon, the bodybuilder announces that the criminals have set up a hideout in an abandoned area of the mountain. Very curious about the quick accuracy of the data, Song-ho wants to know how his friend managed to gather this information out of nowhere. The trainer comments that the pieces fell into place and mentions a famous awakened from the internet who can levitate objects with his mind. He explains that he talked to this powerful guy and found out that he had tried to join that cowardly squad before everything. However, the newbie refused the offer and left as soon as he realized the 3 original members were too aggressive and perverted. To make the guild's situation much worse, Hang-jun says that the women started leaving right after the brutal attack on the hairdresser. Investigating the sudden exodus, the big guy discovered that the girls were receiving fake offers to join strong squads. With the pieces in hand, the warrior easily deduces that the scumbags used this rotten tactic to deceive the female rookies in a very cowardly way. Checking the notifications on his cell phone, the trainer announces with disappointment that their group has been reduced to just 4 people. Staring at the empty chat screen, he confesses that he understands people fleeing the place, since they only had 2 awakened on the whole team. The MC finds it ironic that they did a favor and got that in return, but the big guy states that people are purely selfish. Showing a beautiful picture of his little daughter on the screen, the trainer comments that his real concern now was to quickly call his ex-wife. With the imposing image of the goddess of justice in his mind, the hunter looks at his friend, stating that he really needed to clear up a cruel doubt. Straight to the point, Song Ho asks if the man would have the necessary courage to take out other people once the tragedy finally began. Clenching his heavy fist with extreme conviction, Hong Jun declares that in a lawless world, he would eliminate evil without any remorse. Breaking the tension in the air with a big smile, the buff friend finds it weird that the guy brought up such a heavy topic out of the blue. The ex-player laughs it off, pretending it was just a quick, silly thought, but a shrill alarm cuts off their conversation, startling them. Terrified by the unexpected commotion from the street, the trainer knocks over his own chair, jumping up completely lost. Pointing to the empty alley, the young man immediately recognizes that the repetitive, loud sound was coming from a small emergency alarm. Letting a cold aura overflow from his tense body, the warrior asks his ally to watch Dingo for just a moment. Far away and out of breath, a poor girl desperately presses the button on her portable device, trying to ward off an imminent threat. The bully named in Hack ignores the annoying screaming and demands that the victim come down the stairs quickly, without trying to cause a scene. Retreating in fear along the walkway, the young woman indignantly asks why they keep following her after her clear rejection. Cracking his neck with a hostile posture, the delinquent states that he's lost his patience and promises to handle the nuisance his own way from now on. The man in the suit smiles sinisterly, demanding she come down while he's being nice, assuring her that no one would show up to save the day there. The skinny criminal brandishes his gleaming baseball bat, ordering the prey not to waste energy trying to fight against awakened. Hiding high on the dark wall and wearing an opaque motorcycle helmet, Song Ho prepares an improvised weapon in the dark as the countdown begins. With lethal focus on the main target in the alley, the vigilant pulls the heavy elastic of his slingshot to its absolute limit. A heavy metal projectile is launched through the air at a crushing speed, leaving a bright trail through the narrow space. Just as the bandit focuses for the final blow, he hears the swift, invisible attack approaching him violently. The bullet hits the skinny guy squarely in the chest, breaking the coward's posture instantly and making him let out a ragged grunt of agony. The other 2 thugs freeze in total shock upon witnessing their partner fall injured, and shout for the shooter to show himself. Leaping stealthily from the top of the wall straight onto the dirty walkway, the intruder lands in style, facing the cornered targets. Staring at the blonde bully's astonished face, the powerful hero lets out a taunt, announcing that he would never reveal his real identity. Using his body weight to his advantage, the hunter delivers a hard thrust with his thick, glowing club right into the enemy's solar plexus. The immense damage of the clean blow sends the human trash flying through the air, knocking the wind out of his lungs, with no chance to react to the assault. In pure panic at the strength of the masked unknown, the guild leader retreats, raising his hands to launch his feared magical trump card. The suited villain fires a dense dark blast, and the warrior quickly deduces that it's the dirty magic used to break one's vision. Completely ignoring the risk of temporary blindness, the MC turns his torso to tear through the mass of darkness with his armed arm. The heavy wooden club overcomes the smoke, cutting down the bandit with extreme violence and pinning the target directly against the hard asphalt. Maintaining an offensive stance in the street fight, the tired, hooded vigilante lets out panting breaths due to great physical fatigue. From the walkway, the frightened girl screams at the top of her lungs, instructing the masked savior to urgently protect his back. The grimy leader launches a furious, cowardly attack glowing with intense red, but the skilled hunter crosses his fists to defend against the blow. Holding back the powerful magical damage just inches from his face, the guy suffers intensely from the shockwave, straining his arm muscles. Dragged across the ground and foaming with pure rage, the panting villain can't accept that an ordinary human blocked his great power of destruction. Quickly regaining his footing, Song Ho realizes the huge disadvantage of the warrior class and resorts to taunting the man to intimidate him. Displaying a sadistic confidence, the suited man orders his battered gang to get up quickly and show the true potential of the feared pack. In immediate response, the delinquent Hack raises both hands, unleashing lethal electric currents, ready to fry the insolent intruder right there. Engulfed in a sea of uncontrollable lightning, the coward vows to end the guy, making the hero curse the pack's decision to escalate so quickly. Sliding his sneaker back on the road and retreating from the deadly energy, the tactical cook miraculously tries to orchestrate a clever escape from the tight spot. Isolated in the darkness of his own dark helmet, the warrior seriously hesitates whether to summon the gigantic magic portal in the middle of everyone there. Roaring like a madman, the energized blonde guy advances like a flash to connect a very strong lightning punch to the chest of the hero, paralyzed on the street. However, a violent, small blur leaps from the shadows, relentlessly crushing the electric aggressor's wrist in an extremely unexpected way. The brave pup Dingo sinks his jaws deep into the enemy's limb, drawing horrifying groans from the man overcome by excruciating, sharp pain. Fiercely defending the life of his beloved owner, the supernatural creature bares its soiled fangs, while Song Ho reprimands the terrible attitude of the brawling gang. It all starts with the man in the suit holding his phone, ready to call for backup, but our hero threatens them to scram if they don't want trouble. Pressured by the situation and sweating nervously, the leader backs down, puts his device away, and tells his crew they're getting out of there for today. The group flees hastily down the street, leaving the cook indignant at the arrogance of guys who go down with a single punch. With the threat gone, he turns to the girl on the ground and asks if she's okay. But the young woman notices his helmet is cracked and immediately asks with concern if he got hurt anywhere. Ignoring his own damage, the warrior offers to carry her on his back, leaving the customer completely flustered by his kind gesture. In her mind, the image of the mysterious savior amusingly overlaps with memories of some brutes wearing fake bunny ears. Shaking her head to dismiss the thought, she refuses the ride, telling him they need to get to a hospital right away. Just then, Han Jun comes running into the alley, and the guy immediately asks the big man to take the young woman to his safe shelter. As the trainer agrees on the spot, the ex-player says his goodbyes, announcing he has loose ends to tie up, and walks off with his little wolf. Walking down the quiet street, he finds it very strange that the cowardly man in the suit suddenly tried to act tough. Back in the comfort of his home, the guy decides to clear his head and moves on to the second stage of his survival project with his drill. The hunter confesses that leaving the alley in a hurry was an absolutely unavoidable action on his part. Seeing the strong bond between his two injured friends, the MC felt an immense urge to reveal his powers and trust them. However, that choice was impossible now, as he badly needed to focus on leveling up to maximize his magic portals shop. The veteran knew he needed to use the power of magic items to crush his enemies with much more force from now on. Assembling the Hideout's plumbing, he calculates that he needs to get a lead of 3 levels or more for his plan to work. After all, the monster's difficulty scales with the player, and allying with his friends now would only make the hunts brutal and too risky. Totally focused on the heavy work, the builder checks the watch on his wrist and is startled to realize how late it already was. Even though he's exhausted, he finally completes the installation of the large wood, burning stove to heat the isolated environment from the cold. Watching his little wolf sleep comfortably near the fire, the owner is very relieved to see his partner loves the new home. All that was left was to install the final equipment for the initial base to be fully ready and functional before the great collapse. Very excited about the rapid progress, the guy smiles and decides to pull an all-nighter, since he's come so far. On the morning news the next day, the anchor tensely reports on the dangerous trajectory of a mysterious asteroid in space. The space agency confirms that the gigantic rock named Unjambi has just entered the central area of the solar system. Experts continue to monitor its orbit with extreme attention to predict any imminent disaster. But Jupiter's massive gravity split the celestial body in two, completely messing up the astronomers' calculations. The head of the tracking department goes public to announce that the threat now consists of 2 large, separate meteors. Watching television in the living room, the cook's jaw drops as he discovers how the disaster was formed in the real world. The theory suggests that the first fragment fell into the ocean, hitting a Russian ship and generating a tsunami that devastated the port coast. From that beached ship, the dreaded horde of zombies began to spread freely, destroying the bustling streets of Korea. Sitting on the couch, the ex-player reflects that the game's initial story seemed weird, but now it all made perfect sense. The next news story reveals that the national leader has been completely locked in the official residence for a whole week. Opposition leaders release an aggressive statement demanding answers about the shootout and threatening to start hearings. With doomsday rumors boiling on social media, the guy understands why the president can't just show up now. He crosses his arms in relief, pointing out that at least the media pressure is making life difficult for the awakened criminals. Curious about the state of the virtual chaos, the tactician decides to check on the mood of the internet community at that moment. Opening his laptop next to his furry partner, he mutters about the idiots who were planning absurd heists using magic. Reading the forum crowded with news about zombies and flying people, the guy sighs heavily, confirming the world has gone completely mad. Swiftly navigating the pages, he finds some sharp theories about the future, but most of it was pure, nonsensical craziness. Suddenly, the hunter's eyes widen as he stumbles upon a completely unexpected detail in the midst of that flood of posts. An old topic was calling for server veterans, leaving him shocked to discover that this specific player was still active. That mysterious guy in the hat was very famous in the old community for always helping lost newbies with enormous patience. The warrior rests his chin on his hand, remembering the good times when they used to hunt and play together on old expeditions. The message revealed that his friend had built a large, fortified shelter and was waiting for the original team on a messaging app. Pondering the situation in his room, the guy thinks it's risky to get in touch now, but decides to favorite the link to that profile as a precaution. The dry click of the mouse saves the page to his favorites, keeping the valuable connection active in case he needs help in the future. Turning off the screen, the builder gets up determined, announcing that it's past time to finish the heavy work on his base for good. The next sunny morning, the ex-player stretches his body in front of the cave, complaining about the 2 full nights without sleep. Totally exhausted, he jokes that he would pass out right there on the grass if he made the huge mistake of closing his heavy eyes. However, admiring the impeccable structure of the fortified refuge he built with his own hands filled the guy with renewed energy. With a small, confident smile, the strategist announces that the main part of the long operation was about to truly begin. Walking down the underground corridor, the focus now was to perfectly connect the electricity from the solar panels to light up everything. The mission required converting currents and splitting multiple dense lines to ensure full compatibility of the appliances inside. Holding the end of the charging cable, he mentally pleads for the contraption to work perfectly on the first try. The device's screen glows with a green signal, making the guy celebrate out loud for his victory over the complicated local power system. With a quick flick, the ceiling lamp turns on, flooding the base with light and drawing a long sigh of immense relief from the worker. Celebrating like a madman, he throws his arms up, feeling a strong wave of dopamine rush through his veins from the successful mission. Calmly descending the small stairs, the survivor proudly declares that his new life in a magical world was already well underway. Opening the heavy security safe, he remembers that the deep excavation yielded much more than just easy, glowing stones. The bottom of the false floor also concealed a very rare magic ore known to be extremely harder and sharper than obsidian itself. But unfortunately, the large glowing emerald stone had no practical use for him during this initial survival phase. Closing the metal hideaway, the smith concludes that it's better to have and store the raw ore, leaving the lights to be set up later. Walking to the pantry, he mutters about organizing the food when his partner's desperate, barking echoes from outside. Startled by the animal's loud and aggressive tone, the owner turns his head, confused, calling out his beloved pup's name. Outside the fence, the little wolf snarls, hackles raised, and shows its tiny fangs, facing a grave threat that was roaming the forest. Wielding his combat knife, the warrior rushes to the base's door, asking what was happening so suddenly. Staring at the scene through the bars, the hunter freezes in place and curses under his breath upon realizing the huge disaster awaiting him in the woods. An entire pack of terrible dire wolves was gathered nearby, confirming the arrival of the dangerous beastly monsters in the region. Protecting his partner's back, the guy can't understand the main reason why beasts native to the mountains would come down to this lower part. Analyzing the leader's bloody and cruel snout, the young man strongly suspects that this pack was responsible for killing the pup's mother. With his nerves on edge, the master whispers only his brave companion's name, telling him to stay back and be ready. The absurd numerical disadvantage leaves the tactician completely frustrated, forcing the human to admit that the situation turned terrible in the blink of an eye. Being honest and calculating with himself, he is absolutely certain that he cannot defeat so many giant beasts in a head-on fight. Turning his back to grab a larger weapon meant being brutally torn to shreds in seconds, leaving the cornered hero with only one way out. It all starts with the MC quickly devising a plan, deciding to focus entirely on scaring off the alpha, so the rest of the pack will follow. Since these monsters are naturally cautious, he's very confident this tactic will work. Knowing the leader attacks first while the pack waits safely, he prepares the ground for the ambush. The hunter is betting on the fact that these beasts hate strong smells, and decides to use that as his main advantage. By sheer luck, he remembers he still has the pepper spray he used in the fight against the kobolds. Pulling the yellowkin from his belt, the guy focuses on landing a jet right in the giant enemy's face. The veteran is absolutely certain that, even if it's not lethal, the product would scare the smelly creatures away from the area. However, cold sweat drips down his face as he admits it would be the end of the line if the beast decided to charge. Facing the huge monster head-on, he urgently tries to find a way to paralyze the target to use the spray. Suddenly, a risky but brilliant idea crosses the tactician's mind, completely changing the course of events. Clenching his fist firmly, the ex-player pushes his doubts aside, since retreating now would cost him his own base. Taking action, the cook openly provokes the alpha wolf, calling the red beast to a fight once and for all. Furious with the human's audacity, the beastly creature takes off at high speed, tearing up the forest floor. The monster bares its giant fangs, ready to shred its prey in a brutal and relentless charge. Seizing the exact moment of the lethal pounce, the hunter maintains a cool posture, awaiting the enemy's approach. The terrifying beast leaps with all its might, aiming for the human, who remains rooted to the spot without showing a shred of fear. Focused on his own dangerous plan, the guy coolly calculates the remaining milliseconds to act. Commanding the magic portal to open right in the path of the leap makes the big wolf plummet straight into the blue-dimensional rift. Wasting no time, the tactician immediately closes the passage while already readying the yellow can in his gloved hands. As soon as the creature plummets back down from the top of the magic, the warrior fires a stinging jet right at its snout. The chemical impact hits squarely, making the beast thrash on the ground, cuffing desperately from the sharp sting. Knowing he can't give it an opening, the ex-player warns that the pain is just beginning and advances with his lethal blade. In a swift, surgical move, he sinks the knife into the immobilized monster's neck, sending blood gushing onto the grass. Terrified by the violent fall of their supreme leader, the other pack members turn tail and flee in terror. The cowardly pack disappears into the dense forest, abandoning the battle site without looking back once. Tired and panting, the victor sits on the ground, confessing he almost bought it this time, just as his partner appears. Petting the agitated little white wolf, the master calls the little guy a rascal, in a super friendly and cheerful tone. The small animal stares at the remains of the fallen beast, and the cook asks for patience, assuring him that things will get better. Vowing pure revenge for his cute partner, the MC guarantees he will still hunt down the rest of the murderous pack. After finishing the cleanup in the basement, the guy returns to the city, heading to the hardware store and the local pharmacy. Walking down the busy, hooded street, the guy grumbles with exhaustion from being awake for almost 70 straight hours. He admits he got very lucky in his defense, because if the attack had been from werewolves, his end would have been more than sealed. Waiting at a green light, the hunter acknowledges his own negligence in underestimating the real dangers of that place. The big mistake was only considering the immediate vicinity, and forgetting about the dangerous monster migrations on the map. Now the focus is to fly a lot with the drone to map everything, expand his magical domains, and heavily reinforce the shelter. Standing at the door of a shop, the builder focuses on the idea of digging a moat to ensure a second line of defense. Just then, a surprise call of his name cuts through the traffic noise, pulling the guy out of his tactical trance. Turning his head, a bit confused, he stops thinking about sensors and focuses on the person he just recognized on the sidewalk. Han Jun appears, big as ever, accompanied by a mysterious young woman, cheerfully asking what the guy was doing there. The MC replies that he just came to buy some everyday things, and the trainer immediately deduces they weren't weapons. With a quick laugh, the muscular friend clarifies that he's not out on the street looking for heavy weaponry either. Pointing to his elegant companion, the man explains that she was the one who insisted on looking for protective gear. Putting the pieces together in his head, the young man concludes that his partner intercepted the young woman wandering through the stores. Understanding the situation instantly, the cook realizes his friend just wanted to stop the girl from making some expensive mistake. Since the woman wouldn't accept his advice, the ex-player asks if the big guy showed her the basic rules of the apocalypse. With a slightly odd posture, the mysterious young woman just stares at the guy's face in dead silence. Suddenly pointing a finger in his face, she clicks her tongue, remembering that he's the owner of the famous eatery. Song Ho confirms his profession, a bit sheepishly, and she openly comments that the guy's aura has changed completely. Feeling she was too rude, the woman immediately apologizes and hands a nice business card to the young man. Very politely, she introduces herself as Su Yaon, while the guy formally reciprocates by stating his own name on the sidewalk. As he lowers his eyes to check the paper credentials, the cook gets a huge shock, his mouth falling open. In disbelief at the major discovery, the tactician finds out that his new acquaintance is actually an important hospital doctor. Without a second thought after realizing her profession, he immediately shares the vital tips about that game. Processing the absurd warnings, Su Yaon honestly admits that deep down, she was quite skeptical of the whole monster theory. However, she ends up accepting the harsh reality upon realizing that trying to explain magic with normal science was a huge waste of time. Satisfied with the doctor's quick understanding, the ex-player focuses his gaze and says he has a very important question. Being incredibly direct, he bluntly asks if the friendly doctor is actually a powerful awakened. Startled by the sudden question, she denies the rumor with a laugh, saying the tips just made a lot of sense. The trainer intervenes, all happy, praising the quick trust he felt in her, while the woman questions their attitude. Staring at the pair of survivors shrewdly, the observant Su Yaon asks if they both hide secrets different from others. Surprised by the young woman's quick mental agility, the MC's face hardens, understanding that she is incredibly smart. With a friendly smile on her tired face, the doctor gently extends her hand, asking the three of them to form a good friendship. In the tranquility of the next day at the hidden base, the guy works with concentration, firmly attaching a new steel blade to a handle. Admiring the newly crafted, lethal heavy spear, the smith proudly smiles, affirming that his basic armament was 100% ready. Very focused on the deadly objective of the afternoon, he calls his furry companion, who responds with an excited bark. Crouching down to give the wolf his daily petting, the master confidently assures him that the day of vengeance has finally arrived. He explains that even though it's retaliation, eliminating the disgusting pack is an absolute necessity to protect the boundaries of their own hideout. Fully equipped in his dark armor from head to toe, the warrior demands that the pup pull his own weight in this official hunt. Arriving stealthily in the tall grass, the duo finds the enemy pack resting, and the tactician finds it strange that only 4 of them are left. Looking carefully through his binoculars, he quickly confirms the wonderful absence of the imposing red beast among the group. A strong suspicion takes over the archer's mind, suspecting that another famous neighbor did the dirty work in the magic forest. The memory of the terrible old bear feasting on the creature flashes before his eyes, proving that the valley's natural balance punishes any invader. Focused on the pathetic survivors, the ex-player declares that a wild group without its king becomes absurdly easy prey to be taken down. Without strategic leadership, these feared monsters lose all combat organization and run in random directions without thinking. Taking advantage of the monumental opening, the assassin throws his body forward and hurls the lethal spear directly at the distracted beast at the base of the cliff. With the pinpoint impact, he pulls the heavy rope and traps the desperate beast in a huge, hanging hunting net. The captured beast starts to whimper, struggling in the ropes, and the hunter tries to calm the agitated creature. Without hesitation, he announces he will quickly end the prey's suffering and sinks his spear to secure the kill. Just then, 2 other pack members appear, growling menacingly from the thick undergrowth. The ex-player doesn't waste a single second and immediately charges forward with his heavy weapon in hand. Furious with the aggressive provocation, the beasts gnash their teeth and launch a coordinated group attack. One of the creatures leaps fiercely, trying to bite the human, but the warrior slides, dodging the heavy attack. Taking advantage of the perfect opening in the beast's defense, he throws a blinding powder right in the monster's face. While the first enemy suffers, blinded, the hunter spins his body, landing a violent blow on the second, focused target. With a super fast move, the tactician delivers a brutal shock to the beast, completely neutralizing the threat. However, the last swift pack member charges by surprise, aiming directly for the invader's neck. Right at that moment, the brave Dingo jumps, sinking his teeth into the attacker, and his owner praises him, assuring him he'll take care of the rest. Stepping on the defeated body of the filthy beast, he takes a deep breath and declares that from now on, it's just a matter of finishing the job. The young hunter's aggressive posture remains relentless in the face of the carnage, totally focused on annihilating the rest. The system soon beeps, confirming his victory and his rise to level 5, leaving the guy confused by the new effects. Reading the magic notifications, the warrior is astonished to discover that his dimensional rift has gained powers of transparency and visual projection. Wanting to test the new ability immediately, he extends his hand firmly, ordering the door to open right there in the dirty forest. The guy's jaw drops, amazed by the impressive result of the system's technology. Through the shimmering vortex of magic, the builder can perfectly see the interior of his own base in the modern world. Super excited about the stealth possibilities, the guy deduces that the invisible mode must also be working just fine. He cheers, calling the new feature pure insanity, as it solves his biggest fear of having his base invaded by other monsters using the magic entrance. Pondering his current progress, the ex-player reflects on whether this absurd improvement means even more insane effects might appear in the end. Stroking his chin, he admits to having ignored experience gained before, pointing out that now it's vital to hunt down all the dangerous events on that server. But the hunter's expression quickly changes, adopting a serious posture as he remembers the mountain of pending work for today. Staring at the rotten carnage scattered on the grass next to his white pup, the owner grumbles that the first and boring mission is to dig holes in the ground. Time flies, marking exactly 2 days after that tense extermination of the beasts, a period in which the MC worked like a condemned man. Focusing entirely on tactical security, he launched his beloved drone to redo the entire cartographic analysis of that restricted area. Calmly monitoring the control screen, the meticulous aerial scan revealed that there were only common little creatures nearby. The tactician sighed deeply with relief in front of the panel, confirming that the lethal danger had been banished from his large green backyard. The only major problem discovered by the cameras was an immense green tribe in the distance, forcing the human to avoid that den out of sheer caution. Holding a heavy chainsaw and with his little wolf by his side, the young lumberjack gains total confidence in the area and calls for the start of construction. The aggressive work consisted of clearing dozens of raw trees and bushes to perfectly flatten the entire mountain terrain. With the faithful company of his little white dog, he set up a huge circular perimeter of 30 meters, crossing stakes all around. Analyzing the flat area of land, the strategist declares that erecting double fences and digging a wide moat there would create an impassable barrier. Throughout all this hard grind, he used the new power of the magic rift as an invisible window to watch the tragic news of the modern world. Interspersed with his harsh real life, the cook spent his savings at a distant depot to secure the mountain of essential cement for his base. Next, the guy raided a gigantic professional tool store, aiming to brutally increase the efficiency of his many heavy projects. Totally stealthy on his way back home, he acted like a spy, taking several clear photos of the criminal activities of the gang of ill-intentioned guys. Thinking about the huge defensive moat, the brilliant guy rented an excavator and a motorcycle to get a head start on the immense load of manual labor. In his home lab, the cute magic froggy filled tubes with pure paralyzing toxin, creating a lethal stock for the archer's arrows against abominations. Sitting exhausted in front of the monitor in his room, the veteran is floored, muttering that this bizarre new development had to be a huge lie. The illuminated forum page displayed the shocking headline confirming that a mysterious squad had recruited that famous survivor from the old era. The tactician's eyes widen in disbelief, staring at the virtual bombshell, quickly recalling the cloaked figure of his old, calm partner in crime. This digital bombshell made the guy directly connect the absurd military facts, associating his partner's help with the recent, hushed-up conflicts on the street. With his eyes fixed on the photo of the isolated palace, the hero tensely questions if the president's entire suspicious isolation was connected to this secret move. Reflecting on his old mental theory, Song-ho is certain that a coveted and wise veteran would never sell essential tips to the government for free. In the cold view of the experienced hunter, that old item-obsessed collector would demand the construction of a gigantic vault in the country in exchange for his great silence. Visualizing the board of the tragedy, the logic of seeking total protection dictated that his ex-partner would ally with the top of the immense chain of command without batting an eye. Sitting exhausted at the glowing table, the guy delves deeper into the tremendous dilemma, suspecting that the cursed guild was using the weight of the OG player to deceive the people. Completely fed up with frying his brain over dirty schemes, the warrior massages his own bangs, decreeing that stalling like this wouldn't bring the right answers. Gritting his jaw in anger, the tactician swears to himself that if the true master was on the rotten side, his peaceful life path would have to change immediately. Determined to dig deep into this messed-up situation, the young man puts on his beloved virtual immersion goggles, perfectly adjusting the nice disguise on his face. To avoid getting caught easily, he quickly typed, forging all the digital identities that would keep his route camouflaged from major investigations online. Using the anonymous chat of the famous internet group, the curious guy sent a quick invitation, calling the shameless leader for a chat in the virtual system. The acceptance notification flashes, prompting the investigator to provide a nice, isolated address in the catacombs of the defunct game, before the person vanished from the map. Reading the bizarre speed of the replies on the full screen, the guy lets out a laugh, questioning if the great online criminal was just an unemployed man. Pressing the final connection shortcut on the thick table, he steadies his wrist, prepared to unmask the cowardly jerk's terrible lie without any spoken hesitation. His room darkens as the long download transfers the lonely veteran's great mind to the bright servers of the famous, clean, and isolated game room. On the synthetic checkered floor, his comical duck avatar coldly greets the hatted contact who was waiting there with a very suspicious posture. Placing the avatar's palm on his digital body, the mobster grumbles with great disappointment, strongly criticizing the immense initial mystery about the secret meeting. The irritated faction spokesman attacks, saying the giant yellow caution wouldn't lead anywhere, offended by talking to a big, mute duck on a global topic. Letting out a long, purely audible scoff in the system, the snobbish character tests if the invading visitor could really handle the pressure imposed at the end of the world. Ignoring the clear venom spoken by the dirty rat, the silent investigator raises his short fingers on the screen, challenging his deep knowledge of the erased legends. With a swift keyboard command, the hero throws a terrifying blue werewolf into the center, demanding with pure mathematical precision the meters of the creature's incredible deadly leap. Maintaining a firm attack under tremendous pressure, the huge image of a furry monster fills everything, forcing the fancy man to bellow the obvious fatal answer in the light. The brutal, lethal proof displays the rotten faces of the worst invaders of the infernal horde, forcing the scummy-suited man to give the correct and disgusting evolutionary lesson on those beasts. Launching the heavy trap of the rare catastrophe bonuses, Song-ho's sharp mind tries to corner him, but here's the good old cynical excuse of the old game cheaters. Letting out a good laugh of pure false relief, The relaxed hacker acknowledges the very high value of that cute avatar, proving the cruel old roots of the digital contact. Getting straight to the dirty point of the huge cyber forum, the real veteran plays his checkmate, demanding the supposed majestic appearance of the original hero to sign his contract there. The big liar sweats nervously at the interface, freezing as he tries to invent an excellent, cheap excuse for not summoning the huge and legendary Supreme Ghost at the appointed time. The deceitful fake man tries to deflect his pure shame by abruptly changing the subject, making the cook curse the tremendous, bizarre insanity right there. Quickly grabbing his immense modern goggles in his stuffy room, the guy's tactical genius understands the shameless hacker maneuver, prolonging the foolish online lie. His startled eye widens in a great snap of pure lethal genius as the lonely hunter processes the true funereal intentions of the rotten guild's invasion. His face hardening into a laugh at the deadly game, the bandit disappears into the zeros and ones of the air, fully confirming the cunning tracking trick hidden by his data network. Scenes later, in a gigantic operational center, the real criminal removes his powerful digital goggles and hears the warm congratulations for the grand final entrapment. It all starts with the man in the suit ordering his goons to immediately block the door of the LAN cafe. The attendant at the counter tries to tell them that payment for the time is made there, but the intruder cuts him off instantly. Grabbing a customer's arm, the man in the suit says they are only there to find a specific person. Using his magical power, the bandit hypnotizes the young woman with his glowing eyes, demanding the victim's full cooperation. Watching everything from his computer, Song-ho realizes the invader is a mind controller and decides to act as quickly as possible. Focused on escaping, the guy understands he'll become a mere puppet in that man's hands if he gets caught there. Rushing to the establishment's bathroom, the cook summons his dimensional passage on the spot. Just then, one of the goons approaches another customer in the main area, thinking he has finally found the mysterious target. The leader uses brainwashing to confirm the guy's identity, but the young man denies being the wanted veteran. Clicking his tongue in frustration, the villain concludes that the only place left to check is the bathroom. Standing in front of the urinals, the leader greets the empty space, feigning great friendliness towards his old gaming partner. Opening the door of one of the stalls, the criminal ironically asks if the target has some kind of invisibility skill. The bandit turns on the sink's faucet, filling a bucket with water, assuring him he's dealt with this kind of power before. With a quick motion, the man throws the water across the bathroom floor, aiming to reveal the stealthy hunter's footsteps. However, Song-ho sighs with complete relief for having flattened his magic portal flush against the wall before the guy came in. The man in the suit bumps into the invisible barrier, creating a shock, and our hero breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he was almost discovered. Turning his back to the wall, the criminal uses his radio communicator, concluding that the target isn't using stealth. The leader wrongly deduces that the veteran focuses on swift movement and orders his goons to search the entire area. Totally obsessed, the mobster promises any cash reward to whoever brings the target in alive. Inside the magical rift, the ex-player thanks the jerk named My Dream for showing his true colors. The cook admits he was hesitating a bit on how to act, but his doubts have completely vanished now. Sneaking out of the invisible hideout, the guy announces he's going to follow only his own rules from now on. Putting on his large motorcycle helmet, the hunter promises to fight fire without a shred of mercy. The man in the suit continues to ponder alone which of the old veterans that mysterious man could be. The bandit's mind tries to calculate if that supposed movement ability has any obvious weaknesses. Soon, the sudden sound of the water puddle moving breaks the villain's train of thought in the bathroom. Appearing like a ghost right behind the criminal, the hooded figure gives a simple, hello. Carrying his heavy weapon, the leader is terrified and spins around in fear just as the club comes down, tearing through the air. The violent impact of the club hits the target's head squarely, sending the traitor's blood flying. Thrown far by the brute force of the blow, the mobster understands through the pain that this was the one he was looking for. Pinning the traitor against the stall door, the masked man fiercely demands who gave him permission to turn his face. Keeping his weight on the injured enemy, the guy asks in a cold tone what it feels like to be poisoned. Agonizing with the toxin running through his veins, the man in the suit clutches his dizzy head, begging his rival to shut up. Pulling the sharp hunting knife from his belt, the hero declares that the apocalypse and the tutorial haven't even really started yet. The tactician remembers very well that the system's punishment for committing murder is still completely disabled. Bringing the lethal blade close to the jerk's face, the hunter warns that he won't suffer any penalty if he takes him out right there. In a desperate act of defense, the bandit tries to use his mental powers to lock the adversary's armed arm. Lying pathetically on the bathroom floor, the criminal discovers firsthand that he can't move his own body. Stepping on the human trash's back, The ex-player scoffs that now the rich guy looks just like a monster ready to be looted. Completely humiliated and with no way out, the guild leader curses the MC, gritting his teeth in pure rage. The hero warns that this is the fair price to pay for trying to deceive and enslave a veteran survivor. Promising not to go easy on him in their next encounter, the cook disappears into the magical rift, leaving the mobster behind. Safe on the other side of the world, the guy explains that he fled home and jumped through the portal before the goons arrived. Checking the stolen items on the base's table, the guy discovers the jerk's name is Kwon-kyung Jun. The document reveals that the scumbag owns a golf club, has 3 luxurious bunkers, and a long list of lovers. Analyzing the data, the tactician deduces that the villain gains better powers by playing more and was testing his mind control. Tossing the cell phone onto the wooden table, the guy states that this is the only useful information for now. However, his brilliant mind knows that just having playtime doesn't guarantee invincible abilities in real life. Since the system's goal is to survive, the strategist understands that the veteran's traits function like cheats. Holding the heavy pistol in his hands, he decides to treat this theory as true until he runs into other players. With the real apocalypse knocking at the door, the ex-player focuses on getting used to his new firearms. The warrior notices that the simple fact of having his powers awakened already incredibly boosts his physical attributes. Firing at the wooden targets in the green forest, his aim proves to be absurdly sharp and lethal. All that recent intense training was yielding great practical results, leaving the shooter very satisfied. Suddenly, the sharp sound of notifications going off draws the guy's attention to the glowing portal. Sticking his head through the magical rift, the cook tries to understand why his cell phone is buzzing non-stop back on Earth. The desperate headlines report the surprise appearance of dozens of dangerous goblins in the Gyasan region. Staring into the void of his dark room, the hero realizes with tension that the long-awaited second omen has just begun. The roads in that mountainous area were engulfed in pure magical darkness, causing great chaos for drivers. Checking the car's clock on the way, the MC curses in irritation upon seeing that time was very tight. Driving with focus on the empty highway, the hunter thinks it's a huge stroke of bad luck that the invasion happened in Gyasan. Reading the scared reports on social media, he confirms that the horde's last location was at the large reservoir. With no time to lose, the ex-player floors it, driving up the dark mountain pass at a very high speed. Getting as close as possible, the guy abandons his car on the side of the road and decides to proceed on foot. Already walking through the dense woods, the owner informs his little wolf that the hunting season for green goblins is open. The tactician had 2 reasons for rushing so much, the first being that the police would soon seal off the area. The second reason was the strong certainty that those weak monsters were setting up a camp for the race's chieftains. Running along the uneven dirt trail, the dynamic duo sniffs for any small sign of danger in the night's darkness. The warrior asks if his furry partner has picked up the rotten stench of the targets, and the animal responds with an excited bark. The white pup's keen nose begins to track the air with great concentration, looking for the right direction. Dashing ahead very energetically, the little dingo proves that his valuable scent training was not in vain. Keeping up with the creature's fast pace, the human climbs the steep terrain, slipping a little on the wet leaves. Placing his hands on the large, mossy rock, the invader tries to climb the embankment stealthily to avoid attention. Peeking just his eyes over the blocking rock, the guy lets out a frustrated murmur at the difficulty of access. Staring at the little dog below, the master asks in a tired tone if there wasn't an easier way to get up there. Arriving stealthily at the top, the hunter observes the macabre scene of fallen police officers in the woods and curses the terrible situation. Keeping his cool in the face of chaos, the ex-player quickly kneels to check the pulse on one of the officers' necks. A great sense of relief washes over the guy as he confirms that the injured men were still breathing. Analyzing the absence of serious injuries, he concludes that the victims were only paralyzed by poisonous toxins. However, the empty belt catches his attention, making the tactician question who would have stolen the weapon during that attack. Leaning the man against the grass, the cook deduces that they should wake up fine after a good rest. With that settled, the warrior focuses on the next step and decides to investigate the carcasses of the small monsters up close. Staring at the perfectly embedded marks on the green skin, he confirms that the police fired a lot at the creatures. Crouching in the dirty undergrowth, the investigator finds it completely nonsensical for someone to steal weapons in the middle of that mess. But suddenly, the pieces fall into place in his brilliant mind, leaving the veteran completely shocked by his own theory. The hero's eyes widen as he considers that the rare appearance of a golden goblin might have occurred in the middle of that pack. With this great possibility in mind, he gets up, determined not to let such a valuable prize slip away. Without hesitation, the guy picks up the injured officer's abandoned cell phone to call for rescue immediately. He sends a quick message with the exact coordinates of the location to prevent those men from rotting there alone. Checking the news about monsters going viral on social media, Ho realizes he has started a race against time. Running through the darkness of the woods, the hunter fully trusts his furry companion's sense of smell to speed things up. In another part of the forest, a strong metal shield hits a goblin's face with extreme violence. The muscular guy laughs sadistically as he crushes the small, fallen monster with his new equipment. The other goon in the guild backs away, scared of the horde, and asks the chief if they are doing the right thing. Annoyed with his frontline duty, the leader grumbles about having to play the tank without being fully awakened. The man in the suit reveals that his telekinesis magic still takes a good while to be cast on the battlefield. Despite complaining, the villain lifts several heavy rocks with the power of his mind and tells his partners to relax. The floating debris is mercilessly hurled at the beast, with the leader guaranteeing the group's cover. Slicing another disgusting creature with his sword, the shield-wielding warrior asks if the rest of the squad is on its way. The chief confirms that the crew has arrived on the mountain, but is struggling a lot to climb the difficult terrain. Seeing the situation tighten, the smaller member despairs, questioning if they shouldn't flee too. The brute refuses to flee, seeing a golden opportunity, since those monsters were just like the ones in the game. Slashing a leaping goblin's belly, he celebrates the lack of poison darts and spears in the horde's hands. The telekinetic mage agrees with the advantage, ordering his ally to continue the massacre without worrying about the rest. The shield-bearer guarantees that clearing that area and hunting the hobgoblin troop will bring an absurd benefit to the guild. Demanding full focus, the leader tells the group to stop whining and pay more attention to the night combat. Out of nowhere, a rough stone flies from the shadows and hits the man in the suit squarely in the head with great force. The chief falls to his knees, dazed, and the shield-bearer despairs, noticing that even a weak goblin has learned to counterattack. With no time to help the mage, the criminal team finds itself completely cornered by the green pack in the woods. Pressured by the shrill roars, the big guy raises his metal, struggling to contain the aggressive charge. One of the abominations ignores the defense and leaps lethally, aiming for the cornered man's exposed flesh. Immediately, a swift arrow zips through the dark and pierces the flying monster's skull in a perfect shot. The creature falls dead to the ground, leaving the big bandit completely confused by the unexpected help. Looking all around, the criminal desperately tries to find the origin of those mysterious shots. Hiding with his crossbow loaded, Ho reflects on whether it was worth getting involved, given his own problems. However, the vigilant accepts his action, understanding that he paid a fair price for that useful information. Observing the failing group, he mentally thanks them for discovering that non-awakened humans struggle to climb. This major weakness left the path completely free for him to hunt the abominations that fled the confrontation. Needing pure agility from now on, the tactician opens a can of a special energy drink from his inventory. With his face shielded, the hero feels his vigor rise and prepares to put his trap into practice. Putting the plan into action, the hunter slashes the nape of a green goblin to draw the ire of the entire small squad. The creature turns its head furiously, and the human's idea is to guide all these angry monsters straight into the magic. Taking advantage of the chase, the archer loads his crossbow and hits another agile enemy in the chest with a bolt. The creature lets out a sharp cry of agony, proving that the objective was precisely to injure them to call their boss. Retreating tactically, the ex-player summons his dimensional rift, using the magical structure as a large wall. The strategist pulls his own arrows from the dead monster's body through the portal to erase the visual evidence. Attracted by the pack's confusion, the enormous hobgoblin appears in the area, showing its frighteningly sharp perception. The orange beast coldly stares at the carcasses of its subordinates lying in the dark mountain woods. Furious about the loss in his pack, the huge monster shouts aggressive orders, telling the rest of the troop to act quickly. Trembling in fear of their commander, the surviving goblins scatter tensely across the uneven terrain. The immense hobgoblin turns its head toward the trap, and the human predicts that this lethal target will attack him soon. Hidden by invisibility, the tactician draws his sword, attacking by surprise to decapitate two enemies at once. Approving the perfect massacre, he calmly prepares, waiting for the real threat to make its big move. But the warrior narrows his eyes behind his visor, sensing that something bizarre was happening up ahead. Completely surprised, the guy watches the commander shoving his lackey and finds it strange that the creatures are fighting. Using his subordinate as a distraction, the leader smashes the magical wall, forcing the hunter into a direct fight. The gigantic hobgoblin leaps with its club, and the cook blocks the deadly attack, thinking its strength is insane. Reacting on pure instinct, the human slashes the beast's belly, vowing not to back down so easily. The heavy impact pushes the hero violently, throwing his back hard against a tree. Sliding down the trunk, the guy gives a faint laugh, feeling a great physical pain crushing his muscles. The creature walks relentlessly, holding its dirty weapon, while the warrior tries to fight off the terrible blackout. In a brutal move to crush the human prey, the commander brings his club down, creating a gigantic red trail. With his life dropping drastically, the survival system activates on its own, and the guy's eyes glow pure gold. The monstrous beast's eyes widen in shock as its finishing move is blocked by the injured enemy's incredible aura. Bathed in vital energy, Song-ho explodes in a great, swift charge, leaving only a golden streak behind. With a cold assassin's gaze, the archer points his thick shotgun directly at the unsuspecting targets. The shot obliterates the small lackey's chest, sending fluids flying, and the ex-player immediately demands the magic portal to open. Storing his prize in the luminous passage, the survivor proudly declares that the first stage of the loot was a success. A new roar tears through the woods, catching the hero's attention, who already cocks his weapon to receive the new hobgoblin. With no patience for more delays, the masked man riddles the large yellow target's chest in a flash. The large yellow monster staggers in the middle of the forest, letting out a groan of pure pain as it clutches its wounded chest. Maintaining a cold posture, the hunter scoffs, asking if the creature really thought it would win just because it landed a single hit on him earlier. Announcing it was now his turn to attack, the masked man charges forward at high speed, bathed in an intense aura of blue energy. The beast's red eye widens in absolute terror at the brutal charge approaching. The system soon beeps, confirming level 6 and a new ability, making the ex-player sigh with relief that the confrontation is finally over. Reading the magic screen about terrain sense, the guy celebrates, knowing this visual advantage will be a huge help in this initial survival phase. He also picks up a nice pair of dexterity gloves from the ground, but suddenly, a loud alarm cuts through the silence of the woods. The archer looks over his shoulder upon hearing the search team approaching and wonders if they've already reached that part of the mountain. Without wasting another second, the guy extends his hand hastily, ordering the immediate opening of his dimensional rift. Crossing the luminous portal with his items, he decides the best option is to stay hidden in the base until the police sweep is over. The next day, the warrior wakes up in his bed, all bandaged, and lets out a groan of pain while his little white wolf keeps him company. Glancing at his wristwatch, the guy is impressed to realize he simply passed out and slept for a whole day. Petting Dingo, the tactician decides he needs to avoid activating that survival instinct as much as possible, unless it's an extreme emergency. Getting out of bed with his whole body etching, the cook informs his partner that they will check all the loot from the previous night before heading out. Analyzing the weapons on the table, the hero praises the new revolver but soon notices that the prize from the golden goblin was on another level. The grand reward was a rare, indestructible mithril knife, leaving the guy relieved to have a weapon immune to the metallic plague. Holding the blade firmly, he finds it strange that such a weak little monster was carrying a magic item that would be extremely expensive in the system shop. Examining the metal up close, the archer notices the equipment surface is very uneven and poorly finished. A quick spark ignites in the guy's brilliant mind, making his eyes widen as he notices a small detail about the item. The warrior questions if the beasts from the other world had metallurgy, since their low level of civilization made that completely impossible. Pondering, the strategist even considers if the little monsters underwent some kind of bizarre mutation to be able to forge weapons. However, the hunter soon shakes his head, dismissing the theory, thinking that would be stretching it too far for simple goblins. Storing the knife in his heavy backpack, the ex-player decides to investigate this mystery later and focuses on checking the rest of the loot. Pulling a bunch of glowing purple grapes from his bag, the hero celebrates excitedly for having hit the jackpot. Consuming that magic fruit enhanced night vision, perfectly explaining why the diurnal creatures were hunting in the dark. Finally, the MC opens his stat screen to check the final results of the great night of battle. Watching the blue numbers increase, the cook notes with great joy that his physical evolution here is much faster than in the game. With the inventory check complete, the tactician stretches and commands the opening of the dimensional rift to get back to his routine. As soon as he steps into the green forest, his cell phone gets a signal again, and the guy is startled by the absurd number of messages coming in at once. Reading the urgent notifications from the trainer and the doctor on the screen, the loner ironically asks if he's ever been this popular in his life. Putting the device in his pocket, the adventurer deduces that the best option for now is to stop by his friend's gym. The sun shines brightly, reflecting off the large glass windows of the sports center on the quiet street. Entering through the establishment's door, the guy waves friendly, announcing his arrival to the big man. The trainer rushes towards him, apologizing and stating he was very worried about his disappearance. Noticing new people there, the newcomer asks who they are, and his partner introduces the members of his guild. A guy named Kong Hoon greets the newbie along with the friendly Bo Ray, while Seong Ho politely introduces himself to the pair. Realizing someone is missing, the MC asks the big guy, who explains that the other member went to a camping store. The girl in the group smiles excitedly, asking if there really was a store with that useful equipment in the neighborhood. The bodybuilder praises the neighbor's store and quickly changes the subject, asking if the ex-player saw the news about the bizarre shootout in the woods. With a serious expression, the tactician confirms he spent the whole day checking the major internet forums to get up to date. The medical examiner, who dissected the small green monster captured on the mountain, went straight to the media to tell the population to prepare for the end. At the same time, the country's president convened a tense national security meeting with state leaders to try to contain the severe damage. The authorities announced they would focus entirely on tracking the game's creator and listening to demands of the powerful awakened from then on. Now settled on the gym's crutches, the hunter crosses his arms, asking what that amateur squad intended to do now. The buff leader praises the guy's knowledge and tries to ask for some good advice, but the guy cuts his partner off, refusing to help on the spot. The ex-player reminds him that he already warned them before that facing those green creatures yields only a few miserable points. Reinforcing the warning, he points out that even taking out one creature barely raises your level, so the best thing is to just stock up on food and hide. Visibly annoyed by the newcomer's tips, the so-called Kyung-hoon interrupts the conversation, stating that it's completely wrong. The guy asks if he used to play the old game, and the cook lies that he just read about it online, making the man in the suit point his finger immediately. Displaying a totally snobbish attitude, the newbie warns that blindly trusting tips from digital communities is a fatal mistake in the apocalypse. Drawing the spotlight to himself, the man reveals he spent a good amount of time studying how the lethal zombie spores really work. The girl in the group gets interested, wanting to know the rule of infection, and the guy explains that just being in contact with an awakened is enough to be safe. Standing up in front of everyone, the show-off arrogantly asks the real reason he gained those magic powers. The obvious answer, according to the guy, is that just by having played the game in the past, he made direct contact with the central system. Following this same logic, the newbie declares that normal people will become immune simply by hanging around him. Selling his own flawed security, the man asks them to trust only him, but Song Ho raises his hand to ask an ironic question. Being incisive, the MC prods the girl in the group, asking if she's finding this end of the world tutorial very difficult. The bodybuilder steps in front, guaranteeing he will protect the entire team, while the archer curses the stupidity of that deluded newbie. In the tactician's sharp mind, the guy's theory even made a little sense, but there was no real proof of immunity to the fungal spores. Sighing with his head down, the experienced hunter accepts that this amateur guild is already on a path of no return to disaster. Tired of hearing so much dangerous nonsense, the veteran gets up from the couch to leave, making his buff friend ask why he's in such a hurry. Trying to keep the team together, the guild leader friendly asks the guy to stay with them a little longer. The ex-player makes up an excuse that he has many commitments, perfectly understanding that his friend also didn't trust that arrogant newbie in the room. Walking through the streets, the guy plans to review all the collection points he still needs to raid before the terrible rust plague arrives. As he approaches his own street, the guy is surprised to bump into Dr. Su Yan patiently waiting in front of his house. The doctor approaches him friendly, announcing she came to deliver a small gift and asking if he had a free minute. Extending both hands, she gives him a valuable first aid kit filled with antibiotics and strong prescription painkillers. Wary of the item's rarity, he asks if she won't miss it, but the woman assures him with a smile that they can always get more later. Explaining the package, she reveals she wrote down her detailed address on a small piece of paper inside, making the warrior very curious about her gesture. Winking charmingly, the doctor jokes about trading favors and argues that it's good for them to know where the other lives in the apocalypse. Adjusting her bag on her shoulder, she says goodbye, announcing she still needs to stop by the director's house, and the guy wishes his ally a safe return. The MC watches the woman's silhouette calmly walking away down the residential neighborhood sidewalk, illuminated by the late afternoon sun. Before disappearing from view, Su Yeon turns her head and winks again, cheerfully demanding that he keep his promise and not lose that address. With a slight smile on his face, the ex-player looks at the empty street and concludes that this doctor has the strong energy of a great storm. After this intense and quick-second encounter with the intelligent doctor, the days began to fly by as the survivor bought the rest of his items. It all starts with the MC focusing entirely on building and stocking the warehouse at his secret base in the other world. Taking advantage of the rented excavator, he spends all his free time digging a huge protective moat around the property. While the guy works hard, the world outside plunges into absolute chaos with violent protests in the streets. On television, skeptics and fatalists spend the entire day arguing without getting anywhere. The news constantly warns about emergency meetings at the UN and the urgent visit of the American president to Korea. Reading the red warning screens, the space agency realizes with alarm that the original predictions were very wrong. The media announces that the 2 huge pieces of the meteor are heading straight for Earth. Just 4 full days pass in the blink of an eye, and the birds fly calmly over the coast. The player observes the city from above, focused on the Gamshian port where the final omen will unfold. After confirming there's no one in the port area, the guy enters an abandoned building to prepare. The reason he was risking his own neck in the midst of zombies was very simple, opening the magic rift right after. The archer's main goal is to loot all the additional firearms trapped inside the Russian ship. However, the great danger is that the zombie spores travel through the air and can pass through almost anything. With this deadly plague spreading, it's practically impossible for a normal person not to be infected. Pondering in the rubble, Song Ho reflects that for someone without a family like him, turning into a zombie in a few days doesn't make much difference. Of course, the cook had the option to simply flee through the portal and live safely in the other world with his partner. But he questions what the point would be of living as an isolated human being like that forever. Staring at the inflatable boat full of equipment, the guy confirms he is 100% prepared for the mission. Being realistic, he says he doesn't want to meet his end and just chose a different path focused on high rewards. With a slight smirk, the adventurer jokes that risking everything is the true essence of being alive. Reading the system updates on his phone, he notices that the zombie's strength has decreased and the ways to earn points have changed. Shocked by the notices, the tactician realizes the system changed the rules right at the time of the meteor's arrival. The hero's eyes widen as he declares that the apocalypse has finally begun, only to be cut off by a loud noise. The device's screen beeps desperately with the government's emergency alert announcing the tsunami on the coast. Immediately, the entire city's warning sirens begin to blare deafeningly. The sharp sound scares the seagulls, which quickly flee the port, announcing that the worst is about to happen. At the docks, the seawater recedes violently, drying up the bottom and signaling that the giant impact is coming. A monumental dark wave appears on the horizon, covering the landscape and advancing mercilessly towards the city. The monstrous tsunami easily swallows the waterfront buildings, destroying everything in its path with an absurd roar. To everyone's surprise, the immense Russian military ship appears, being dragged like a toy by the lethal wave. Watching the colossal freighter invade the streets, destroying everything, the guy curses in terror at the impact. The guy confesses he'd much rather trade blows with zombies and monsters than face that. Using binoculars from the window, the archer spies on the beach ship in the midst of the devastating flood. The tactician trembles nervously, admitting that natural disasters make any human feel useless. Trying to push away his fear, the cook tells himself he needs to focus and start moving fast. Putting on his sturdy tactical armor, he mentally prepares to face the worst-case scenario. With great physical strength, the player pushes the inflatable boat down the access ramp of the flooded building. The adventurer jumps from above, landing directly in the city's dark water to reach the military ship. The small vessel hits the current, splashing water, but the explorer remains totally firm at the controls. Pulling the motor's cord with force, he notes with relief that the initial plan is working out very well. With his helmet on, the guy takes a deep breath, focused on finishing the entire raid before the government shows up. Speeding towards the ship covered in green slime, he concludes that the awakened are indeed immune to zombies. Checking his own gloved hand, the hero is happy not to be feeling any disgusting symptoms from the spores. Seeing the bright side of the situation, the invader climbs the freighter's metal stairs, announcing he's going to act quickly. Stepping onto the wet deck, the human comes face to face with 2 zombie sailors who start to roar with hunger. Without showing any fear, the invader smirks ironically, welcoming his old, departed enemies. Wielding his heavy steel club and shield, he mockingly asks if the creatures have been well. The tactician recalls that the zombies in this universe don't follow the classic rule of spreading a virus through bites. In fact, these creatures see anything living as prey to absorb nutrients and get stronger. Before the creature can advance, the warrior lands a lethal blow to the zombie's face, telling it not to show its teeth. Using his body's agility, the invader swings the iron club in a circular attack, hitting the pair at once. The brutal impact crushes the abomination's skulls, creating a trail of blue energy across the metal deck. Staring at the remains on the floor, the guy is very confused, asking if the system weakened the creatures too much. Reading the score screen, he comments that he used to need several hits to take down just one of these. Even though he finds it too easy, the veteran tightens his grip on the weapon, assuring himself he won't let his guard down like he did with the orc. Walking through the damp corridors, the guy reinforces that a true hunter can't make the same foolish mistake twice. However, the vigilant lets out a sigh of pure surprise as he turns the corner of the dark ship. The hero comes face to face with a huge horde of infected sailors wandering freely through the narrow passage. Noticing the creature's attention, The invader decides it's the perfect moment to clear the path by force. Advancing relentlessly, the archer dishes out heavy blows on the zombies as the points rack up on the screen. In the middle of the brawl, the loud bang of a revolver shot echoes through the corridors, catching the hero's attention. Shocked by the sound, the guy's eyes widen as he realizes there's still someone alive inside the cabin. Pushing the zombies back with his shield, the tactician deduces that a normal person is managing to resist the deadly dust. Wanting to urgently confirm his theory, the warrior dashes towards the dark room, ready to rescue the survivors. But the invader curses in frustration upon seeing the bloody scene, realizing he arrived too late to help. The pool of blood stains the beds, revealing the sad, tragic end of the woman and the shot blonde sailor. Kneeling beside the fallen man, the cook closes the deceased's eyes, confessing that this won't bring any comfort. Grabbing the green crate and the military weapon, the looter thanks the deceased for his help before turning his back. Leaving the funereal cabin behind, the guy walks down the metal corridor with a very serious expression. Seen from above, the explorer leaves the danger zone, taking exactly what he had planned to steal from the beginning. Stepping onto solid ground, the player accepts the bitter fact that cruel scenes like this will be very common in the apocalypse. In an agile and precise leap, the archer lands back in his small inflatable boat, ready to leave. Starting the boat's engine, the survivor swears he won't hesitate to even take out humans if it means saving his own skin. Speeding through the dark water, the guy finds it very strange to see another boat coming from the opposite direction of the ship. Soon from above, crossing paths, the tactician thinks it's absolutely crazy that there are other people as nuts about looting as he is there. It all kicks off with our main character watching the others from a distance, deciding to treat the whole mess at sea as nothing more than a training run. Speeding his small inflatable boat through the dark waters, he makes a hasty retreat from the area around the massive, beached ship. For the hunter, trying to be some half-baked hero is just a sickening display in the apocalypse. In the early hours of the next day, the city's silence is broken by the young man's thoughtful monologue in his own room. Reading the frantic news reports demanding the game's creator to show himself, he concludes that tipping off the defense authorities is the best move. The cook reflects on the extreme measures the president took as soon as he received the undeniable proof about the zombies. Analyzing this tactical behavior, the young man becomes certain that the national leader's mind works a lot like his own. With his phone in hand, Ho decides to do one last good deed and pass on the vital data to secure a final justification for peace. Just then, Administrator Li Wu answers the call in his office, and the marksman gets straight to the point, saying he knows the exact moment of the final day. The suit freaks out and tries to cut in, but our hero demands they unblock his caller ID, mentioning the hobgoblin injury. Totally in shock from the classified information, the chief stammers, realizing he's talking to the mysterious hunter from the mountain. Without wasting time on small talk, the strategist switches to an ice-cold tone and warns that he doesn't plan on chatting for long. Wu frantically jots everything down as the kid declares the exact date of the apocalypse and reveals he'll be sending an important package in the afternoon. Maintaining a grim expression, the former veteran says he genuinely hopes the government makes good use of those special items. To finish his duty to the rest of humanity, the young man wishes the official good luck and ends the call for good. The president's actions on television are insane, mobilizing the army to quickly cordon off the streets and control the civilian population. Since the young man can only check the details through chaotic social media feeds, he admits the whole situation might be a bit distorted. Soon, a huge megaphone echoes through the empty street, catching the survivor's attention, who goes to the window to see what's going on. Down below, the military is shouting for everyone to stock up on food and water for 4 whole days and head straight back home. The soldiers force stores to close by pushing the rushing crowd, promising a national address for the tragic 20th day. Staring at the effectiveness of the military barrier, the cook cracks a smirk, confessing he almost regrets not telling them sooner. Clenching his own wrist tightly, the guy curses that if he'd known they were this organized, he would have revealed his powers right away. However, he quickly shoves that hope aside, remembering that nothing could prevent the absolute collapse of the planet. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, the warrior reinforces his own survival mentality, turning his back on the world outside. The kid firmly repeats that he's just a regular guy trying to get by, completely rejecting the heavy burden of playing the hero. Since the national lockdown has blocked the city streets, the tactician decides to isolate himself in the magical forest to get a head start on his own projects. With 3 days to go, he analyzes the blueprint for his defensive pit, calculating that he'll need a lot more time to finish that trench. In between construction, the ex-gamer dedicates his time to transferring old cooking and farming videos to various hard drives. On the eve of the second final day, the hunter strolls happily through the woods with his faithful Dingo, celebrating an incredible find along the way. Discovering that the famous sun apple grows in just 1 month, he excitedly suspects that this isolated land possesses a divine fertility. A major problem hits the warrior's secret base with exactly 1 day left until the end of the world, making the owner find the scene very strange. Rummaging through the pantry, the guy immediately notices that 2 valuable packages of his sweet potato jellies are missing from the shelf. Holding a shriveled purple fruit in his hand, the confused investigator wonders what the heck an old grape is doing lying on the stone floor. With narrowed eyes, the owner turns to his furry partner cowering on the floor and asks him straight up if he ate it. The little wolf whimpers in fear, while the human gives him a good scolding, warning him that lying like that is a very bad thing to do. Scratching his chin, the ex-gamer analyzes the pup's fearful behavior and concludes that it really doesn't seem to be the little guy's fault. Annoyed by the injustice, Dingo starts barking nonstop at the computer screen, demanding his owner check the security footage right away. Sitting in his comfy chair in front of the monitor, the guy focuses on the digital folders to clear this big doubt from his mind. But a look of pure astonishment takes over the tactician's face as the images from the previous night start playing on the screen. The night vision camera reveals 3 enormous magic beetles entering the base through the small access door he made for the pup. Watching the bizarre theft, the cook can't believe the insects left the shriveled grape on the shelf as a trade for the sweet treat. The wildest part is that one of the little beetles even struck a pose for the camera before taking off, leaving our guy floored by the critter's smarts. Running his hands through his hair in anxiety, the hunter confesses he'd love through the woods right now to hunt down these freeloading thieves. Short on time, the only quick solution he finds is to completely lock the wolf's little door to block any more pantry invasions. The reason for the rush was that he was expecting very important visitors that day, opening the beautiful magic portal with great gratitude. Even with the harsh military lockdown paralyzing the streets, all the special guests gathered punctually in the main character's living room. Song Ho notices a new face in the group, and the big coach introduces the young man as the last valuable member of their old squad. The young man gives a slightly shy wave to the group settled on the couches, politely introducing himself as Yu Hein to break the ice. The kid reveals that he awakened without knowing anything about the game, but he's an electrical engineering student, a fact the ex-gamer mentally approves of on the spot. Shaking the college student's hand, the host lies, claiming to be just an ordinary human, and gets a very friendly and respectful treatment from the young man. Taking the lead in the circle, the cook asks for the introductions to end there so they can focus on sharing information. Since the big guy was the most restless, the man of the house points to his friend, demanding he be the first to speak up and share the latest news. The bodybuilder takes a deep breath and reports that his call with his ex-wife dropped out of nowhere during a tense moment. Trembling with worry for his young daughter at the time, he confesses he jumped in his car and floored it. Desperate to see how they were doing. The real trouble started during the long drive back to his own region, when the traffic jam got really bad. He details that the army had already set up huge barricades on the main highway, blocking any flow of vehicles through there. The coach heard rumors that the entire population near the region's petrochemical complex was being brutally evacuated by the military. Passing the baton, the tactician questions Dr. Su Yaun, who crosses her legs relaxedly, stating she has just one bombshell to drop on the group. The doctor reveals that a gigantic safety shelter was built in record time, right in the middle of the large citizens' park. Completely stunned by the speed of the construction, the muscular man doubts the information, while the woman admits she also found the structure insane. Continuing the information round, Robin, the beautiful Mai Kyung, gets the floor and mentions she overheard something suspicious while walking through the market with the college student. The girl reports that the rumors claimed high-ranking officials were violently detained for opposing the government's extreme decisions. Satisfied with the answers, the host clasps his hands and secretly reflects that this group's combined intelligence yields much better news than he expected. The veteran already knew everything about the end of the world, but he needed to hear from the team to put his strategy into play. The plain and simple truth is that to make people accept an imminent tragedy, it's strictly necessary to provide undeniable and well-founded facts. He knows the easiest way would be to confess his true identity, but he prefers to keep things in order without freaking anyone out. Looking deep into the eyes of his gathered colleagues, the strategist declares with icy coldness that the president is forcing an orderly apocalypse. Faced with the team's looks of pure confusion, he questions if none of them found it bizarre that the brutal restrictions started on the 16th. The man of the house reminds them that all state facilities were shut down for 4 consecutive days on purpose to make control easier. The engineering student connects the dots instantly, arriving at the terrifying conclusion that the global catastrophe is a sad matter of time. Confirming the theory, the tactician states that the fatal date will be on the 20th, exactly when the government plans to forcibly lift the national lockdown. Terrified by the final sentence, Yu Hyan jumps to his feet wanting to flee to his family's arms, but the coach demands he stay calm. Taking advantage of the moral chaos that has taken over the room, the survival master decides to skip the formalities and play his trump card. The guy slaps a very thick manila envelope on the table and reveals that he summoned everyone there to deliver the ultimate apocalypse survival guide. His buff friend narrows his eyes suspiciously, asking where it came from, and Song Ho smiles, lying that he just watched the legendary player's videos. The protagonist apologizes to Mai Kung for hiding it until now. The girl replies that she had also deceived him before. Reassuring his ally, he tells her the client can use that information however she sees fit. However, the ex-gamer makes a very serious request, warning her to follow that survival manual to the letter during the tutorial. Time passes, and all the guests leave, with the boy and the little wolf staring at the night sky as midnight strikes. Reflecting on the last 32 days, the tactician admits he prepared a lot for this moment, but he can't say everything is perfect. Clenching his fist tightly, the warrior feels that his own selfishness, disguised as inevitable circumstances, might still come at a high price in the future. Even with this heavy weight on his conscience, Song Ho faces the horizon, assuring himself that he has absolutely no regrets about his choices. Suddenly, the deafening roar of military missiles cuts through the early morning, tearing through the clouds toward the great spatial danger. A violent explosion of fire lights up the atmosphere, showing the army's desperate attempt to destroy the threat high above. Watching the spectacle through binoculars, the cook murmurs tensely, confirming that humanity's true apocalypse has finally begun. The harsh reality hits hard when he realizes through the lenses that the meteor's fall is a completely unavoidable disaster. As soon as the morning light appears, the government officially lifts the heavy military lockdown, reopening the city's empty streets. During all this tense time, the builder managed to finish basic defenses of the diner, installing bulletproof glass and super reinforced wooden doors. Maintaining his insane daily routine, he injects a small dose of that frog venom into his arm and forces himself to train hard to increase his body's resistance. Completely sweaty and out of breath, the warrior finishes his heavy set of 300 push-ups on the living room floor to be able to take the heat. With his body trained, the hunter quickly puts on his full tactical combat gear, tightening the gloves on his hands. Right after, he sits on the kitchen floor to have a good breakfast with the ravenous Dingo, feeding his partner some meat. With everything prepared and a full stomach, the ex-gamer sits relaxed on the couch and patiently waits for the promised 9 o'clock in the morning. A sudden noise grabs his attention as the large TV in the living room turns on by itself, announcing that the official address is about to begin. Even the little white wolf lifts its curious head from the rug, paying close attention to the luminous screen that broke the house's silence. Staring seriously into the camera, President Jiang One-take begins an emergency speech that leaves the entire country in complete shock and devastated. The politician coldly announces the harsh martial law and the army's total control, while Song Ho just watches it all, already dressed for war. Seeing the inevitable catastrophe, the young strategist praises the leader's stance, questioning if anyone else could orchestrate such an organized apocalypse. Letting out a long, tired sigh, the boy holds the remote, confessing that deep down, he still held on to the hope that the end of the world wouldn't come. Accepting the harsh reality, he gets up from the couch with firm resolve, pointing out that since the worst has happened, the only viable option now is to fight to survive. Wielding his deadly weapon alongside his loyal sidekick, our hero declares he's going to face the chaos in true, ruthless veteran style. With only a few hours left before the deadly plague hits, he spends a good amount of time checking the supplies in his isolated warehouse in the green forest. As was perfectly expected, the modern world quickly transforms into a real hellscape of looting and absolute urban chaos. Through the destroyed streets, ordinary people are in a total panic, fighting violently tooth and nail to secure the last resources. Taking advantage of the complete breakdown of laws, several crazies decide to act bizarrely, running naked through the streets and unleashing their most repressed desires. A weird guy laughs at the disaster, yelling that since everyone's going to be gone soon anyway, he'd rather do whatever he wants. In the midst of the confusion, a speeding truck runs the guy over without the slightest bit of mercy or guilt. Getting out of the blood-stained vehicle, the criminals curse at the victim for standing in the middle of the street like an idiot, blocking their way. The gang leader mocks the situation, justifying the hit by saying the car will turn into scrap with the metal plague soon enough anyway. Pointing a baseball bat toward a building, the cocky delinquent taunts whoever is up there just watching the chaos. With a psychopathic glint in his eye, the killer demands the witness not turn into a zombie, promising to farm him for points if he does. Song Ho backs away from the edge of the roof, finding that declaration of war very cheesy, but a flying piece of paper suddenly catches his attention. The city sky is flooded with thousands of pamphlets falling like rain, making the guy praise the government's great final effort to warn the people. Holding the paper that showed the exact location of the temporary shelters, he admits the government acted incredibly well, unlike him. Staring at the military guide, the ex-gamer reflects that if there were more kind and competent people like this, the end of the world would be much easier to face. Crumpling the flyer firmly, he cuts off the optimism, quickly remembering that human nature is selfish and rotten to its core. Tossing that theory aside, the tactician decides to get back to the main focus and heads down the building stairs, focused on finishing his own final preparations. With exactly 3 minutes until the alien poison falls, the hunter gets on his bike, confirming that his city sweep was completed successfully. Analyzing the huge oxygen tanks strapped to the vehicle, the guy still doubts if that supply will be enough for his daring plan. Mentally reviewing the route on the region's map, the marksman tries to assure himself that he has perfectly memorized the looting paths before setting off. Looking at his own wrist, he starts to break out in a cold sweat, afraid he might have forgotten some piece that wasn't magic metal attached to his body. Letting out a nervous laugh, he rips off his watch and discards it, admitting he's being totally over the top with his safety paranoia. Closing his helmet on his head at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the warrior accepts that he's done absolutely everything within his power here. Stomping firmly on the heavy clutch pedal, the adventurer shifts into gear, prepared to brave this inferno. The engine roars loudly, and he takes off on the bike at high speed, silently praying that his risky strategy doesn't backfire. The scene on the streets turns to absolute chaos as ordinary people begin to transform into bizarre zombies, begging for help in vain. A man on the ground screams, tearing his throat in agony, as his skin turns a deathly gray due to the rapid infection from the invisible spores. Rising from the dirty asphalt with glowing red eyes, the newly undead let out terrifying roars, ready to attack any prey. The infested horde begins to shriek shrilly, but the loud roar of the approaching speeding motorcycle draws the monster's attention on the street. Completely ignoring the imminent danger, the daring rider guns it and plows through the herd of abominations, as if they weren't even there. Leaving the slow creatures behind, the biker notes with relief that the number of zombies on that street was much lower than he had calculated. Focused on the dangerous ride, the tactician soon figures out the real reason that area was surprisingly so empty during the alien plague. Through the glass windows, he observes that the vast majority of people preferred to turn into monsters inside their homes, embracing their own families. Checking his rearview mirror attentively, the ex-gamer scans the surroundings, really hoping to find at least one normal human who hadn't succumbed to the spores. Finding no one alive behind him, he twists the throttle harder, admitting that having no survivors in his path makes his job much easier. Tearing up the empty asphalt, the tactician confesses in a very cold manner that other people would just get in the way and cause confusion on his looting route. The tire squeals on the ground as he slams on the brakes of the heavy motorcycle, parking with precision right in front of a huge street-side pharmacy. Dismounting the bike with a large sledgehammer in hand, the adventurer celebrates his absurd luck in finding the store's security gate raised. Without a shred of pity for someone else's establishment, he brings the iron tool down, smashing the tempered glass entrance in a single, powerful blow. Once inside the dark place, the intruder raises his left hand and activates his spatial magic, instantly summoning the enormous glowing portal. Leaping swiftly over the medicine counter, the focused boy reminds himself that from this exact moment on, he needs to move at the speed of light. The strategist sweeps the valuable medicine boxes straight into the magic rift, remembering that newly infected zombies take a while to regain their strength. Tossing vials into the other world, he plans to rob the hardware store during this window of time to avoid any pointless battles. In the silence and safety of the secret base, the poor little white wolf just watches in confusion at the bizarre shower of small boxes falling from the magic ceiling. The pet gets quite a scare when a mountain of pills collapses on top of him, proving the raw efficiency of the looter outside. Looking proudly at the completely cleared shelves, the vigilant claps his hands and declares that the first medical stage was a total success. Thrilled with the great pace of his solo haul, the intruder celebrates, deducing that he'll finish his long list of stores well before the time limit. The joy is short-lived, and the guy lets out a big, frustrated curse upon arriving at the hardware store and finding it on maximum security lockdown. Analyzing the thick barrier in front of the establishment, he finds it absurd that the owner locked the place using a dense, double-rolled-down gate. However, the veteran never goes into a game without a plan B, calmly pulling out his huge blowtorch cylinder to melt that door by force. It all starts with the protagonist holding the lit blowtorch firmly, admitting he brought the special equipment exactly to deal with these kinds of locks. While melting the store's metal gate, he tenses up, noticing that the noise from the piercing sparks is much louder than he had calculated. Just then, a strange sound behind him quickly grabs the looter's attention, making the hero stop the heavy burning on the spot. The hunter realizes that even with the smoke reducing the creature's organic tracking, the sharp noise ended up attracting an entire herd from the alley. Turning his body very slowly, the ex-gamer observes with great irony that those disgusting undead are coming straight for him. Facing the large horde invading the dark corridor, he soon realizes that the situation here is exactly like that old madness on the Russian ship. The strategist maintains his usual absolute calm, knowing that these infected, at the very beginning of the plague, are still quite weak from a sheer lack of food. In a fluid motion, he smashes the first monster's skull, proving that the system nerfed the level way too much for the newbies to handle. Seizing the huge opening, the warrior spins his heavy weapon, annihilating several slow targets in a single violent, glowing blue sequence. Without losing the tense momentum of the battle, the human lands a solid, violent kick straight to a beast's chest, sending the rotten body flying far away. Another abomination drops to the ground with a crushed head, making the tactician confirm, with relief, that real life is much easier than the game. Reading the magic notifications popping up nonstop on the screen, the fighter is surprised to see that farming points on the street has become much simpler. However, the number of critters keeps rising in the narrow space, forcing the looter to think super fast about how to clear the area without risk. The safest tactic in an ambush like this would be to just fall back to the woods and eliminate the dumb creatures one by one, ensuring safety from a distance. But abandoning the important hardware store now was not an acceptable route, leaving the experienced marksman completely cornered on his own mission. Looking at the thick explosive cylinder in his left hand, a pretty insane idea suddenly starts to form in the focused ex-gamer's head. He decides to leave the hand-to-hand combat behind and plans to use the heat power to take down that entire unbearable herd at once. Landing a solid club to the forehead of a stubborn enemy, the guy aggressively warns that he didn't want to waste useless time fighting them on the street. He immediately follows up with a heavy punch to another monster's face, complaining that this invasion was just delaying his daily profits. The thick sledgehammer comes down, cutting through the air without any mercy, completely shattering the stinking face of another slow threat from the horde. The lethal impact annihilates one zombie, creating a strong shockwave, as the cook explains that he didn't run because he wasn't afraid of anything there. Even while doing disgustingly massive damage to the invaders' front line, the dangerous monsters don't stop trying to surround the human. Acting under enormous pressure, Song Ho lands a violent kick to the enemy's shin, creating the short opening needed to execute his attack. Completely confident in his own vital skills, the tactician finds it hilarious that they believe someone with thousands of hours of gameplay would lose so easily. With the opening secured, the agile hunter makes a huge, elastic leap, gaining an enviable distance from the immense rotten crowd in the center. Landing firmly with the lethal blowtorch aimed down, the biker swears this scum would be humiliated even by the disgusting werewolves. The destructive power of the flames engulfs the large pack, instantly burning the targets, making the vigilant admit he kind of enjoyed the bonfire. Regaining full focus on the armored and partially melted gate, he jokes that this barbecue was the fine payment for his stolen time. Surrounded by huge puddles of zombies melted in the deadly flames, the victor excitedly swears that the send-off for this bunch would still be a blast. After finishing the entire haul at the desired tool shop and filling up his system, the guy races on his bike straight to the valuable neighboring police station. Standing in front of the dark security armory, the guy hangs his head in frustration, realizing the entire room had already been looted before he got there. However, long before letting disappointment take over his brilliant mind, his experienced gaze locks onto a mess out in the parking lot. In the midst of the horrible bodies strewn across the police station floor, the cook surprisingly finds a corpse, tightly clutching a large sports bag. Curious and with his blood pumping, he crouches and runs to the dirty body, hastily pulling the large zipper on the duffel bag to see if he hit the jackpot. A gigantic smile forms on his illuminated face upon discovering that the heavy backpack was ridiculously stuffed with beautiful tactical firearms. Overjoyed with the armed prize, the swift survivor immediately takes off on his makeshift motorcycle, speeding towards the fourth mark point. Several street zombies try to chase the roaring engine through the corners of the devastated city, but the confident rider doesn't care one bit about the danger. Since his rare and hard-earned rewards had increased significantly, his high dexterity ensured that his little body was in insanely good condition. Using the magic bonuses to his advantage, the hunter activates his terrain vision, managing to track all enemy zombies like true blue phantoms in the night. Elegantly surfing through danger, the hero rides through the woods with ease, dodging the slow obstacles thanks to his brilliant early warning. At the store focused on parked motorcycles, Sung Ho sighs warily, realizing that smart people will always have the same survival ideas in the end. Ignoring the entirely smashed storefront, the focused looter rescues the small motorized tricycle, tossing the heavy equipment into the other universe. Sucked into the peaceful environment of the illuminated dimensional passage, the relaxed warrior just leans his head back to consult his full and powerful status screen. The guy uses the Green Mountain base, casually eating fruit to let his body rest, and openly swears that this portal is ridiculously overpowered in this chaotic world. Reinvigorated by the pure air of the clean and prepared forest, he simply throws his head back into the wretched city, laser-focused on continuing his nightly haul. The store collection was going very well, and he planned to seek new goods in the dark, but two targets catch his attention, interrupting everything on the asphalt. Riding a nosy dark tricycle equipped with powerful headlights, the jerks from before appear in an alley, yelling and cursing the calm human's mother. Leaning on his seat, the unbearable blonde leader raises a huge hand crackling with strong, bright sparks, warning that humans should stay on the couch. Completely out of control and hyped up, the bandit questions his rival, screaming angrily and complaining that they drove all over the region, just looking for his face. In a merciless move of pure, unprovoked malice, the suit unleashes a massive electrical wave, burning the ground, focused on frying the vigilant on the spot. Nimbly dodging the flying rocks from the crushed wall, the marksman scoffs, cursing that this bizarre level of deadly pursuit has become way too sick. Aware of the huge, imminent risk, the looter pushes off the air, annoyed, and swiftly commands the immense dimensional passage to act as a large shield for his exposed body. The cheesy criminal gets off his ride on the street, laughing loudly at his victory, thinking the task here is the dumbest thing on the planet and demands protection from his slow partner. Convinced of his twisted genius on the broken asphalt, the coward swears that messing people up at the very beginning of the world will never earn negative points from the big rule. Trapped in the crevices of the dark night, observing that terrible, disgusting speech, the cook internally curses the scummy level of psychopathy of this piece of crap. Reading the terms of the initial penalty alone, the blonde guy discovers that the warning is the only flaw and stops, shocked by the clear absence of his rival in the darkness. Cranking his neck, blinded by pure, fearful tension among the rocks, the mage feels his heart race, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking he lost that incredible advantage in the space. Silently appearing behind the other guy, Sung Ho seriously reflects on whether it would be even remotely ethical for him to actually take out ordinary people here. Swallowing the moral weight, his heavy hand grabs the startled neck of the cocky man, who tries to react, stammering about his superpower, and gets the worst "shut up" of his life. Smashing the suit's head with pure force, the masked hero coldly deduces that this whole assault happened just because he had routed the ridiculous gang earlier. The bandit's eyes go wide in desperation from the deadly chokehold on his dry throat, and he hears the enraged hero order him to stop hiding the truth behind his silly story. Trying to brutally break free from the masked hunter who was about to end the fight, the coward lets out an agonizing cough and tries to push the attacker away. Regaining perfect balance on the empty sidewalk, the cook's voice deepens into a dark tone, declaring that he can just ask for peace and disappear from this neighborhood now. The young man furiously warns the scummy mobster not to hurt anyone vulnerable out there, receiving a loud, mocking laugh from the filthy criminal right then and there. Clutching the large, burning wound on his terrified ribs, the blonde bully laughs shamelessly, calling that heroic speech completely pathetic coming from a thief. Taunting to get under the invincible vigilante's skin, the arrogant scum channels power and accuses him, in the middle of the dirty asphalt, that both of their purposes are incredibly selfish. The low, electric punch explodes in a contact of enormous force against his chest, only to be humiliatingly stopped by the tough, calloused wall built by the silent warrior's firm and lethal hand, cornering the plague to face certain doom on the path lit only by the moon. The quiet survivor bitterly accepts the painful truth about his role in the chaotic event. Pinning the pathetic target by the thick nape of his neck, the ex-gamer's heavy mind unlocks in a clear, macabre relief, and he thanks the filthy scum for showing him the perfect meaning in those terrible crimes. Begging for mercy, crawling his body, shrunken by the pure fear of seeing the demon unleashed near him, the mediocre mage stammers weakly, forcing the killer to declare their great equality. Bathed in the dark lights deep in his soul, wounded by tragedy, the terrifying final snap solves the problem, proving that the focused executioner had always carried that hard decision under the table on Earth. The valuable numbers of the prize for offing a piece of trash pop up mercilessly, alerting him that a life is indeed worth something good, and forcing the zombie slayer to painfully recall old fights in fake tournaments. Shaking off the terrible mental guilt that devoured the veins of his hand, freshly stained with blood, the grim, helmeted man laments, confessing that ending a life like that hurts infinitely worse than in his twisted dreams. In the middle of the dark street, the weeping shield bearer charges forward, screaming the beloved name of his boss, who was mercilessly crushed in the corner. The bloody marksman turns his empty, emotionless face toward the weak bait on the wall and gives a simple, threatening tap, calling him out for a fight with the pure sound of a hellish executioner, loose in the night. It all starts with the horde of zombies advancing uncontrollably, leaving the guy with the bat completely confused in the alley. As he's swallowed by the ferocious horde, the man falls into total despair and screams at the top of his lungs for any help at all. Bitten from all sides by the thirsty creatures, he begs for help while lamenting his own miserable fate. The marksman stares at his own hand, drenched in enemy blood, accepting the heavy blame for everything that just happened there. Protected by his dark helmet, the protagonist coldly declares that people like that really deserve to perish in the apocalypse. Back in the day, the game created a punitive murder system aimed at reducing the number of malicious players on the server. The development team's initial idea was good, but the rules they implemented ended up becoming a huge mess. The first takedown resulted in just a mild warning on the screen, as the company was terrified of losing its users. Starting from the third offense, the system branded the player as a killer without offering any exceptions whatsoever. However, indirect passings were weighed on a magic scale of complicity, allowing many people to get away scot-free. Taking this huge risk was worth it, as taking lives yielded valuable points, extra attributes, and even the ability to steal skills. A final update released just a few days before the total shutdown made the chaotic scenario incredibly worse. The new special skills focused on assassination served as an irresistible lure for the sadists out there. With survival mode stagnated, hunting other humans became the only real fun to keep the veterans logged in. Despite so many advantages, the system required the criminal to keep taking lives nonstop to avoid losing their bonuses. Another cruel disadvantage forced the criminal into a deadly arena if they ran into 3 or more players together. The group would recite a spell, trapping the killer in a magic barrier, forcing a brutal fight to the end inside. By the end of the server's lifespan, the map was dominated by monster-level veterans, making this hunt a real suicide mission. Once marked by the merciless system, the player had no way to go back and erase the trail of blood from their hands. Clutching his own chest tightly, the cook finds the absence of the classic killer mode heartbeat strange. Staring at the blonde guy's body on the ground, he concludes with relief that the punitive rules don't apply before the tutorial starts. Knowing he has a few hours of total freedom ahead, the looter reflects on his own violent actions today. The hunter admits that this real world demands drastic measures and accepts that his own sanity has also gone off the deep end. Wiping the bloody knife on the enemy's clothes, the tactician decides to abandon his foolish thoughts and stick to his plan. Standing in the middle of the destroyed police station, the warrior reaffirms that his great golden rule remains exactly the same. Gripping the weapon in his hands, he guarantees that he will always respond to any kind of injustice with twice the brutality. Tossing the heavy bag through the luminous rift, the marksman establishes that he won't take lives for fun, only when necessary. The adventurer steps into the glowing portal, confirming that the previous takedown was a major exception caused by the circumstances. Checking the streets with his binoculars in the middle of the afternoon, he gets frustrated because the visits to the supply stores delayed everything. The big problem was that the next stop on his route was completely overrun with zombies clustered at the entrance. Spying on the invaded building from a distance, the strategist wonders how long that amateur group will hold up under the pressure. The glass facade cracks with a piercing sound, signaling that the weak, makeshift barrier wouldn't last much longer. Inside, a guy with an iron pipe loses his patience and tells the group to get out, reinforcing that the dead are blocking everything. Annoyed by the coward's attitude, a guy with spiky hair demands respect, stating that they aren't idiots. His companion in the red jacket cocks his crossbow, doubting that the pipe guy has the guts to shoot anyone. Acting with pure mockery, the spiky-haired delinquent warns that the poor guy chose the worst possible person to annoy. Pulling the trigger without mercy, the crazy archer reveals that his great specialty in the past was hunting humans. The arrow tears through the air, hitting the man's shoulder squarely, drawing a desperate scream of pain in the middle of the room. The other survivors are in shock from the sudden attack, indignantly asking if the archer has lost his mind. The coward scoffs at the situation and warns that in the apocalypse, the only law that matters is the pure survival of the fittest. The spiky-haired partner tells the injured group to get out of there fast, threatening to aim for the man's head on the next try. Watching the people flee in fear, the archer insults the victims, saying they would have saved themselves some pain if they had just obeyed. Satisfied with the damage, the aggressor in red jokes that he's settled his indigestion, but then hears a stream of curses from behind. The guy with the pipe points a furious finger, reminding them that he warned them about the monsters, and they were the ones who told the group to leave first. Smashing the glass with brutal violence, a hungry zombie invades the hall, completely surprising the two delinquents. The undead grabs the archer from behind by surprise, making the coward let out a high-pitched scream of pure terror. Fleeing desperately with his girlfriend, the spiky-haired guy yells for them to run, while Song Ho ironically praises his attitude. Watching the zombies devour the bandit through the binocular lens, the hunter celebrates having witnessed such a rare and just scene. The tactician lowers his equipment and promises to give that cowardly runaway a nice gift if they meet again alive in the future. Returning to the magic base where his pup was waiting, the looter concludes that he has finished collecting from the main points. Checking his dark wristwatch, he laments that abandoning the battalion now is the right move, but skipping the studio is a waste. Not knowing what to prioritize in the little time he has left, the owner praises his furry companion who always helps him think better. Completely changing the order of the plan, the warrior announces that it's now the pet's turn to shine in the hunt, and exits through the blue rift. Holding a large gas can, the ex-gamer reflects on the exact spot where the horde is formed at the beginning of the plague. Spying on the large supermarket parking lot below, he points out that monsters always seek easy food sources. The street filled with people being devoured confirms the harsh theory that shopping centers turn into a grand feast of flesh. Pouring the flammable fuel without a second thought, the human explains that most survivors avoid these places at all costs. However, the veteran with thousands of hours of gameplay has a completely different tactic for dealing with these deadly areas. Lighting the large puddle of gasoline, the hunter clarifies that farming in real life is easy if you're extremely prepared. Watching the flames devour the monsters below, the biker wipes the sweat from his brow, hoping that was enough. The blue system screen confirms that reaching level 10 before the tutorial ends is the big chance to unlock the official store. Stretching his arm after the fire trap, the tactician confesses that setting all that up was a tremendous reality check. The ex-gamer remembers that the entire city floor would be soaked in oil on its own when the rust disease began. Summoning the glowing portal with an outstretched hand, he calmly concludes that spending a little gasoline wasn't a loss. Holding the almost empty can, the warrior points out that this whole mess will serve as a great practical lesson for little Dingo. Patting the anxious pup's head, the master asks in an affectionate tone if the little guy can do everything as they practiced. Snapping his fingers to get his attention, the owner prepares his attack stance, awaiting his companion's immediate reaction. With a sharp, quick command, the human points forward, sending the animal into action, and the little wolf shoots off, racing through the area. The zombies are peacefully gnawing on someone else's bones, but they stop everything when they hear the shrill barks of the taunting pup. The hungry horde turns its gray, rotten face toward the sound, growling menacingly at the small, noisy prey. Grabbing the attention of all the monsters, the magic pup takes off at full speed, proving to be an absurdly fast bait. Dingo keeps barking to keep the dumb pack's focus on him, while nimbly dodging the hands that try to grab his fur. The pup leaps, masterfully dodging enemy blows, dragging a frenzied crowd away from the feasting site. Crossing the street overrun by terror, the furry friend escapes by a hair's breadth from the infected claws of several squeezed-in undead. Watching from above as the immense herd of abominations chases the little wolf, the cook lets out a long, impressed sigh. It all starts with the cook admiring the majestic figure of the little wolf running from the zombie horde. With the lighter in hand, the tactician proudly confirms that everything went exactly as he had expected. He tosses the small flame down below just as his pet makes a huge leap, escaping the danger. The herd of zombies stands still, completely confused by the small object falling into their midst. The guy praises his pup's genius right as the dangerous trap springs into action. A colossal explosion engulfs the monsters, creating a massive inferno of flames across the parking lot. Just then, the blue screens pop up, confirming level 11 and unlocking the desired extra-dimensional space. With the clock striking 5 in the afternoon, the devastated city remains plunged in absolute chaos. Meanwhile, the ex-gamer rides his motorcycle, pulling the heavy computer units he looted from the stores. Stopping the vehicle on the empty street, he observes the buildings, knowing that everything will collapse very soon. Without wasting time, the boy summons his magic rift in the middle of the asphalt to adjust the coordinates. With everything set, the looter guns the motorcycle, crossing the passage to the other world with his rewards. He quickly swaps all his gear for a special armor with absolutely no metal parts. Fully protected, the adventurer calmly walks to the large training area near the shelter. Arriving at the location, the guy leaves his prepared equipment on the wooden table. The warrior puffs out his chest, satisfied to have finished all his defense preparations against the plague. Adjusting the buckle of his thick helmet, he calculates that there are only 3 minutes left until the poison falls. Even though he's very prepared, a slight hint of anxiety begins to creep into the experienced marksman's mind. He tries to calm himself by remembering that the magic portal allows all his belongings to enter. The great tension came from old analysis proving that the spores and the rust spread through the air, while the alien dust infects and quickly destroys unprotected humans on the streets. The metallic disease turns objects to dust, making the strategist very nervous about any failure. This is exactly why he decided to stay in an isolated area with only wooden targets. Shaking his head, the ex-gamer pushes the worry aside, stating that there's no point in suffering now. Clenching the steel spheres in his hand, he plans to shut the gate instantly if that metal crumbles. Staring into the void, the tactician demands absolute focus to execute the most important test of his plan right there. With a firm stance, the guy extends his arm, summoning the large, glowing dimensional rift in the area. At that exact moment, the dreaded steel death disease finally makes landfall on the world. The lethal red plague hits the entire country at once, creating a bizarre scene of demolition. A devastating wave of energy surges forward, sweeping through the city and completely destroying civilization. A gigantic transmission tower can't withstand the rapid corrosion and collapses noisily into pieces. The cook comments that this darn epidemic was the one responsible for annihilating the cities in the game. The vehicles in the streets rust and fall apart in the blink of an eye, consumed by the relentless plague. All the wiring and metal structures melt in a frightening way, proving the apocalypse's power. Through the magic window, the hero watches in shock as the destruction consumes his apartment. It sends all of humanity back to the harsh Stone Age in just a fraction of a second. The beautiful urban landscape turns into an immense plain of gray rubble and lifeless dust. Standing in front of his blue rift, the guy admits he prepared way too much to witness this. However, a huge explosion flies out of the portal, making the boy back away, cursing in fear at the fire. Shielding his face, the ex-gamer deduces that the army's massive ammunition depot just went off. Focusing on what really matters, the tactician opens his hand, terrified to check his great final test. A gigantic wave of relief washes over him when he sees that the two spheres are still completely perfect in his palm. But the strategist quickly cuts his celebration short, assuming a much more serious and somber posture. Observing the end of the world, the hunter confesses that it's very difficult to call his own luck a good thing. Not sure how to feel, the survivor just extends his hand and commands the dimensional passage to close. As soon as the blue light vanishes from the forest, the boy tells himself to focus only on the next plan. Walking back to his safe hideout, the guy gets lost in his own silent thoughts. But the tactician stops, completely confused, when he comes face to face with a trio of beetles standing at his door. The insects glow magically, and the base's owner asks why the thieves have the nerve to come back here. The cook is startled when one of the little beetles extends its tiny arms, offering a valuable wild ginseng. Crouching near the cute little creatures, the human questions if this is some kind of apology. Shaking the rare item in his hand, he gets the message quickly and asks if the little ones want more sweets. Staring daggers at the critters, the ex-gamer warns in a very serious tone that they are pushing their luck with him. However, the warrior's heart melts instantly when he notices how adorable the little thieving critters seem to be. Letting out a friendly chuckle, the strategist gives in to the cuteness and proposes an official deal with the little crew. The boy raises a finger, warning that he needs special items much more than common food. Seeing the critters' confused faces, he sighs in frustration, thinking his brilliant idea wasn't going to work. The guy accepts that no matter how smart they are, it's completely impossible to have a clear conversation with insects. Defying all expectations, the red beetle picks up a small twig and starts scribbling on the dirt. The protagonist puts his hand to his face, completely speechless at the absurd intelligence of that little leader. The little monster points to the drawing, making the guy ask impressed if the trade will be for war now. Flashing a huge grin, the hunter agrees very excitedly, promising sweets for the new merchandise. The little red critter taps the twig on his hand, giving him a small scolding, and the human laughs, apologizing for being hasty. The beetle turns to its companions, making some strange little noises with the intention of passing on the mission strategy. Raising its chubby claw victoriously, the insect leader confirms that they've struck a great business deal there. The system screen soon beeps, confirming the magic negotiation with the swarm, and the cook murmurs as he reads the new request. Analyzing the glowing message, the ex-gamer remembers that his other pets also needed this exact step. Pressing the accept button, the tactician finds it bizarre that animals with such high intelligence become mere properties of the game. A huge window details all the heavy duties of the contract, leaving the boy shocked by the system's absurd bureaucracy. Seeing that there's absolutely no disadvantage in this union, he signs the document without a second thought. The universe's intelligence seals the magic deal for good, while the new master grumbles, trying to understand all that contract craziness. The little beetles don't waste a second and immediately dart off, super excited to search for the area's coveted treasures. Surprised by the incredible energy of that little crew, the adventurer extends his hand, telling the newbies to wait just one more second. Pulling a valuable yellow package from his backpack, The guy points out with a laugh that the gang only showed up at the base because they were so hungry. Holding the package of sweets in the air, the warrior happily celebrates the unexpected alliance, promising to feed his cute new excavation employees. It all starts with the protagonist sealing the deal and saying he hopes to do good work with those little magic beetles. Weaving to the flying critters, the guy warns in a playful tone not to just run off with the food and to bring back the items. Maintaining a threatening smile, he swears that if he gets double-crossed, he'll drop survival just to hunt those insects to the ends of the earth. Now inside the dark base with his pup, the cook reflects that in the games, that famous tutorial always started in the dead of night. Calculating the time on his watch, the tactician deduces he still has about 2 or 3 hours left and decides to give things one last check. Instead of using this moment to rest his body, the ex-gamer chooses to keep moving and packs his own supply bag. Rummaging through the belongings of that enemy guild, the guy is quite impressed to note that the bandits were very well prepared. Holding a white knife, the warrior praises the group's intelligence for having found a ceramic weapon, of all things, to use against the plague. Pondering the rest of the criminal squad, the hunter declares that he urgently needs to drop by their mountain hideout. Finishing his meticulous inspection of the stolen items, the young man picks up a computer part and plugs it into his disk reader on the desk. Those hard drives were looted by the boy during the raid on the studios in the city before the Great Metal Plague destroyed everything. With the equipment properly connected to the base's station, the strategist begins to browse all the content saved in those old files. The screen reveals a huge amount of digital movies and games, and the guy focuses on analyzing everything until he's almost at the end of the long list. Suddenly, the cook's eyes widen a huge shock as he stumbles upon a completely unexpected surprise among the files. The monitor displays a very well-produced music video, making the ex-gamer discover, completely shocked, that Mike Hung was a famous idol. Relaxing in his chair, the protagonist concludes that with all that beauty, it would be weird if the girl were just an ordinary person on the street. Even though he finds the discovery interesting, the guy decides to permanently delete that media file from his computer without a second thought. Recalling the client's hesitant expression in the past, he feels that her time as a singer must not bring back good memories for her. Pressing the keys quickly, the investigator declares that he has already poked through everything that really mattered on those stolen hard drives. Getting up from the chair with a lot of energy, the warrior tells himself that the time has finally come to check out the coveted level 10 reward. Without wasting another second, the tactician opens his mouth and gives the direct voice command, asking for the virtual store window to open in front of him. Staring at the blue glow of the magic interface, he analyzes the panel and notices that the store's look is exactly the same as in the old game. However, a small detail soon catches the veteran's attention, who finds it very strange that the item prices are different from that old update. Looking at the purchase options floating in the air, the hunter murmurs some numbers very intently while doing his calculations. Despite this annoying change in values, the ex-gamer calms down upon confirming that the generation and interaction of things remain identical to the game. Holding a vial and a stone in his hands, he cracks a slight smile, knowing he can exploit an old system bug focused solely on the tutorial. The magic window displays the usage rules for the subspace pocket, and the strategist focuses on checking how this new additional feature works. Testing the command out loud, the guy summons the 5 empty slots around his body, concluding that it serves as a quick access. Staring at the glowing cubes floating right behind his back, the warrior's jaw drops, calling that tactical utility insane. Taking advantage of the wonderful new feature, the archer stores his heavy arrows in there, celebrating that he'll now have to carry less weight. Storing more bags in the magic space, the tactician celebrates the fact that he no longer needs to hide weaponry behind his own blue portal. With all 5 slots perfectly occupied, the guy praises the skill's absurd power, stating that this will carry him in the future. Little Dingo rests peacefully near the fire while his owner says goodbye, telling the little animal to protect their home very well. Raising his left hand to summon the magic, the hunter says in a playful tone that Big Brother needs to go to work now. Crossing the large dimensional rift decisively, the ex-gamer promises to clear the tutorial missions and return safely. Appearing on a completely deserted and destroyed street in the modern city, the adventurer is quite impressed by the total darkness there. Even without seeing almost anything, the biker swears to trust only the moonlight and his terrain sensibility to move forward. Taking a few uncertain steps, he quickly admits that this blind tactic won't work, and soon summons the item stored in the 3rd slot. Pulling out the magic vial, the hero regrets having to use that rare fruit, but prefers to consume the item rather than perish trying to save it. The hunter swallows the glowing purple grapes at once, immediately activating the special properties that greatly improve his night vision. The warrior's eyes glow with an intense green hue, confirming the strong visual effect, and he lets out a small shout of pure excitement. The view of the destroyed city becomes incredibly clear in an instant, making the looter celebrate wildly for being able to see everything again. With the darkness problem completely solved, the guy lowers the thick visor of his helmet and decides to focus on finding a safer shelter. Sneaking past a street crowded with zombies, the marksman recalls that this world's interface is garbage and never warns about events. The tutorial completely breaks this annoying rule, and the formation of a gigantic wall of running zombies served as the main alarm. Hidden in the alley, watching the monsters pass by up close, the tactician tries to calculate the exact moment that blocking horde will appear. The first dangerous condition to trigger the fury of that immense herd was simply being spotted by the creatures roaming the asphalt. Nimbly climbing the facade of a broken building, the intruder remembers that grabbing an item from the initial mission also triggered the deadly swarm on the street. Now inside the dark room and away from the window, the hunter reflects on the collection method and asks himself if he's at a safe distance. The bizarre trick to get the desired mission loot consisted of just staring at an empty spot on the ground for a long period of time. As a blue magical energy begins to draw the item out of thin air, the veteran remembers that old system bug focused only on the tutorial. The secret to the perfect cheat was to stretch out his arm and grab the heavy armament long before it finished materializing completely in the air. Holding the physical object firmly in his gloved hands, the looter celebrates the game's glitch that creates an identical copy of the weapon nearby. The warrior laughs, showing off the 2 ebony clubs, shocked that the generated clone is the valuable official version sold in the Magic Systems store. Reading the old update notes very carefully, the strategist acknowledges that this specific change was a true gift. The loud roar of the undead crowd leaks through the room's broken window, making the tactician comment on the loud noise of the beasts outside. Tiptoeing near the shattered glass, the hero tells himself to calm down, warning that he can't just run blindly through the overrun street. Leaping from the window with great violence, the vigilante scoffs, saying that whether he likes it or not, he'll eventually get sick of seeing that horde's disgusting face. Landing with a crushing blow to a monster's head, the fighter mentally explains that there were several ways to beat the tutorial. The abomination's skull explodes under the immense force of the brutal blow, proving that beating the plague to a pulp was the most basic route here. Without giving an inch, the hunter spins his heavy body, delivering another arsing blow capable of annihilating the rapidly approaching beast. The warrior continues his bloodbath, dishing out merciless strikes that shatter the stubborn infected with a crackle of rotten bones. With his helmet visor stained with fresh blood, the marksman embraces the brutality, guaranteeing he will massacre every threat in that entire area. Dodging a quick lunge, the experienced survivor points out that, if the newbies hated the great carnage, they could resort to running. Blasting through the destroyed asphalt like a lightning bolt, the biker cuts through the danger, showing that breaking through the blockade by running is also a valid route. The dense wall of monsters tries to crush the escape route, but the vigilant whirls his heavy weapon, slicing through the slow bodies, blocking the way. Taking advantage of a gap in the disgusting encirclement, the tactician lands a great, swift kick to the enemy's open chest, sending the carcass into the middle of the street. Using his own accumulated strength, the hero plants his foot firmly on the broken building's side wall and makes an incredible leap over the furious herd. Touching the dirty ground again, the warrior feels the insane pressure of the deadly pursuit and ends up letting out a small, frustrated curse. Looking over his dark jacket's shoulder at the mess, the experienced player admits with a laugh that he'll never be as agile as his old gaming friends. Tossing that harsh comparison aside, he focuses on what matters, stating that there's no problem at all in adopting a different fighting style. Gripping the handle of the glowing club, the masked hunter advances fearlessly, revealing that his personal strategy for this mission is quite direct. Completely ignoring the weak herd, the runner sprints, laser-focused on the core idea of just locating the big final boss and finishing him off. Following pure, wild intuition, the human runs frantically through the urban debris without affording himself the luxury of even a second's rest. The warrior slams on the brakes upon spotting the enormous mutant zombie in front of him, assuring himself that he wasn't searching for the beast blindly. It all starts with the protagonist remembering that the tutorial always has a checkpoint in that specific area, and for the final boss to respawn, players had to pass through that location. Riding his motorcycle, the marksman tries to find the exact spot as the effect of his night vision begins to wear off. He dishes out blows to zombies along the way, recalling that the target is within a 3-kilometer radius from there. Landing a fatal blow on the monster, the experienced hunter manages to deduce which building is the correct one. The tactician violently clears a path through the horde, leaving a few scared survivors watching the scene from a distance. Soon he spots the large, destroyed structure up ahead, confirming that he found the right place. Arriving at his destination, The warrior slams on the motorcycle's brakes just as the magic fruit's power fades completely. Completely out of breath, the ex-gamer sighs with relief for having gotten a moment to breathe. The looter decides to head straight to the roof to calmly await the big monster's respawn. Climbing the dark steps, he plans to analyze the beast's attributes before devising a lethal strategy. But upon opening the metal door, the guy is surprised to come face to face with Mai Kang up there. Sitting on the terrace floor, he listens to the client confirm that the entire gym group managed to survive. The cook questions what she's doing so far from the shelter, and the girl quickly defends herself, assuring him she followed the rules. The girl explains that the arrogant newbie insisted on keeping the team together right when the horde attacked. The warrior feels frustrated knowing the team got scattered in the escape because of that useless troll. Finding the whole situation very problematic, the guy gets up and asks his ally to pay close attention. Maintaining a serious posture, he reveals that the tutorial's final boss will be summoned in just a few moments. The girl panics thinking he activated the horde on purpose, but the looter denies any bad intentions. She hangs her head, sadly confessing that someone else threw them into the middle of that huge mess on the street. Observing the chaos, the marksman deduces that taking down the main target will cause the zombie barrier to collapse and lose focus. The client confirms the strategy, citing the old tips from the former channel, where you just had to hide after the fight. At the edge of the roof, the young woman asks when the creature will show up, and her friend assures her it's very soon. Out of nowhere, a violent explosion of magic lights up the dark street, drawing the attention of the two up high. The ex-gamer points to the asphalt, confirming the imposing appearance of the mutant zombie in the middle of the rotten crowd. Staring at the bizarre beast below, the woman finds it strange that those antennae are sprouting directly from the creature's head. Just then, the cook looks at his partner and asks if she's felt any strange changes in her own body. The tactician explains that monsters with this exact type of deformation have the stolen power to seal abilities. The girl panics at the warning and tries to summon her status window quickly to get the real proof. Reading the large, flashing red screen in the air, Mi Kyung reports, completely terrified, that her powers have been blocked. The hero firmly asks if the woman still trusts him, and she agrees without hesitation because of all the help. Checking the girl's backpack, he confirms with relief that the red flare is still safely stored inside. The marksman turns to the edge of the building and orders his friend to draw all the zombies' focus from up there. Without wasting time, the looter leaps from the roof, falling at a dizzying speed toward the destroyed asphalt. Landing stylishly on the street, the warrior curses under his breath, not quite sure what to do in the middle of the horde. The red error screen flashes in the hunter's face, proving that his useful dimensional rift has also been deactivated. Pulling the heavy stun weapon from his back, the experienced tactician tries to stay calm to avoid becoming zombie food. He reflects that back in the old server days, the beasts would block other elements since no one had superpowers. Getting lunged at by surprise from the herd, the cook regrets being careless when organizing his magic shortcuts. However, the subspace pocket panel appears, floating brightly in the air, leaving the guy completely shocked. The marksman's brilliant mind quickly understands that the extra magic worked because the creature's level is much lower than his. Celebrating his great luck in battle, the intruder immediately summons his arrows from the other virtual slots. The equipment falls to the street floor, and he deduces that the boss's weakness won't yield any valuable loot in the end. Crouching to prepare his long-range weapon, the biker thinks the fight will be a tremendous waste. Up Hadami, Kyung lights the red fire, attracting the beast's attention, motivating the marksman to fight for them both. Knocking an arrow to the powerful magic bow, the hero focuses his aim to take down the target and get out of there quickly. The undead begin to roar, completely mesmerized by the strong red glare atop the building. Watching his friend daringly wave the smoke around, the marksman praises her talent for drawing all the focus. Inspired by the young woman's bravery, the ex-gamer draws the string, focused on doing his part of the deal. The big shot hits its mark, granting a physical bonus, and the tactician smiles, noticing that the hunt turned a nice profit. Making an insane leap over the slowpoke horde, the vigilante promises to finish the job with just one brutal blow. The heavy club tears through the night air, hitting the abomination's shoulder with a violent blue flash. The creature recoils, grunting in pain, and the hunter gets frustrated for missing the lethal blow because of the darkness. Quickly resuming his offensive stance, the cook warns that he won't let his guard down on the street. The warrior begins a true dance of death, dodging monsters to focus exclusively on the larger target. The beast smashes the asphalt with fury, but the biker is already flying through the air, ready to lay into the creature. Raising his brutal spiked shield, the guy decrees the enemy's end, smashing it in its rotten face. The crushing shock obliterates the bizarre head, splattering a massive purple goo all over the battlefield. The system announces that abilities are back to normal along with a low reward, leaving the fighter disappointed. Rummaging through the wet goo, the curious looter finds a small, shiny object lying among the fallen bodies. Holding the simple bracelet he found on the ground, the hero is surprised to find that the accessory grants magic bonuses. The ex-gamer finds it very strange to find exactly two identical pieces, but a scream from his ally cuts off his thoughts. The girl lands with a thud after using her teleport, and he deduces that the jewelry is a pure mission reward. Reading the old system updates on the blue screen, he realizes the extra score came from those old game tests. Staring at the shiny prize in her partner's hands, Mai Kung points to her own arms, very surprised. The young woman refuses the wonderful gift, feeling ashamed for not having fought, but he insists, handing her the item. Adjusting the bracelet on her wrist, the kind biker states that her distraction atop the building was the key to victory. With this problem finally solved on the deserted street, the hunter keeps his guard up for the next dangers. The vigilant invites his ally to go to the gym shelter now, but the woman soon calls him over, distressed. Pointing to the giant building up ahead, the client warns, terrified, that the entire hideout was tilted. The tactician assesses the strong cracks in the wall, demanding the squad abandon the space as quickly as possible. The cook argues that the terrible engineering could bring the whole thing down soon, and his friend swears to warn the big guy about the risk. Walking up the entrance stairs, Song Ho plans to gather the group upstairs to discuss the tense issue of the killers. Just then, the coach appears with his arms crossed at the top of the ramp, laughing with relief to know the marksman was alive. Overjoyed with the great reunion, Mai Kung shouts the coach's name, running excitedly to see her strong partner safe and sound. It all starts with Song Ho shaking Hyung Jun's hand and revealing he's very happy he didn't turn into a zombie, while his partner jokes, asking for a little emotion. The big guy invites his friend to talk inside, mentioning that their college buddy, Yu Hyun, was also already there. Just then, a loud shout of surprise echoes through the place, questioning if an insane story was really true. On the building's staircase, the student is in disbelief, asking if the biker really defeated a dreaded tutorial boss that copied abilities. Calmly taking off his heavy gloves, the tactician sits on the floor and assures him it was no reason for such a fuss. The ex-gamer explains he only managed to fight one-on-one because the brave Mai Kung drew all the other zombies far away. Sitting on the steps, Yu Hyun praises the hero's tremendous courage, who just gives an awkward little laugh, trying to play down the situation. Changing the subject, the coach questions why they didn't get any reward items, remembering they only received that ebony club at the beginning. Confused, the muscular man grumbles that they haven't found any safe spots or places without the presence of the rotten abominations. Explaining the mechanic, the veteran points out that the tutorial's difficulty adjusts to the player's level and demands much stricter requirements to drop prizes. To confirm his theory, the strategist asks directly if any of them earn points without having to annihilate monsters. The college student confirms excitedly, remembering that his points went up right when he helped the coach push away a persistent zombie. Song Ho quickly deduces that reality has adapted the rules, rewarding players who manage to escape a large horde or help allies in danger. Clapping her hands as she understands the logic, the client notes that it's become much easier for peaceful awoken to score points, and her friend fully agrees. Putting the rewards topic aside, the group leader turns and gets the coach's attention to start a new conversation. Without beating around the bush, the marksman asks what the coach's special ability is, cutting off the man's surprise and demanding he not play dumb. His buff friend recalls the old tip about the system applying the tutorial at the beginning and immediately checks his own status window. The tactician's brilliant mind races, deducing that awakening early served as a nice pre-registration prize and that all survivors gained powers. Covering his face with his hand, the guy finds this whole absurd adaptation of the universe to be complete madness. If the basic rules of the apocalypse could change in the blink of an eye, he tensely accepts that his extensive knowledge of the old game wasn't absolute. Looking at Mai Kung sitting quietly, the leader gets super curious, trying to guess what's going through the mind of the girl, who got no items from the mission. Flexing his muscular arms with pride, Hang Jun reveals that he got a nice physical enhancement that greatly increases his strength and agility. Summoning a small green frog in his hand, the student says his class is a puppet master, and he can see and hear through his magical creations. The doctor winks, confirming her teleportation, forcing the cook to accept that the mood required him to reveal his power too. Biting his finger, completely torn by the cruel doubt, the ex-gamer ponders the consequences of spilling the beans about his dimensional rifts there. Looking at the small team chatting, illuminated by the flashlights, the guy feels he could finally let go of all his old lies. But the big worry tightening his chest was exactly how this trio would handle such an absurd and unequal advantage. While the client was getting the big guy's attention, the masked hero blamed his own suspicious personality for freezing up when it was time to open up. Fearing his partners would feel envious of his safe comfort in the other world, the strategist decides to keep everything secret and stick to the original plan. The hunter declares that his big secret will only be revealed to completely trustworthy friends who can keep up with his insane growth rate. Looking at his own gloved hands, the tactician takes the floor, telling the group that, as expected, he had also awakened. Deciding to be a bit more bold with his lie, the guy invents that his current power is the great ability to predict attacks. The student's jaw drops at the revelation, stating with amazement that the hero would never get ambushed in his life with that lethal power. Downplaying the fabricated strength, the warrior lessens the impact by saying he only sees the monster's attack road as a faint, anticipated shadow. Quickly changing the subject of that dangerous conversation, the biker directly questions what the gym team's next steps would be. The coach comments that he'll still need to discuss it when the others arrive, but assures him the total focus will be on surviving while leveling up. The memory of the virtual store pops into the protagonist's mind, confirming that passing on the tips about unlocking the auction was a masterstroke. Overflowing with a red aura of fury, the big guy swears that after getting stronger, he will crush the cowardly gang that hurt Mai Kyung. Very satisfied with the result, the marksman confirms that giving out the jerk's address was worth every second, then interrupts his friend's rage. Surprising the master, the college student apologizes for the interruption and asks, out of pure curiosity, what exact level the biker was already at. His ally agrees with the boy's question, remembering that the brave hunter annihilated the great tutorial boss all by himself. Opening a snack packet, the muscular man joins the fun, deducing that with that absurd ability, the guy has been hunting zombies since the very beginning. Analyzing the apocalypse math, Yu Haiyan ponders the huge difference in strength between his level 1 and the difficulty of the reborn beasts. In a friendly atmosphere, the coach puts the kid in a playful headlock, laughing loudly and guessing that the hero must be around level 4. Mai Kung supports the duo's guess, revealing that she was already at level 2, forcing the embarrassed strategist to stammer in agreement. Trying to hide his own gigantic level, the guy awkwardly agrees, wondering internally if his allies were covering for him. Taking the roughhousing too far, the gigantic partner ends up choking the poor student, who faints and sprawls out on the building floor. Taking the cue, the tactician gets up from the stairs, adjusts his gear, and announces that the night was too far gone for him to stay there. Turning his back to leave, the lone survivor is stopped by his companion's deep voice, asking him to wait a moment. The big guy holds out a plastic bag containing some quick snacks and a nice pair of magic binoculars built by the talented young college student. The cook questions if the group can really spare those vital items, and the man retorts, assuring him it's nothing compared to the help they received. Breaking the ice, the bodybuilder asks if he's ever told him the real reason for his separation from his wife, leaving the boy very confused. Tapping his own leg to ward off nervousness, the coach states he's going to share the story now precisely because it's so embarrassing. The guy recalls his partner's neuroses, who refused to even eat his wife's delicious snacks out of pure terror of suffering a simple muscle loss. Sighing heavily, the man confesses that this sick obsession with his body created a snowball of lies, where he pretended to eat just to please her. The masked warrior listens to that intimate confession in total silence, paying close attention to his great friend's sudden vulnerability. In a super welcoming gesture, the guild leader points out that everyone has secrets, and that the guy will have all the time in the world to open up. It hits the vigilant right then and there, realizing that both the big guy and Kyung already suspected his heavy lies about his abilities. Waving his hand to dispel the melancholic mood, the coach ends the conversation, saying he's already talked too much for one night. Pulling his partner closer, the muscular man tries to comfort his friend, assuring him that the level difference between them will soon disappear with enough training and effort. Extending her hand very affectionately, the doctor asks from the bottom of her heart for the hero to survive until the day the group can officially unite. Pushing the heavy terrace door to leave, the lone biker accepts the sentiment and promises to make short visits from time to time. Now outside and breathing out smoke, the marksman is completely stunned, feeling a strong, absurd wave of cold hit his face. Clearing a path with his large metal shovel, he finds it completely crazy that Earth is on fire while this other world was freezing under snow. Leaning the tool on the white ground, the worker's eyes widen in disbelief at the icy mess that has taken over his entire peaceful forest. Staring at the huge ice spikes sprouting from the ground, he celebrates having stored all his valuable supplies before they were completely destroyed. More relaxed about the unusual situation, the strategist changes his perspective, pointing out that this magic blizzard could also bring great benefits. Analyzing the immense sharp points bearing the perimeter, he concludes that he's gained a strong extra defense, ensuring peace from the goblins for several days. The engineer's gaze focuses on the large frozen excavator, and he decides to postpone the moat's construction since the earth would be as hard as rock in that lethal cold. Bathed in the white snowflakes, the excited adventurer claps his hands, announcing that the time has come to review his urgent plans for the future. The boy brings to mind the brutal and bloody screen of the old server to remember that the one and only final objective of that system was to stay alive. Recalling the endless hordes of bestial monsters decimating weak groups on the map, he reinforces the relentless and cruel law of survival imposed by magic. The veteran's deep technical knowledge indicated that the body's tactical limit allowed for equipping a maximum of 5 combat items at once. In addition to the valuable equipment, the rare players could only carry the extreme limit of 10 great magic abilities on the same attack bar. To make the whole gameplay worse, breaking this limit made the system automatically delete the oldest magic, generating the greatest possible frustration in the game. It all starts with the protagonist remembering that, depending on their style, players would create the worst kind of contamination to stay at the top of the food chain. Sitting peacefully in his room, he concludes that all this domination madness only worked inside the game. Bringing Mi Kyung's face to mind, the tactician understands that in real life, the number of variables is much greater. The warrior also recalls the big guy's rant about the zombie invasion, suspecting that an update changed everything while he was asleep. Resting his chin on his hand, the ex-gamer reflects silently, trying to find a good way to deal with all this new chaos. Staring at the large whiteboard full of notes, he realizes with relief that, deep down, the logic of the apocalypse hadn't changed at all. Grabbing some important equipment from the table, the guy reaffirms that the goal is still to stock up on supplies, gain powers, and live. Adjusting his dark gloves with a slight smile, the looter declares that he just needs to keep doing exactly what he was doing before. Looking at the large green map on the wall, his short-term goal is to finish the base's moat and annihilate the dangerous owlbear in the valley. In the long term, the hunter plans to steal the festival's fireworks and keep an eye on the group from that large village on the hill. Just then, a flash of memory brings the faces of the bandits and his allies to mind, making the marksman curse for having so much on his plate. Completely stressed out, the cook messes up his own hair and gives up on frying his brain, trying to solve everything at once. The adventurer gets up from his chair with his furry partner, announcing that the zombies go to sleep at midnight and their destination will be the beach. Walking to the tool panel, the strategist pulls out a nice machete, deciding to focus only on preparing for the immediate mission. Later, on the city streets, a guy stares at someone on the ground, grumbling indignantly about that piece of trash in his way. The bandit in the cap curses at the victim lying on the sidewalk, humiliating the guy for not even knowing how to open a simple gas can. Kicking the man hard in the stomach, the bully complains about being talked back to, while his partner asks him to stop. Denying the woman's request, the criminal states that he can't relax thinking about the fact that Song Ho survived and awakened. Cocking his heavy crossbow with a lot of anger, the scoundrel declares that the best move they have is to erase that sorry excuse for a person right away. Hiding in the shadows of the dark alley, the hunter scoffs at his own intuition that told him to check out the area. Sizing up the incendiary bottle in the woman's hands, the marksman puts the pieces together, realizing the trash planned to burn down his house. With the cold eyes of a killer, the warrior swears to himself that it's impossible to have any mercy against such dangerous threats. Stepping out of the darkness into the middle of the street, the biker smiles sadistically, welcoming his unwanted visitors. The criminal duo trembles in fear at the phantom-like appearance, and the hero replies that he just stepped out to get some fireworks. Completely lost, the guy in the cap's eyes widen as he demands to know why the target is out for a stroll so late at night in the chaos. Explaining with the utmost calm, the vigilant reports that zombies are diurnal creatures and always conk out at midnight sharp. Keeping the quick lesson going, he warns that the street is clear as long as they avoid the dangerous mutations, leaving the enemy confused by the information. Aiming the crossbow straight at the hunter's chest, the delinquent cockily states that a player would need to be level 7 for those monsters to appear. The cook laughs, praising the enemy's research, and then reveals that since he's only level 5, those beasts don't spawn on the map. Flashing a dark, beautiful smile, the tactician drops a hint, asking if the bandit ever stopped to think that his boss's tips could be false. The bully backs away, a bit tense, wanting to understand where the conversation is going, and the hero just thanks the gang for changing his initial plans. Displaying an intimidating purple aura, the hunter announces that he decided to attack and loot that guild's hideout before going after the fireworks. Trembling with the enemy's fury, the criminal states that the guy has gone completely insane for proposing such a suicide attack. But the gang boss quickly regains his scoundrel posture, ordering his henchmen on the street to take care of the intruder quickly. The looter doesn't waste time with a useless fight and takes off running down the dark asphalt, leaving the criminal duo far behind. Suddenly, a disgusting bone crawler plummets onto the asphalt, startling the leader, who screams in desperation at the creature's appearance. Sprinting to escape the danger, the bandit glares at the warrior's back, cursing the hero with all his might. A frantic chase begins on the abandoned street, with the bandits and monsters trying to catch the fast protagonist. Firing a powerful electric arrow into the enemy's back, the gang boss yells, telling his lackey to focus only on the hunter. Cocking his own weapon up close, the bald marksman confirms the order and promises to end the agile target's life quickly. But before he can even pull the trigger, the lackey gets a deadly shock from his own trap, flying brutally through the air. The leader and the woman flee in terror, running right past their fallen companion's body without paying the poor guy any mind. Fleeing from the swift beast, the criminal curses the situation, lamenting that the ex-gamer's trap worked so well on the asphalt. Out of breath and losing steam from the intense run, the guy in the cap despairs, asking what the heck just happened there. Reaching an empty intersection, the cowardly delinquent tells his ally to go one way while he flees the other in an attempt to shake the pursuit. Cornered by the hunter in the middle of the alley, the bandit raises his arms, trembling with terror, and begs for any kind of help. Ignoring the cowardly pleas, the hero detonates the flammable bottle, causing a giant explosion in the adversary's face. The violent flames light up the narrow path, frying the human trash's body without the slightest mercy in the middle of the night. Fallen to his knees on the hot asphalt, the criminal despairs upon seeing the bizarre creature approaching, lamenting his own lethal ruin. Refusing an easy end in the beast's claws, the scoundrel tries to draw his weapon, gritting his teeth and swearing he won't go down without a fight. But the abomination is relentless and fiercely bites the man's shoulder, who curses, feeling the excruciating pain of the rotten venom tearing through his skin. Attacked by the beast, the enemy's body writhes in agony while the biker observes the scene, defining it as something pathetic. A large puddle of dark blood splatters across the sidewalk, sealing the coward's cruel and deserved fate. Wielding his heavy shotgun, Song-ho aims the weapon and mentally thanks the idiot for injuring the monster before his demise. Focused on the great remaining threat of the night, the marksman announces that the time for the long-awaited final blow has come. Kneeling on the ground for stability, the tactician fires a huge, luminous magic shot, crossing the alley with full force. The impact hits the beast's chest squarely, but the hunter notes with frustration that the target only staggered instead of dropping on the spot. Seeing the creature leap at him with blind fury, the vigilant deduces that the ammunition disintegrates much faster in real life. Without losing his cool in the face of the charge, the guy cocks the gun again, promising to pump it full of lead until that thing stops breathing. The beast's body falls lifeless right next to the bandit's corpse, while the human steps on the creature's head, confessing that this brings no peace. Reading the level 12 updates on the glowing screen, the tactician wonders if taking out other people indirectly will affect anything in the system. Picking up the heavy backpack of the deceased, left on the dirty street, the biker coldly asks the enemy to hold no grudges in the afterlife. Walking calmly through the alley full of bodies, the vigilant declares that it was just trash foolishly taking out trash, and life goes on as usual. The sun begins to rise, illuminating the destroyed city as the looter strolls with his little wolf after completing the raid on the bandits' hideout. Sizing up the cases of beer at the other guy's HQ, the cook deduces that the sucker would have been gone soon even if he hadn't done the dirty work. Now at the abandoned beach, the wonderful duo finally secures the much-desired gigantic stock of fireworks from the event. Holding a large explosive sphere in his gloved hands, the ex-gamer praises the absurd size and impeccable quality of that bomb. Using the magical sense of smell of his four-legged partner, the human gains a gigantic advantage, stealthily tracking any danger in the area. Hiding in the alley to avoid drawing attention, the marksman carefully spies on the dangerous mutations already roaming the corners in the early morning. Taking advantage of the slow creatures that have passed out, the warrior executes each of the sleeping zombies using his cold blade. A mountain of decapitated undead takes over the broken asphalt, proving the enormous efficiency of the stealthy one-by-one takedowns. Celebrating the spectacular jump to level 14, the master vibes with happiness, accompanied by the excited bark of his white pup. However, the sky darkens rapidly, heralding a great storm of problems brewing on the gray horizon of the apocalypse. Arriving on the sidewalk of his own building early in the morning, the exhausted hunter lets out a long groan of pure agony, feeling his body weaken. Leaning completely drained against the edge of the magic portal, the tactician grumbles that all this great success came at an unbearable physical price in the end. Tired of the manual labor, Song-ho grumbles that transporting all the heavy supplies twice in a row is a very tedious task. Crossing the glowing rift, he laments the fact that the other world is right in the middle of a long, freezing winter. However, the builder realizes that storing things there is still the best option to avoid problems with sparks and humidity in the shelter. Checking the notes in his notebook, the guy plans his next targets, aiming to check on the doctor's village and the nearby shelters in the region. But the tactician's planning is suddenly interrupted when he turns around, quite startled by something strange in the environment. The street of the modern world is taken over by a very violent storm, making the boy curse at the sudden climate change. As a strong typhoon hit the earth for 2 straight days, the worker had to focus entirely on the machine to dig his moat. Piloting the heavy excavator, he deduces it would be too risky to try to do this job on the hard, frozen ground of the magic base. The manual labor continued quite intensely under the storm until another full day passed in the survivor's harsh routine. Admiring the enormous finished hole around the property, the ex-gamer swears on his life that he will never do such a tiring, crazy thing again. Back in the other world, the weather finally helps out a lot, and the thaw season begins to melt all the accumulated snow in the woods. The large ice spikes that served as natural defense begin to drip water and slowly crumble around the stone base area. Bathed in the beautiful sun hitting the clean terrain, the base's owner breathes a super sigh of relief, feeling that the climate has become habitable again. With a good stretch in front of the dimensional rift, the hero declares that complaining about difficulties gets you nowhere. Watching the storm punish the zombies in the modern world, he knows very well that the Awoken are still trapped because of the downpour. Walking calmly through the woods, the strategist tells himself that the exact time has come to move quickly to the next stage of the plan. Following the dirt trail accompanied by the little white wolf, a very random thought ends up crossing the tactician's brilliant mind. Analyzing his powerful rifle in hand, he recalls that firearms were completely broken inside that old game. And the real reason for this tremendous imbalance in power was something very simple that any veteran would understand right away. The marksman points out that this weaponry was only released after the rust plague had already passed, but Dingo suddenly runs off into the woods. Hiding stealthily in the bushes with his weapon aimed, the hunter adds that the arsenal could only be obtained by farming on the map. Gently petting his furry partner, the master praises the pup's skill for always finding the perfect spot for the takedowns. Checking his tight pulse, the guy is sure that his own tracking perception has also increased significantly thanks to the magic watch he wears. With his evolved terrain sense mapping the entire forest area in blue, the intruder deduces that this great advantage must be the reason. Oblivious to the hidden danger in the woods, the giant owlbear beast snags a fish in the river, proving it didn't even notice the human's presence nearby. Keeping his finger firmly on the trigger of the heavy rifle, the marksman mentally confirms that he has 15 rounds ready for the lethal shot. The ex-gamer aims very carefully, knowing he'll need a lot of damage to take down a monster as absurdly resilient as that one. Locking his sights on the furry beast, he calculates that he'll need to land at least 7 clean shots using his anti-corrosion ammunition. In an extremely silent move, the warrior cocks the weapon, lamenting the terrible fact that he won't be able to replenish this lethal stock. Focused on not wasting a single shot in the hunt, the tactician declares that maximum efficiency is a true obligation in this takedown. The explosive shot tears through the silent forest and hits the huge owlbear's shoulder squarely with brutal violence. Feeling the sharp pain of the surprise shot, the gigantic beast enters a pure state of fury, overflowing with a very scary red aura. Greatly surprising the marksman, the wild beast takes off at a sprint, preferring to try to flee rather than fight the lethal danger. Taking advantage of the furry target's desperate escape, the warrior fires more quick shots, demanding the big monster not waste any time. The magic bullets catch up to the fleeing beast, piercing its heavy flesh and drawing a shrill roar of pure agony from the blinded creature. Giving no quarter in the insane hunt, another strong impact blows off the owlbear's arm, which screams desperately, feeling its own life slipping away. Annoyed by the cowardly pursuit, the giant turns its head to face the marksman, who smiles, satisfied to have a face-to-face fight there. The abomination's eye glows with animal hatred, as the hunter declares with great coldness that they will settle this today with bullets. Keeping his sights locked on the enemy, the hero lets out a super-confident smile, cursing that weird creature with heavy irony. Consumed by a great murderous rage, the beast roars loudly and charges with full force toward the human, ready to tear the invading threat to pieces. The strategist doesn't lose his cool and verbally activates his magic shortcuts to quickly summon his stored equipment. A blue flash takes over the guy's hands, confirming that the items from the subspace pocket materialized perfectly in the dense reality. Holding the heavy objects in his bare hand, the survivor strikes the lighter, lighting the fuse of the round explosive without any hesitation. Using his body weight to his advantage, the tactician hurls the giant bomb through the air, aiming exactly at the path of the furious abomination in the woods. As soon as the large trap flies free, the boy already shouts for his third magic slot, pulling a flare straight from the invisible inventory. The improvised bomb detonates, creating a huge explosion of light and fireworks, forcing the hero to raise his heavy shield to protect himself immediately. Blinded by the strong burst of fireworks exploding right in its ugly face, the beast panics completely, thrashing about unable to see anything. The cook scoffs at the stunned target, stating that not even a strong creature of that level can escape the simple biological weakness to light. Without giving the target any chance to try to recover, the intruder launches into a very aggressive leap, activating his fourth magic slot again. Flying swiftly through the air toward the blinded monster, the Vigilante pulls out his huge, noisy chainsaw, ready to finish the job. With a completely cold and focused look, the ex-gamer demands with great anger that the abomination disappear from his valuable valley once and for all. The rotating blades tear through the beast's neck without any mercy, spreading a true waterfall of blood as the creature groans in pain. The sharp brutality of the clean blow annihilates any chance of the big monster's survival, bathing the dirty ground in a very dark red. The virtual interface celebrates the victory, granting the hefty points and the long-awaited level 15, unlocking a new and curious stealth ability. Panting from the great lethal effort imposed, the victor steps on the beast's carcass and gives the magic command, storing the stained saw back. Checking the blue notifications in the air, the warrior grumbles, completely disappointed, finding the new silent ability incredibly weak. Trying to console himself quickly with the smaller profit, he points out that selling the beast's tough claws as material will fetch a good price. The practical hunter changes his mind, activating the chainsaw again to slice up the large body, stating that he will milk every possible profit. Sitting in the clean woods much later, the guy devours a nice, thick piece of meat, satisfying the enormous hunger from that long, heavy afternoon of fighting. Resting near the warm campfire with his little white dog, the warrior relaxes his body, admitting that this calm moment was the ideal life. The little wolf barks, hastily asking for more snacks, making the cook scold him, indignant that he's hungry after devouring 5 fish. But the owner's heart soon melts, and he tosses a big fresh fish for the starving pup to wolf down without a second thought. Petting the cute animal's fur, the tactician asks the little guy to grow up very fast, so the two of them can execute good aggressive tactics together. Watching the pet play with a dirty stick, the guy notices with surprise that the little creature has really been growing and gaining more muscle mass. Dusting his hands, the human gets up, stating that with a full belly, they can get back to their usual heavy work. Standing in front of the illuminated purple magic barrier, the ex-gamer says that the top priority now is to explore the unlocked auction house. Staring intently at the floating system screen, the veteran notes with satisfaction that the shop's look is exactly the same as the original version. The shock hits hard when he glances at the fine print and flies into a rage seeing that the high transaction fee has suddenly doubled in value. Cursing the system's financial ambition, the user clicks on the digital panel, stating that the new 10% charge was a blatant rip-off. But the buyer's fury drastically changes to a state of pure, total shock as soon as the illuminated auction window fully loads. Reading the sale items on the first page, the strategist freezes, unable to believe that some lunatic had already listed an ebony club there. Breaking into a cold sweat with the strong revelation, the boy tells himself to calm down, realizing the competition was much more brutal than he imagined. The tactician's logic points out that if the veterans awakened with ready-made combat skills, it would make sense for them to be at higher levels. Without wasting time on unnecessary doubts, the agile hunter presses the purple magic button, buying the excellent ebony weapon at the first chance. Investigating the comments section of the mysterious anonymous seller, the ex-gamer focuses on the suspicious text, trying to uncover the guy's real identity. The ex-gamer calmly stares at the screen, stating he already has a good idea who the mysterious seller is. In that old survival game, keeping one's identity a secret was a highly valued tactic in the community. Because of this, the system allowed users to even change the gender and voice of their personalized avatars. Aside from the global chat that showed names, it was impossible to find out any information about others unless they told you themselves. Even in this absurd new reality, the protagonist deduces that the guy's same striking personality must have remained strong. Walking through the open terrain, the tactician grumbles that the big problem with veterans is that they never follow the game's normal path. Reading the bizarre logs on the screen, he notices the guy's habit of always putting a mysterious code at the end of his sentences, just to get attention. Without wasting time, the boy opens the virtual chat window to initiate direct contact with the eccentric target. Very naturally, the buyer sends a simple sigh to test the reception on the other side. The stranger replies instantly, asking who it is, and introduces himself with the very peculiar nickname, Rabbit Princess. Playing along immediately, the strategist adopts the codename, Jibap Lover, to keep his own identity hidden. The delay in the response makes the hero think the veteran must be suspicious of something about this sudden approach. But soon the panel lights up with a weird laugh, and the guy claims he's been waiting a long time, believing he would make contact. Just then, the seller drops a bombshell, asking if the protagonist was with the president, since he'd been spreading those flyers. Sitting comfortably, the big guy comments that he didn't want to reveal his own abilities right away, as that would be too risky. Reading the message, the ex-gamer fully agrees that exposing one's skills for no reason is pure suicide, and is happy they think alike. But the big guy surprises him by breaking his own rule and asks if the buyer wants to know his big secret, just like that. Completely taken aback by the direct approach, the boy plays it cool, accepting the offer since they'll be teaming up anyway. The revelation is heavy, as the veteran claims his ability is infinite resurrection, as long as he has points to spare in the system. As if that weren't enough, the guy even lists his absurd level 17 stats, full of points in strength and various resistances. Excited about the information exchange, Rabbit Princess demands to know the tactician's abilities, leaving him quite cornered in the conversation. The immediate refusal to share his secret catches the seller by surprise, who doesn't understand why his partner is holding back after all that. Using a good excuse, the survivor explains that he has major trust issues and doesn't talk about his powers even with close friends. To not lose the alliance, he assures him it's not a lack of faith in the veteran, but that he'd prefer to talk about it in person first. Agreeing to the condition without any fuss, the other user quickly asks the buyer to take another close look at the system's auction house. Noticing the sudden update to the store, the hero freezes, unable to believe what just appeared listed in the virtual market right in front of him. A very rare magic metal ring was for sale, and the veteran knew an item like that was worth its weight in gold at the beginning of the apocalypse. Proud of his own find, the big guy says he scarred the entire neighborhood for that ring, and is offering the piece for just 10 measly points. The ridiculous price leaves the tactician's jaw on the floor, questioning how the guy had the nerve to give away something so precious for such a pittance. Full of good intentions, the fighter tells him to just accept the offer, stating that he needed to show sincerity to gain his trust. Recalling the past, the boy admits that their partnership in the old game was always very strong from the beginning of their chaotic journeys. The duo used to lie in the grass to rest after extreme hunts, forming an unbreakable bond of pure camaraderie. Even with all this favorable history, the ex-gamer confesses he wasn't expecting to receive so much unprompted kindness in the real world. Accepting the super valuable gift with gratitude, he decides that the only right response to that is to return the sincerity in kind. Without beating around the bush, the hunter lists the monster's rare claws and some nice smoked fish in the system for a very symbolic price. On the other side, the brute goes crazy for the excellent goods, and the tactician remembers that he always loved these specific items. Drooling over the new weapons, the veteran asks if the creatures have already appeared in Busan, but the protagonist cuts him off, saying it's a fruit of his power. Giving everything as proof of mutual trust, the hero earns a huge compliment from his partner, who is amazed by the fair trade. With the business concluded, the strategist says it's no problem for the guy to travel to the city so they can meet up. However, he makes a comical demand, begging the big guy to wear real clothes and stop saying that annoying catchphrase all the time. The veteran agrees through tears, promising to change the bizarre phrase and only walk around naked when he's not near his great partner. Finalizing the very productive negotiation, the brute finally devours the roasted fish, having a decent meal after some tough days. Chewing the tasty meat in the darkness of his messy hideout, he realizes the violent typhoon outside is finally starting to lose strength. A ray of warm sunlight invades the room through a crack in the window, illuminating the warrior's face as he stares at the daylight, completely focused. Wielding his bat firmly under the bright light, the ripped man deduces with great excitement that this sudden calm was a divine sign. Full of admiration, he even entertains the insane idea that his survival partner might have become a true god in this apocalypse. Without thinking twice about the consequences of the height, the brute shatters the window glass and leaps straight into the danger-infested street. The impact of his landing is brutal, crushing a zombie's head on the asphalt with the force of a true meteor falling from the sky. Using his disproportionate strength, the fighter grabs the monster by the legs and smashes its fragile body against the ground with unstoppable fury. Stomping on the threats in his path, he advances with single-minded determination, with the sole objective of finding the old friend who helped him in that critical moment. The muscular warrior spins a corpse in the air like a top, creating a devastating blow that sends the other zombies flying away in an instant. Blasting through the destroyed city in nothing but his underwear, he lets out a thunderous laugh, showing he has no fear of that grotesque horde. But the great excitement is quickly cut short when he stops running in the middle of the avenue and tries to figure out which way he should go now. Looking back, the lunatic discovers he's made a full circle and ended up right back at his own building, proving he had a terrible sense of direction. With the absolute end of the storm that ravaged the earth, the undead return to wandering the streets, following a flying paper airplane. The small toy flies over the broken asphalt, catching the creature's attention, while the group of survivors adapts to the new reality. Thanks to his new level 5, the skilled artisan can finally manipulate his magic items over much greater distances in the area, Sitting on the couch, the tactician reads the message informing him that the gym crew has moved their base to a martial arts studio near his house. The message also brings the very unexpected gossip that 2 members of that group ended up starting a relationship in the middle of the world's end. To cap off the good news, the message confirms that the big guy reached the desired level 10 and unlocked the trade tab in his own system. Whenever he received these notices, the strategist would write precise tips to help his allies grow faster and more safely. He tosses the magic paper airplane back through the apartment window, ensuring the group continues to level up without getting wiped out for no reason. Without abandoning his other responsibilities, the boy opens the virtual market again to check on the situation of his newest crazy partner. The brute's replies took an eternity, as he was too busy smashing undead with his fists to get to Busan. Looking at the blue graphs, the ex-gamer remembers that starting from level 15, the amount of experience required by the system becomes surreally absurd. Doing some quick mental math, he deduces that he'll need to take down over 100 zombies just to climb to the next level. Closing the floating screen with a slap, the tactician admits he could hit that abusive mark if he dedicated his entire day solely to hunting. However, the cook gives a confident little smile, knowing he has much more practical methods for dealing with that cursed difficulty curve. Stretching out in the middle of the living room, the survivor states that he has numerous urgent commitments and can't become a slave to combat. After crossing the dimensional portal to his safe base, the boy stops in front of the huge metal door, doubting something very important. Inspecting the shiny blade in his hands, the intruder questions the curious little creatures to understand the real power of that magical tool. Shocked by the major revelation, he directly asks the giant beetles if they themselves forged the valuable rare metal knife. Bringing raw gold ores to the trade agreement, the human thought the heavy lifting would be done in some hidden workshop in the woods. Crouching near the little monsters, the improvised blacksmith questions in shock how simple round beetles have the anatomical capacity to forge weapons. In immediate response to the boy's big question, one of the colored insects pulls out 2 tiny forging hammers, proving they are ready for the job. The boy hands a golden coin to the beetle and tells it to try creating something with that material if it can. Very excited by the payment, the little monster grabs the piece and starts hammering the metal using its tiny tools. With a dazzling flash, the insect proudly holds up the small, newly forged knife made from that single coin. Holding the delicate item, the protagonist is surprised to see that the magical creation ability actually worked. But he questions why the critter made such a rough and crooked mithril blade if it has the ability to sharpen things so well. Immediately, the beetles start crying and trembling in the corners, leaving the human completely clueless about their exaggerated reaction. Asking them to stop the drama, the tactician tells the little monsters to draw the problem on the whiteboard for him to analyze. Without wasting time, the insects quickly fly to the board and start scribbling the drawings for the big explanation. Observing the final art on the wall, the ex-gamer understands that the goblins were beating them up and preventing them from making decent weapons. With the mystery solved, he wants to know exactly where the nest of those oppressive monsters is. Using its own little knife, the beetle points to a green map it drew, indicating the exact location of the enemy territory. Satisfied with the valuable information, the boy promises he'll go there soon to clear the area. However, he emphasizes that the little monsters also need to do their part in the deal and work properly from now on. Seeing the critter's excitement in agreeing to everything, the human even suggests burning the goblins' bodies for them if they want. Before sealing the deal, he asks if the magic blacksmiths can accept a special creation request right off the bat. Excited about the new productive alliance, the strategist proposes that they maintain a good friendly relationship in the future. Walking through the streets of the destroyed city, he is shocked to realize that those beetles had enormous leadership potential. Just then, the boy lunges at a zombie and lands a devastating blow right on the creature's head, splattering blood everywhere. The monster falls defeated on the asphalt as the fighter quickly prepares to engage in the next brutal attack. With a swift and heavy move, he smashes another undead against the ground, destroying the threat in milliseconds. Dealing with common enemies that have become much stronger than normal, the hunter continues the massacre through the block. Delivering precise and lethal blows, the protagonist takes down several zombies who are trying to surround the abandoned street. One of the creatures shrieks fiercely and tries to attack the survivor by surprise with its sharp claws. But the ex-gamer dodges smoothly and lands a solid punch on the monster's nape without the slightest difficulty. Taking out those stinking threats almost out of pure habit, he shatters the last zombie of the group, clearing the area. Looking at the landscape just ahead, the tactician's jaw drops at what he just found on his path. He notices how the architecture of that luxurious condominium was completely different and fancy compared to the rest of the neighborhood. Standing in front of the imposing gate with his wolf, the boy admits he would never have set foot in a place like that before the apocalypse. While his pet sniffs a corpse stretched out on the asphalt, he wonders if Cyan would still be alive amidst that chaos. Considering that other acquaintances without powers also survived, the hero keeps his hopes up of finding the woman safe. Looking at the giant building, he remembers that people in contact with the Awoken are not affected by the zombie spores. Because of this system rule, the protagonist wasn't afraid that his acquaintance had turned into a slimy monster. His real concern at that moment was precisely the strategic location of that luxury condominium. The place was stupidly close to the golf course that belonged to the other survivor who was crazy about absolute control. On top of that, the building was also dangerously close to the government shelter, which made the situation on the map much worse. This proximity turned the village into an ideal spot for groups to gather and cause huge conflicts at any time. Climbing the elevator shaft hanging from a rope only proved that this was the perfect environment for bad things to happen. Reaching the dark floor, the boy leans on the metal edge and pulls himself up with considerable physical effort. Panning on the floor next to his wolf, he comments that a normal person would be completely exhausted just from climbing that high. Observing the rope tied securely to the pillar, the tactician immediately deduces that the trap was Cyan's own handiwork. Walking cautiously down the empty hallway, the intruder wonders in which of those units the woman might be hiding. Stopping in front of the right door, he knocks lightly on the wood, trying not to make too much noise on the floor. An irritated voice sounds from inside, complaining that she had already warned him countless times to arrive at the agreed time. The resident opens only a defensive crack and questions why someone would show up in a place crawling with killers on the loose. Upon recognizing the boys' and the dog's faces, she is completely surprised and lets out a sigh of pure relief. Confused by the sudden visit, the woman asks what brought the ex-gamer to this dangerous end of the world. The boy replies that the world is made of trades, and that he only came there to collect the money for the medicine. The joke gets a weak laugh out of her, but the protagonist quickly cuts the banter and asks about the killer story. Knowing the explanation would be long and complicated, she opens the door completely and invites her ally inside. As soon as the hero and his wolf sit on the comfortable living room couch, the survivor begins to vent about everything she had been holding in. Cyan spoke very quickly and with extreme precision, barely giving the guy a chance to interrupt the chaotic story. Listening intently in the dark, the strategist makes a quick mental summary to piece together the scene. Near the temporary shelter, 3 different groups had peacefully divided the territory and were trying to coexist. But suddenly, a much larger gang appeared in the area, with at least 10 members full of bad intentions. This new group proposed opening the government shelter ahead of time to brutally divide all the stocked supplies. When the other 2 leaders refused the specious offer, the mood heated up very quickly, and the situation got out of control. A mysterious person attacked mercilessly in the dark, plunging a bloody knife into a member of one of the rival teams. A truly brutal killer emerged from nowhere in the middle of the mess and began eliminating people who opposed the plan. Analyzing the number of controlled followers, the ex-gamer deduces that the leader causing the problems must be the suit, Quan. The fact that the villain made a friendly offer instead of forcing obedience indicates that his control ability has limitations. Thinking strategically, the boy decides he can't directly involve Cyan in this risky mess. He comments that the so-called killer appeared right after the other teams rejected the deal, making the connection very obvious. The smaller teams suffered heavy losses in the slaughter, while the controlling leader's group remained completely intact. With his hand on his chin, the tactician questions why they would want to break into the shelter early, if the place would open on its own later. To confirm a crazy theory, he asks directly if the resident's awakening power is really focused on healing. She shows her hand glowing with a green energy and confirms that she can close minor wounds, but can't perform miracles. Excited by the golden information, the protagonist explains that support Awoken have a very difficult time hunting alone. Unlike the fighting classes, they earn points by helping allies but can't level up aggressively. This harsh system rule leads the boy to deduce that the mysterious suit is also not a front-line combatant. Cyan is surprised by his perfect logic and agrees that having followers doesn't mean having raw physical strength. Fitting the last detail into place, the ex-gamer states that the villain needs area of effect weapon materials to level up faster. Leading a gigantic group brings the weight of feeding many mouths, which makes the rush for supplies quite understandable. The woman points out that the intruder is about to meet his own teammates and needs to leave to get organized. But he denies the meeting, stating that he has other priorities first, leaving her confused by the sudden refusal. Cyan sighs with relief and confesses that her group is a bunch of idiots, justifying her initial bad mood when opening the door. The doctor points out that this type of person prioritizes only their own basic needs. The tactician responds over the radio, admitting that this is a problem, but assures her that everything will be fine. With a serene look, the ally defends that deep down, they aren't such bad people. The ex-gamer straps on his own backpack and asks what her next steps are now. The woman backs away, stating the situation is dangerous with the enemy team there, but he reassures her, promising to just observe from a distance. Petting little Dingo, the hero deduces that the zombie hordes are preventing the rival gang from joining up. Without beating around the bush, he hands her a huge, yellow, luminous stone as a housewarming gift. The hunter explains that the item serves as a candle, and tells her to break the stone in half if the glow gets too strong. Soyan sees the play immediately, concluding that the boy had already unlocked the magic shop to have that. Walking with his little wolf, he agrees and swears that if everything goes well, he'll pay back his medical debt with plenty of interest. Far away, the focus shifts to the large concrete dome of the temporary shelter in the middle of the city. The suit, Kwon, sits casually in an armchair on the street, asking his henchman how the purification was progressing. The lackey quickly reports that the killer eliminated another member of Team B during the afternoon. To top it off, the criminal informs him that the survivors moved the supplies, and the cleanup of that area would be finished soon. The mob boss asks about Team A, receiving confirmation that they haven't made any strange moves yet. Satisfied with the report, the suit orders the death of one more member of that group, and the henchman supports the tactic. The mobster questions the exact location of the targets, but the lackey laments not having been able to track them all individually. However, the man in sunglasses reports that they spotted the woman from the group leaving her house heading towards the plaza. With his eyes glowing with purple magic, the villain orders them to send the killer after the girl immediately. Changing focus, the boss asks if they have found the masked marksman yet, but receives a completely negative response. The subordinate bows his head, apologizing for the failure in the search. Annoyed by the team's incompetence, the criminal grips the arm of the chair with great force, while cursing under his breath. The leader is absolutely certain that the enemy is still in Busan, but goes crazy trying to guess his hiding spot. Recalling the beating the gang took in the alley, the suit declares they need to find that sorry excuse for a person fast. The villain's fury grows because he's not gaining points when his lackeys take someone out. Hating the major flaw in his power, biting his own finger from pure tension, he assesses that he needs to correct this mistake as quickly as possible. The coward deeply fears that the stranger with the paralyzing poison will end up wiping him out in the future. To make matters worse, he imagines the other regional leaders mocking him if he doesn't reach level 15 by the date of the big auction. Completely frustrated with his own situation, the mobster curses loudly until he's called by his partner. The group of criminals proudly displays a furious, tied-up zombie they just captured for the boss. The villain praises his team's good work while the henchmen hold the abominations. Without the slightest bit of pity, the mobster throws an incendiary bottle straight onto the asphalt. The homemade explosive lands right at the feet of the group of tied-up infected who can't escape. A gigantic blaze instantly engulfs the monsters, roasting the beasts in a brutal fire trap. The magic screen confirms his advance to level 9, and the leader stares at the flames, calculating that there are only 6 levels left. Assuming a command posture, the suit tells all his subordinates to pay close attention. Holding up 3 fingers with his eyes glowing, he goes over the squad's urgent missions. The first direct order is to locate the locking mechanism of the large temporary shelter. The second mission is to continue capturing the undead like that for him to burn. Finally, the third and most important task is to track the exact whereabouts of the unknown marksman. The boss asks if everyone understood the orders, and the lackey promptly agrees. Hiding in the bushes with his pup, the ex-gamer observes everything with an ironic smile, finding the bandit very enthusiastic. Tugging on his equipment's cord, the tactician demands of himself that he not be so impatient in this hunt. The masked man adopts a dark look, confident that Soyan will protect the target, and that he will come to him eventually. The view focuses on the completely destroyed shopping plaza as the boy says the doctor's name. Far away, a young man kneels in the middle of the rubble, holding a rose and begging Soyan to date him. The doctor is completely confused by his attitude, finding it bizarre that he's doing this while a killer is roaming the area. Flashing a confident smile, the guy tries to calm her, saying he used his clairvoyance and trusts his own power. She hangs her head, annoyed, reminding the fool that one of their colleagues just perished while collecting items. The young man insists, justifying that the killer was far away, assuring her she could trust him this time. Tugging at her own hair in pure frustration, the woman says this is exactly why she hates this situation. She questions his certainty without proof, and the guy tries to push his luck, promising to be a good boyfriend. Out of patience, the survivor cuts him off, saying she doesn't want to hear it anymore, but the stubborn guy insists on continuing. An aura focuses on the man's heart as he asks for just one last chance from his colleague. Suddenly, the doctor feels her heart race and recognizes that strange symptom as a warning that a killer is near. She glares daggers at her partner, accusing his information of being completely wrong, while the guy goes into shock. The woman takes off running and warns that if they separate now, they won't trigger the system's deadly duel. The guy uses his magical clairvoyance power with his finger to his forehead, trying to locate the threat on the map. Upon seeing the enemy's position, he freezes completely, overcome by great despair. The killer with red eyes emerges, walking calmly through the smoke, brandishing a sharp knife. The doctor complains that nothing good ever happens when she's near him, and her colleague just apologizes for the mistake. Trying to stay calm in the face of danger, she points out that at least they confirmed one big detail in the middle of all this. Staring at the villain up close, the woman notices that the killer is wearing the exact same outfit as Team C. The gray-haired killer gives a sadistic smile and raises his blade, activating the feared death field. A gigantic red energy dome begins to expand through the destroyed area at his command. The large magic barrier covers the entire block, cornering the duo, while the guy curses, completely lost. The scared guy asks what the plan is, and his ally quickly replies that their only way out now is to run and hide. The guy doubts they can escape, thinking the enemy is too fast, but she scolds him, reminding him that killers can't run in there. Adjusting her backpack, the survivor tells him to get his flashlight ready against the iron, just like the survival manual taught. Focused on her own secret plan, Soyeon hopes very much that her mysterious savior will show up at that place. The woman shouts for them to hang in there, but the enemy advances violently against the defenseless young man. The villain's knife slashes the young man's chest without mercy in a deep cut that sends a lot of blood flying through the air. Hit squarely, the partner retreats, losing his strength as he tries to hold onto his large magic flashlight. The equipment falls to the ground, lighting up with full force and creating an extremely strong flash of light in the street. Blinded by the sudden trap, the criminal screams in agony, covering his face to protect himself from the intense glow. It all starts with the doctor holding the lit flashlight, completely surprised to see that the defense tactic actually worked in practice. Without wasting time, Soyeon smacks the blinded killer right in the stomach with the flashlight, remembering the survival manual. Seizing the perfect opening, the woman turns and bolts, running far away from the stunned enemy. Right behind her, her injured colleague collapses on the destroyed ground, completely losing his strength after the lethal blow. The gray-haired killer grumbles, annoyed, admitting that he was very foolish in that situation. Regaining his vision, the criminal confesses that he messed up by getting too close to celebrate and didn't anticipate the praise reaction. Lying on the ground, the survivor hears her injured colleague beg for help in a very weak voice. Facing the approaching killer, the girl sighs and states that it's a good thing she didn't accept that marriage proposal earlier. Seeing the enemy steps getting closer, she laments how incredibly fleeting life can be in the end. The villain raises his knife, ready for the finish, while the doctor just accepts that her sad end has arrived. Just then, a familiar voice cuts the tense atmosphere, asking why she has her eyes closed. Song Ho suddenly appears, blocking the deadly blow with his shield, making the doctor scream his name in complete shock. With a quick move, the hero lunges forward, forcing his shield against the killer, who backs away, eyes wide with surprise. The tactician gives no ground and lands a brutal blow with his club, sending the criminal flying with a strong blue flash. Soyeon remains seated on the ground amidst the rubble, staring at her great savior with an expression of pure relief. Still on the street, the woman stares at the newcomer, trying to process the miraculous rescue that just happened. Extending a hand to help his ally up, the guy says in a very calm tone that it's not her time to go yet. The tactician confirms that the enemy leader has mental magic and brainwashed his henchmen, explaining the gang's absurd synchronicity. Using a healing green light, the ex-gamer asks if her wounds are okay, and the doctor thanks him, stating they're almost healed. Staring at the body of the fallen young man nearby, the strategist is cold as he says the real thanks go to her group for serving as bait. The survivor laments the tragic passing of her teammate, but the biker cuts the mourning short, warning that there's no time to think about that now. Shifting focus to the enemy, the hunter explains that taking down a killer with high regeneration and durability at this moment is impossible. Soyeon asks, very worried, if this means they're out of options, and the hero agrees that normally, that would be the truth. Observing the isolated killer on the street, the protagonist explains that the death field was created precisely to force an encounter with the aggressor. Even if the killer perishes and the barrier disappears, the zombies form a wall blocking the exit, but he reveals there's a bug in the system. Pointing to the surrounding structures, the hero asks if his ally has any idea why he led her to this exact location. The view focuses on the top of the structures, where the tactician reveals the existence of a suspended walkway perfectly connecting the two buildings. The ex-gamer explains that just like at the start of the deadly duel, a dull thud will echo through the environment again. The killer observes the duo from a distance, while the narration points out that this is the moment the criminal's excitement peaks. Flashing a large, sadistic smile, the villain's two eyes glow with a very intense red, proving his power has reached its limit. The large red barrier shrinks rapidly, creating a perfect gap for them to cross the death field. Raising his index finger, the hunter warns with great firmness that they will have only one chance to carry out the plan. He tells the doctor to cross the bridge on his signal, and she agrees but asks worriedly if the guy will be okay dealing with the killer alone. Staring at the street, the hero explains that killers gain a random special ability, so someone needs to stay behind to hold the beast off. The strategist reinforces that even by triggering the system error, if they can't get out, the entire plan will have been a huge waste of time. With the plan set, the vigilante sends Cyan to the 3rd floor and gets ready to wait for the enemy on the building's 1st floor. Wielding his shield in the empty hallway, the tactician feels the tension rise as the sound of a heartbeat echoes louder and louder. Assuming a combat stance, the warrior calls out to the enemy, challenging him in a completely defiant and fearless manner. Suddenly, the ex-gamer gets very confused, feeling the target's strong presence near him without being able to see anyone there. With a violent crash, the killer simply destroys the concrete wall, invading the hallway in a brutal attack. Song Ho hastily raises his shield to protect himself from the flying debris, cursing the terrible luck he just had. Emerging from the dust with a murderous aura, the killer reveals that his special ability was to phase through walls. Without wasting a single second, the criminal lunges forward and brings his knife down in a slashing blow, tearing through the air with great force. Using his quick reflexes, the tactician dodges the charge by throwing his body to the side, narrowly avoiding fatal damage. The enemy's heavy blow leaves a red trail in the wind, while the biker ducks, assuming a defensive base on the ground. Taking advantage of the gap in the enemy's movement, the experienced hunter swings his heavy club from the bottom up. The weapon deforms the air and hits the killer's head squarely, generating a strong explosion of blue energy from the impact. The criminal's head is thrown back by the brute force of the blow, but the expression on the target's face remains completely blank. Completely unscathed, the killer cracks his neck bizarrely, showing that pain has no effect on his body. The tactician admits he was already expecting this due to his hours of gameplay, lamenting that this level of damage doesn't even tickle the rival. Blocking a furious charge with his shield, the hero points out that the brainwashing has left the killer acting like a mere aggressive zombie. The villain's attack patterns prove to be very simple and predictable, as he has lost all his original fighting consciousness. Raising the lethal blade again, the hypnotized lackey prepares another dry blow to try to dismember the human looter. The big problem with this fight is that the killer keeps gaining even more brute strength until his excitement peaks. Annoyed by the situation, the cook considers if it wouldn't be much easier to just beat this puppet to a pulp and be done with it. However, the warrior dismisses his own idea and decides to block the rival's insane attack, enduring the impact of the blade on his metal shield. The tactician dodges a red trail in the air, remembering that he needs to follow the plan to the letter to have a chance of eliminating the suit leader. With a very agile movement, the ex-gamer slides back, gaining the necessary distance to analyze the opponent's condition. Bathed in a dense red aura of fury, the enemy pants heavily, showing that the second stage of excitement was very close. Suddenly, the concrete floor beneath the killer's feet begins to crack, drawing a surprised murmur from the protagonist. The killer shoots forward at an impressive speed, leaving a trail of light, as the hero realizes in shock that his agility has also increased. The violent blow hits the biker's guard, sending the human flying through the air with an absurd force that shatters the concrete floor. Still flying down the hallway, the ex-gamer curses in frustration for not having predicted the beast would gain an agility bonus ability. To deal with this sudden change, the strategist extends his hand and activates his first magic slot, waiting for the bonus time to run out. Landing firmly on the destroyed ground, the warrior summons his gigantic defensive shield, assuming a heavy stance. An immense golden flash explodes as the enemy attack hits the magic shield, confirming that buying time here is the best viable option. While the intense fight rages on the floor below, the doctor climbs the large spiral staircase, running desperately to complete her mission. Leaning on the upper floor's safety rail, the young woman shouts her partner's name, trying to warn him about the dangers in the street. Observing the hunter holding off the threat down below, she warns, terrified, that the barrier has shrunk and the zombies are forming a wall. The vigilante shouts for her to hold her position, and says that the exact time to cross the bridge hasn't come yet. And during the killer's fury up close, he orders his friend to keep watch on everything outside until she receives his big signal. The ally nods tensely, agreeing to maintain her watch just as the strategist commanded. The hunter turns his back and runs up the stairs, noting with great relief that the rival's dark aura has finally vanished. However, the killer's energy explodes, overflowing with a blinding red light, proving that the lethal excitement has reached its maximum limit. Advancing up the steps under the insane pressure of the death that pursues him, the marksman declares that he only needs to hold the monster for a few more seconds. Enduring the fury of the rapid attacks, the hero defends himself with his shield, asking for just a little more time there. The enemy forces a heavy charge, compelling the tactician to take a step back on the floor while holding his metal defense. Gritting his teeth in pure tension, the biker hopes with all his might that the exact time will come soon. Just then, the loud sound of a heartbeat fills the dark corridor, signaling that the magic limit has been reached. A red explosion engulfs the killer's body, confirming that the beast has reached level 3 of lethal excitement. Without wasting a single second, the marksman shouts his ally's name, giving her the big signal to act immediately. High up in the building, the doctor lets out a tense breath and musters up the courage to carry out her part of the risky plan. Dashing swiftly across the narrow walkway, the girl reports over the radio that she's on her way to the safe zone. She crosses the suspended bridge with extreme agility, passing right over the red barrier that was shrinking on the street. Touching the firm ground of the other building, the survivor escapes by a hair's breadth before the structure behind her gives way. Panning from the run, the young woman ignores the abomination's growling, trapped on the other side of the huge blocked street. The herd of undead smashes their bodies against the invisible wall, desperately trying to devour the fleeing human prey. Safe on the high roof, she spies on the mess below and confirms on the radio that she completed the crossing perfectly. Catching her breath while leaning against the rail, the doctor celebrates, greatly relieved to have made it out of that tense, lethal field alive. However, despair soon returns to her face, fearing that the masked hero will end up gone if he takes too long to get out. Over the small portable radio, the ally desperately warns that the zombies have completely blocked the entire entrance to the place. The biker tells her to get out of there fast, and the woman agrees, dashing down the rooftop stairs on the spot. Running through the destroyed building, the tactician flees swiftly while the killer phases through the rough ceiling right behind him. The concrete floor explodes into pieces as the gray-haired beast appears on the floor with fury in its empty eyes. The vigilante curses the situation, finding it completely insane that the monster can even ignore the ceiling in its pursuit. Stopping his intense run, the ex-gamer scoffs at the enemy, asking if they haven't fought enough for one day. Completely deaf to the casual conversation, the killer charges in a red blur, tearing through the air with his lethal knife. But the heavy blow hits only empty air, leaving the hypnotized lackey wondering where the agile target disappeared to. Using the power of the portal beneath the floor, the hero suggests the enemy stay put to save bullets and a lot of pain. With half his body hidden in the magic, the marksman cocks his heavy weapon, telling the villain to take a nap for a few minutes. Outside on the sidewalk, the huge crowd of undead remains squeezed against the gate, trying to reach the fresh meat. Just then, a large blue rift opens in the middle of the asphalt, sending the monsters flying with the pushing force of the magic. The couple escapes hastily through the created magic shortcut, and the boy quickly closes the dimensional portal behind them. Running without looking back, Swayan is shocked, wanting to know how he broke through that bizarre wall of abominations. Pulling the doctor firmly by the wrist, the guy tells her to leave the questions for later and just focus on escaping. The strategist warns that as soon as the red field disappears, the entire zombie horde will truly focus on them on the deserted street. The ally suggests going back home right away, but the leader quickly says no and declares they're running to the temporary shelter. Quite confused, she questions the crazy destination, and the hunter explains that he's going to pit the killer against the enemy guild. Dashing side by side on the asphalt, the woman remembers the boss's mind control, but the guy guesses that's already over. With a brilliant smile, the biker explains that the game's magic rule clears any negative effects from the killer in the end. The doctor connects the dots, stunned by the meticulous plan made from the beginning, and the hero praises her sharp intelligence. With a completely sadistic look, the tactician reveals his cruel intention to save the shelter and turn that gang's life into a living hell. Keeping a firm pace on the run, he defends his own philosophy that fighting evil with pure evil is a just thing to do. Far away, the brainwashing breaks, and the gray-haired lackey regains consciousness in a state of total shock. Staring at his own dirty hands, the poor technician has no idea why he's holding lethal knives while standing there. Terror takes over the man's confused mind when he notices his entire outfit was stained with fresh red. However, this harsh despair is short-lived, as old memory fragments invade his head like lightning. Horrible memories of him slicing up innocents and acting like a relentless monster appear extremely clearly in his frightened mind. Clutching his face in great pain, the man screams as the exact image of the one responsible for all this takes shape in his memory. The smiling face and purple eyes of the suit, Quan, appear as the great demon that controlled his body. Foaming with pure rage and betrayal, The lackey bellows loudly, accusing the mobster of turning him into a blind killing machine. In the middle of the destroyed street, the gray-haired man grips his knife as beautiful fireworks light up the sky. Gritting his teeth with great hatred, the technician curses his ex-boss for forcing him to live a hell while he was casually farming in the plaza. With his mind focused on pure revenge, the killer stomps firmly on the dirty ground, telling the sorry excuse for a person to get his own neck ready. Making a great, agile leap over the rubble, fury blinds the man, who swears to collect that great, cruel blood debt. In another dark corner, the duo carries the tubes, and the doctor hesitantly asks if that whole party with the fireworks was vital. The tactician confirms with great seriousness that making noise is the goal, as the enemies would be on high alert now. The boy's genius was precisely aimed at stressing out the suit so he wouldn't realize he'd lost his monster's leash. Passing on the tactical tasks, the hunter tells his ally to watch the perimeter and praises himself before disappearing to ambush the leader. Hiding behind the low wall, Swayan makes a finger gun and smiles, finding great amusement in the perfect punctuality of the falling target. Bathed in pure, dark resentment, the ex-lackey plummets from above like a lightning bolt, aiming straight for the stone plaza. With a murderous and terrifying look on his face, the tactician's lethal weapon rapidly approaches to annihilate the lying traitor. In the large plaza, the suit rests comfortably, surrounded by henchmen, completely blinded by his own disgusting ego that consumes him. Without any warning, fury tears through the night air as the gray-haired man descends with his lethal little knife, seeking the villain's rotten life. The mobster's violet eyes go wide, completely caught off guard by the brutal attack tearing through the starry sky. The heavy thud of the blade smashes the stone plaza with violence, forcing the mobster to roll hastily to avoid being diced. Breaking into a cold sweat on the dirty ground, the criminal stammers in desperation, questioning how that henchman escaped and found him hidden there. Trying to quickly impose magical authority, the boss raises his glowing hand, telling the technician to disappear before he deeply regrets it. The killer tells the trash to shut up and summons the feared death field, wielding the little knife stained with fresh blood right there. Staring at the red grate rising in the area, the suit curses lost, while the ex-lackey mocks the guy's great slowness. Mercilessly decreeing the end of the line for the cowardly liar, the technician charges like a bull, ready to plunge the metal. In a pure corporate defense instinct, the suited henchmen throw themselves in front, holding back the crazy killer's aggressive attack. Grabbing their ex-colleague with great force, the security guards yell for the leader to fall back and maintain a very safe distance from the fight. Before the gang can escape the plaza, several swift arrows appear, tearing through the barrier and embedding themselves directly in the defenders' chests. The gang boss clicks his tongue in frustration, watching his loyal shields fall and finding the whole thing a very dirty trick. Observing the great murderous rage on the attacker's face, the mobster concludes the obvious, realizing the brainwashing has broken. With the death field locking down the entire plaza, the villain accepts that there's no way to escape and use his mental powers from a distance. Flashing a beautiful psychopathic smile on the spot, the suit turns the tables, deciding to take out the beast and steal all the points for free. The leader bellows violent orders, demanding the remaining henchmen smash the target to the ground, not letting a single muscle move. But the force of vengeful rage is unstoppable, and the gray-haired man dishes out liberating punches, shattering the annoying bandit's glasses. It all starts with the enraged suit, Kwon, humiliating his former lackey for still being a mere pawn and calling his own henchmen brainless idiots. Paying no mind to the insults, the gray-haired killer advances, tearing through the suited security guards with swift and relentless slashes of his blade. The henchmen collapse onto the stone floor, gushing blood, as the Avenger walks coldly toward his former mob boss. Desperate from the carnage, the suit screams, demanding the other guards stop staring like idiots and attack already. The killer blocks a lackey's charge with extreme ease, warning in a dark tone that any attempt at defense now is useless. Feeling the pressure, the villain quickly pulls out a Molotov cocktail and orders the rest of the homemade explosives to be brought over. He cruelly demands the lackeys hold the beast at all costs, even if they have to perish to stop the monster's approach. Obeying the suicidal order, one of the henchmen grabs the killer from behind with great force, making the gray-haired man click his tongue in annoyance. In a violent move, the ex-lackey slashes the persistent security guards, cursing the mob boss for being just a great, spineless coward. Far from the fray, Kwon flashes a smug smile, assuring himself that his rival made a big mistake by not finishing him off sooner, and declares his own victory. The criminal scoffs, stating that the death field rule prevents any escape, and he still has plenty of henchmen to hold the target. With the flammable bottle ready in his hand, the suit sadistically questions if the traitor was finally ready to wake up from his dream. The villain hurls the bomb with all his might, pointing out that the enemy's great failure was blindly trusting the powers of a simple killer. The bottle shatters on the asphalt, creating a strong explosion right at the target's feet, while the gray-haired man ironically questions if that was really a mistake. Bathed in the intense flames, the killer remains standing and completely unshaken in the middle of the blazing fire, proving that pain has no effect on him. Completely engulfed in flames, the ex-lackey states that he's unfamiliar with that word, revealing he had already accepted his own demise from the beginning of the confrontation. The mobster breaks into a cold sweat at the enemy's tenacity and tries to provoke him, accusing the man of letting his wife and son perish miserably. Hearing the cruel insults about his family, the gray-haired killer lets out a dark smile in the middle of the fire, leaving his ex-boss completely furious. Angered by the mockery, Kwon mentally fires a swift blade and declares that his former henchman has finally lost his mind in the face of imminent doom. The flying weapon hits the flaming warrior's neck with a dry impact, but the fatal attack barely tickles the man's willpower. Suddenly, crossbow bolts brutally aim themselves in the killer's back, who realizes the masked marksman has arrived and celebrates his presence. Kneeling, weakened by the accumulated damage, the gray-haired man genuinely thanks the mysterious vigilant for breaking his mental control earlier. The charred and perforated body topples lifelessly onto the asphalt, with the technician taking his last breath, relieved to go out with his dignity intact. With the killer's takedown, the large red death field shatters into luminous pieces, leaving the mob boss completely lost in the plaza. Clenching his fist in pure hatred, the suit curses the fact that someone cancelled his lethal hypnosis and still stole the takedown points right under his nose. The villain's realization finally hits as he processes the arrows, his eyes widening in despair as he deduces that the unknown marksman was right there. Sweating coldly and completely terrified, the criminal whips his head around, trying to find the dangerous biker hidden in the shadows. The mobster screams, demanding the filthy rat show himself, but doesn't waste time and immediately bolts, scrambling to save his own skin from certain doom. Being swallowed by a strong magical escape beam, the coward swears revenge, promising to tear the masked hero to pieces at their next encounter. The chaos ends, and calm takes over the street, with Song Ho and Soo Yaon walking peacefully, agreeing that it was a very long day. Chatting on the sidewalk, the doctor says she's moving out of the village as soon as possible, as staying there would only shorten her precious lifespan. Being very grateful, the woman bows and reveals she has numerous questions in her head, but focuses only on thanking him from the bottom of her heart for the rescue. The masked hunter lowers his hood and responds with great humility, assuring his ally that the heroic rescue was absolutely nothing. The guy confesses that without her perfect surveillance, the escape would have gone very wrong. He then tells her to ignore Team C, leaving the doctor confused. With a slight smile, the strategist points to his own head and guarantees, out of pure intuition, that the criminal gang will self-destruct soon. Now in the comfort of his safe base, the protagonist takes off his shirt and decides to take 3 full days off to treat the bandages on his own body. The ex-gamer grumbles that the intense fight against the killer left him completely wrecked, but points out that this mandatory rest won't be useless. Staring at the luminous panel in his room, he celebrates reaching level 16, which unlocked a valuable life-tracking ability, and focuses on checking his loot. The cook flashes a big smile, investing 300 points to buy a coveted and lethal orichalcum long knife from the Magic Systems store. Taking advantage of his free recovery time in the Green Forest, the tactician dedicates his sunny afternoons to setting traps for small boars. Browsing the system's forum, the warrior tracks the conversations of other survivors and discovers an absurd location dominated by goblins in the north. On the second day of pure peace, the dedicated craftsman sits on the floor and perfectly repairs his strong, cracked shield with the help of his beetle team. With his defense brand new, he sends his agile white drone flying through the dense woods to map the enemy terrain without risking an ambush. The aerial footage shows the green area, and the brilliant pilot manages to precisely identify the exact location of all the little monsters' traps. Kneeling in the clean garden during the third day, the farmer harvests beautiful red bell peppers, amazed by the rapid growth of that mystical soil. As the morning of the fourth day dawns, the recovered young man pushes open the glass door to exchange daily information with the group in the city. Looking at the cold floor, the tactician freezes upon noticing that his magic paper airplane was completely still and fallen, unlike how it usually was. The guy crouches and hastily picks up the small paper letter, questioningly confused if his college friend had sent the message too early. Carefully unfolding the sheet, the ex-gamer focuses on the message, and his expression changes to one of pure shock as he reads the words written there. The curt note was from that arrogant newbie, ordering him to stop sending messages to the group immediately, and that he didn't need to reply. Crumpling the paper tightly, the cook curses the jerk out loud, finding it a tremendous farce for the guy to meddle in the team's communication. Checking the previous messages, the hero gets furious seeing the big guy defending the idiot after all the help they received. Bathed in a dark aura and with a sharp gaze, The experienced killer Sealy considers going over there to eliminate that human trash with his own hands. However, the guy's large eyes widen in astonishment at his own violent thought, asking himself if he had lost his mind. Covering his mouth, panting, the warrior accepts that thinking about taking a life for such a trivial reason would make him a psychopath, just like the mob boss. Taking a deep breath on the sunny terrace, he swears to regain his composure and fulfill his old promise to assess situations coldly and without emotion. Analyzing the board, he recalls that the student had warned him about the intense leadership conflicts between the muscular guy and the cocky one at the shelter. The plain truth is that the newbie had been allying with envious neighbors to create a perfect excuse to expel the original duo from that village. In the midst of this political mess, the dedicated doctor would also become extremely vulnerable in that toxic environment, forcing the strategist to act quickly. Holding his open hand up to the sun's rays, the survivor declares that the great time for a reckoning will come, and he must remain rational. Clenching his fist with extreme determination, the hero focuses on what he can do now and states that annihilating the large goblin nest is the day's priority. Observing the enemy village from the hilltop, the master calls his little white partner, asking if he was ready for war. The little wolf barks deeply, making the hunter smile, praising the beast's rapid muscle growth and imposing voice. Turning his face to the agile, winged helpers in the tree, the group leader asks if they have completed all the tactical preparation tasks in the area. The cute little beetle holds up a very well done drawing, pointing out the confirmed presence of 3 large hobgoblins in the camp. Holding the paper reports in his gloved hand, the ex-gamer assesses the troops and confirms the sum of 18 goblins and 3 big yellow guys. The magical crew cries in terror, huddled together, and the human laughs, asking if the little ones were that scared of that number of enemies. Walking confidently towards the dense bushes, the warrior snaps the fingers of his right hand, pointing out that they are ignoring a small detail. The biker boasts with a big smile to the terrified beetles, guaranteeing with great swagger that their new owner was anything but weak in combat. Summoning the powerful fire shotgun with a blue light, the marksman confesses he woke up in a very bad mood and will exterminate everything quickly. Emerging from the shadows with the shotgun in hand alongside his faithful pet, the hero orders the little insects to watch the spectacle very carefully. Facing the valley filled with armed abominations, the vigilante promises to show a true practical lesson on how to annihilate an infested nest. The explosive shot crosses the terrain and blows off a goblin's arm, with the human mocking that the huge noise already shatters the slowpoke's defense. Caught completely by surprise by the thundering shot, the small creatures lose their composure and run desperately, trying to find the source of the attack. Taking advantage of the general panic, the deadly duo leaps into the middle of the horde, slicing through the enemies in the blink of an eye with their sharp blades and fangs. It all starts with the protagonist leaping from the top of a tree. He calls out to his canine partner, telling the critter to follow their plan exactly. The little white wolf dashes swiftly through the dense undergrowth. Gaining momentum from a large rock, the animal leaps nimbly, dodging a dangerous, yellowish magic slash. The canine beast stops atop the rock and lets out a loud howl, drawing a lot of attention. Attracted by the noise, a huge hobgoblin turns its head, baring its teeth and showing its red eyes of pure fury. The big guy roars, ordering the attack, making the small green goblins run desperately toward the live bait. Hidden in the woods, the hunter celebrates that the plan worked perfectly, admitting his attack position is now excellent. Cocking his lethal crossbow in the shadows, he focuses his aim, knowing he has caught the enemy gang completely from the flank. The swift shots cross the forest, tearing through the air and hitting the greenish targets with relentless, deadly force. The brute commander stops his charge, completely confused, seeing his lackeys drop dead to the ground. Consumed by an uncontrollable rage, the monstrous beast bellows furiously, trying to understand where the surprise attack came from. Showing no fear, Dingo lowers his stance and growls menacingly at the giant enemy up ahead. The ex-gamer emerges from the bushes, wielding the ebony weapon, and calmly assesses that the debuffs have greatly reduced the enemy pack. He summons his glowing magic pocket with his left hand, thinking this is the perfect moment to test the real abilities of that boss. Pulling a sharp blade from the magic, the warrior advances confidently, announcing that the real hunt has just begun. With an agile leap, the tactician brings the heavy blade down, shattering the beast's arm, which collapses to the ground, bellowing in agony. Landing firmly, the marksman lets out a long, hot breath, keeping his lethal gaze locked on the target. Seizing the opening, he follows up with a brutal sequence of blue magic slashes that annihilate the remaining abominations in the blink of an eye. The thick dust settles, revealing the destruction in the forest. As the victor wipes away sweat, super relieved the combat is over. Already digging holes in the dirt, the human grumbles, annoyed that cleaning up the bodies is much more tiring than the fight itself. His mood soon improves greatly upon seeing the crew of magic beetles returning excitedly with the small spoils of war. However, the system screen beeps, showing a minuscule gain of 60 points, leaving the looter quite disappointed with the meager reward. He tries to cheer up the little worker insects, telling the gang not to get discouraged and to just continue the journey with him. Arriving at the center of the enemy camp, the explorer's jaw drops when he discovers that those dumb monsters kept a large ranch full of cages. The white pup drools, staring at the exotic birds, and the owner thinks it's perfect to take the tame creatures, since the little wolf has been eating too much. Rummaging through the rest of the breeding ground, the warrior finds more venomous frogs locked up and celebrates the useful new friends for his lethal stock. Scratching his chin, the tactician confesses he expected little from that nest, but the final resource harvest ended up being absolutely huge. Crossing the portal back to the modern world, the guy suffers the blow of an infernal heat, hitting him straight in the face. Using an ice pack on his head to keep from melting, the cook complains that this absurd heat wave would definitely make the news. Walking down the dirt road, he finds it very bizarre that Earth is boiling while the other world was freezing entire lakes at the same time. Sizing up the large green plantations around him, the farmer points out that the vegetation has been growing at a completely unnatural speed. Cooling the back of his neck with the ice, the boy quickly deduces that this strange soil definitely carries some kind of hidden magical power. But the young man's gaze grows much more serious as he remembers that the harsh situation in the current real world is managing to be just as crazy as over there. Walking calmly through the open field, the ex-gamer reflects that, unlike the old game mechanics, the zombies on the streets are not respawning on their own. Tapping his finger to his face with a calculating expression, the brilliant strategist begins to formulate a grand tactical theory in his own head. He perfectly concludes that the large monster hordes won't just pop up out of nowhere without certain requirements being met. This logic pointed directly to the dreadful nightly events, where an infinity of lethal abominations would appear, hunting before sunrise. The other sad exception was the forced summoning of insane mutant bosses right in the middle of that chaotic and dangerous plague survival tutorial. In the midst of this complex line of reasoning, the biker stops walking, his large eyes widening as a new idea strikes him. The tactician's mind races, imagining that if he built an isolated base without any undead, the feared waves of invasion wouldn't even happen there. Recalling those rare speed, run bonuses, the adventurous suspects, he missed vital details in the last update of the failed server. Arriving in front of a gigantic abandoned complex, he accepts that the prizes for events have also undergone major hidden changes. Sizing up the enormous twisted metal structures, the explorer confirms to himself that he has finally found the desired grain processing plant. Now inside the large, dark warehouse, the intruder summons his magic passage, vibrating with joy upon finding mountains of food sacks scattered around. Taking off his heavy gloves, the supportive friend plans to pass these exact coordinates to the big guy soon and rolls up his sleeves for the heist. The next morning dawns, illuminating the stone camp, where the disciplined warrior pumps out dozens of push-ups to keep his ripped body in shape. Stretching his sore muscles after the heavy morning workout, the young human declares that having excellent conditioning in the apocalypse is a mandatory rule. Donning his sturdy exploration gear, the excited hunter enters the dense woods, focused on his 3 vital daily tasks. The first goal of the day was to chat with the guild's newbie, while the second required patrolling the entire large green area alongside his cute little wolf. The adorable pet barks super excitedly, showing pure joy as it devours the plentiful and fragrant pieces of freshly served cooked meat. Resting on the ground after the hunt, the strategist opens the purple luminous panel to execute the third mission and exchange information with Rabbit Princess. However, the calm routine is shattered when he gets a huge shock, his jaw dropping as he reads the strange updates flashing on the magic screen. The ex-gamer is shocked to note that some genius user used the absurdly expensive top auction ads to create a kind of community message board. Very curious about the virtual workaround, the investigator clicks his finger on the floating window to read the huge shower of free comments left there. The big surprise comes when he sees an infinity of survivors responding and marking their presence on the page, proving that the hidden market was completely packed. Chewing his meal calmly, the tactician finds this risky and decides to test right away if the float anonymity system would hold up. Typing swiftly in the air, he points out that the princess would be easy to find because she's a show-off. But the total absence of private messages was a heavy tactical disaster. Sighing with resignation, the leader turns his face upward, accepting that he couldn't change the inconvenience of the game's broken rules now. Lounging in his good office chair with Dingo eating underneath, he laments the lack of time the duo had to devise secret security codes beforehand. Staring at the beautiful platters of food on the bountiful table, The cautious looter declares that the most urgent step was to measure the exact size of that parallel market. Working on his blue screen, the investigator considers the strong possibility that just one clever person was faking this false movement using anonymity. Opening the large, cold thermal box, the guy decides to announce an item impossible to find in the chaos, choosing a bag of pure ice so as not to reveal his identity. Holding the heavy, freezing bag, he is completely confident that the brutal, infernal heatwave of the modern world would make anyone covet that marvel. The malicious seller lists the product for the ridiculously low price of just 5 points, celebrating in advance the future crazy fight in the comments. Satisfied with his brilliant marketing trap, the marksman crosses his large arms over his chest, just waiting for the poor fish to bite the delicious bait. It took almost no time at all, and the large virtual screen already started beeping like crazy with dozens of outrageous reactions popping up in the air. A true flood of incredulous questions takes over the chat, leaving the ex-gamer shocked by the great consumerist aggression of the deluded people. Many users started cursing the offer, doubting the ice's origin and blatantly accusing the generous seller of being a cheap scammer. Analyzing the rich variety of different insults, the tactician excitedly confirms that at least 10 real people were active and coveting the fresh product in the dark. Quickly losing his patience, the offended cook points an angry finger, demanding the bunch of freeloaders stop with the pointless, unprovoked insults. Completely indignant at the enormous ingratitude, the worker grumbles, pointing out the immense physical effort he had to put into mine that thick ice in the forest. Trying to ignore the rude people, the guy navigates to the side and finds a mysterious purple orb listed for an absurd price, offering only a random status increase. Messing up his hair in anger at that crazy marketplace, the young man gets tired of the headache and firmly declares an end to his useless online interactions. Moving his finger to quickly cancel everything, the strategist grumbles that the original plan was just to measure the fake reactions and remove his icy ad. However, the system flashes happily, cashing in the paltry 5 points at the speed of light, leaving the mercenary stunned to see that a brave customer had snapped up the purchase. It all starts with the buyer holding the item, amazed. She's quite impressed to find that what's in her hand is really a bag of pure ice. Settled in a fancy armchair in the middle of the destroyed city, the woman presses the bag to her face. She lets out a sigh of relief, feeling the coolness. Enjoying the wonderful sensation, the mysterious woman confesses she suffered greatly from the heat. She admits she can't remember the last time she felt something so refreshing. Reading the countless messages of panic and insults on the floating system, she scoffs. The high-class lady tells the bunch of broke losers to focus on their own problems. Decided not to waste any more time on the common folk, she snaps her fingers with great style. Then, the woman tells her team to get back to the heavy work. Her zombie domination ability activates, revealing the lady's great power. Seated like a true queen, the master orders the monsters to act. Following the boss's command, one of the undead advances very violently. The creature lands a brutal punch right in a poor man's face on the street. The crushing blow catches the victim completely by surprise. Unable to defend against the impact, the guy is thrown forcefully against the concrete rubble. The horde continues its merciless massacre in the area. One of the beasts screams and fiercely bites another survivor's neck as the carnage rages on. Sitting comfortably, observing the street, the woman watches the blue screen beep nonstop. The notifications confirm the precious points gained for each takedown. With a smug smile on her face, the horde's owner boasts of her own lethal strength. She finds it absurd how easily she gains points while normal people suffer. However, a slight drop of water runs down the woman's arm. Pulling her focus from the magic screen, she turns her head annoyed, wanting to understand what happened. Holding the small plastic bag, the buyer notices the ice has already turned to water. She gets frustrated upon confirming that the valuable coolness melted very quickly. Annoyed by the item's short duration, the queen of zombies complains. Crossing her legs, she immediately questions who would have the audacity to pull a prank like that. Her sharp mind soon visualizes the silhouette of a user manipulating ice. The woman tries to deduce who the mysterious seller with creation power might be. The villain smiles maliciously and deviously. She decides it would be very interesting to try to recruit the seller to her own gang. Without wasting much time thinking, the woman raises her hand and touches the blue panel. Her finger presses the button to start a private conversation right away. With her lips forming a dark smile, the controller sends a simple "hello" in the virtual chat, wanting to test the waters very carefully. In the darkness of her room, the buyer introduces herself directly. She states in the message that she is the famous rabbit princess from the old game. On the other end of the line, Song Ho's jaw drops as he reads the blue screen. The guy confesses, shocked, that he accidentally reeled in a big fish from the server. Reading the grumbles on the forum, the strategist notices that the girl is already calling the shots. He deduces that attracting this veteran's attention could cut him off from profits. Maintaining his tactical calm, The masked hero murmurs that he'll soon find out the truth. He intends to check if this person is the tough player he once knew. The marksman sends taunts on the screen, demanding she shut up, and gets threats back. The ex-gamer smiles, confirming from her language that it's his old friend. Completely annoyed by the guy's insolence, the villain fearlessly calls him an idiot. She threatens the tactician's well-being, promising to tear him to shreds. With a nostalgic smile, the cook reads the veteran demanding quick answers in the chat. He scoffs, pointing out that her personality is still intact in real life. Even happy with the contact, the hero sighs heavily, admitting he still can't reveal his own identity to avoid attracting trouble from the curious. Pressing the luminous panel with his finger, the biker swears that auction meetings generate a lot of pressure and misunderstandings that he always prefers to avoid. With a sadistic and maniacal smile on her face, the woman realizes the guy is trying to flee. She says with a laugh that when she marks a target, the pre has no choice. Ignoring the lady's threat, the tactician demands she not make a shocking scene. Out of patience, she tells him to post the stones before she loses it. Because he understands very well how to deal with his partner's stubbornness, the guy agrees to the plan and promises to list the ice quickly before she disappears. Reading the new message appearing on the virtual screen, Song Ho breaks into a huge ear-to-ear grin. He jokes to himself that it was a case of speak of the devil. His old brute partner types on the forum, giving a lame excuse for his disappearance. The big guy swears he had unavoidable reasons for not having helped sooner. Upon reading the classic, true partner line on the screen, Rabbit Princess solves the riddle. The veteran smiles, pointing out there's only one guy the big fellow would call that. With her eyes shining maliciously, the controller understands the whole play. She deduces that her old tactical ally was right there in front of her, chatting. Without wasting a millisecond, the villain empties the market, stealthily buying the packages, and disappears from the conversation, proving the trap worked. Analyzing the casual responses, the ex-gamer states he already has a good idea of who the buyer is. He celebrates having thrown out false clues without backing down. Now with her jacket on, the lady curses the hero, calling him a cheeky brat. She finds it absurd that her colleague would try to disappear after all they've been through. Bathed in a maniacal aura, the old veterans declare they are going to hunt the leader. The scary duo announces on the network that they will arrive tearing the place up, imagining his old friends as little demons. The biker lets out a tense laugh in his room. He concludes that if they all gathered, they would set up an offline meeting. With the auction confusion over, the warrior masks his face to leave. The tactician walks calmly through the city, focused on helping Cyan with her move. Scouring the abandoned street during his journey, the experienced hunter notices interesting things and manages to confirm old theories he only suspected. Observing the numerous windows with curtains and boards, the vigilant makes a cold analysis and understands that the lower difficulty allowed many to survive. Passing through the central plaza, which used to be crowded, he notices people arguing on the asphalt and confirms the great news that zombies don't respawn there. The tactician admits that the previously crowded areas have become lawless zones dominated by factions. Despite this, he guarantees that if they act carefully, they won't need to flee. As soon as he arrives at the safe building, the doctor appears on the balcony, excitedly shouting her friend's name and calling him up to eat with the team. Staring at the group with his arms crossed, Song Ho lets out an unsatisfied grunt after the reception and makes it clear that he noticed something was wrong. Completely nervous, the college student gives a weak smile, asking why the leader has such a scary look on his face. The tactician asks if the young man really doesn't know why. Sitting with her arms crossed, Mai Kang throws it in his face that the student had been bragging about his trace evolution. She reminds him, annoyed, that he can now teleport two people. Eating his noodles from a bowl, the doctor intervenes, pointing out the big hole in the story, and reminds him that the guy told everyone she was moving today. Pressured by the team, the hunter demands the truth. Wanting to know how the boy injured his arm, the newbie panics, denying everything and making up a story about tripping. Waving his hands in a flimsy excuse, the college student insists it was an accident while carrying boxes. The marksman doesn't buy the lie and demands a decent answer. The bandaged wound on the student's arm is the central point of the tactical suspicion. The group leader states coldly that it was no accident. Seeking a professional opinion, the biker questions Cyan, asking for her real assessment. The doctor confirms the theory, reporting that she treated a crossbow wound. Completely cornered, the brown-haired guy stammers, feeling the guilt hit. The doctor justifies her betrayal by warning that it's impossible to keep secrets from him. With a serious posture, the veteran is shocked, asking if that shot was on purpose. The teleporting client interrupts to explain everything. Recalling the recent danger, the beautiful young woman reports that the confusion happened about an hour ago, and prepares the group to hear the tense story. The ally remembers she was in charge of pulling all the larger junk to the roof, while the injured one only handled the small boxes on the asphalt. Recounting the tense nightmare, she says that a high-pitched scream of great agony suddenly cut the silence and startled her up on the structure. With her hands on the edge of the terrace, the girl swears she felt a terrible sense of danger in her stomach and went to check on her friend's situation. Running. The tragic problem is that the girl found a bizarre scene when she peeked from above, the witness says, frustrated that the boy had already been hit on the street. The flashback on the street shows the poor student cornered and bleeding after being shot in the arm with an arrow. The attacking gang was composed of 3 guys in hiking gear. Clenching her fist in great anger, the woman swears that the surprise attack was intentional. The biker trusts her completely and deduces the crime was indeed real. With his hands in his hair, the cook loses his calm posture and grumbles full of fury. He admits that this aggressive treachery is wearing out all his patience. With his teeth clenched in the dark, the hunter murmurs heavy threats against the jerk archers and finds it absurd that someone would dare mess with his team. The warrior's cold, focused gaze makes the dangerousness of his defensive mental state clear, firmly decreeing that the gang is vital to him. Analyzing the vital functions, the master points out that the college student has become his eyes throughout the city, the client ensures mobility, and the doctor heals their pains. Bathed in a merciless, murderous aura, the marksman plots the extermination focused on the 3 cowards and admits he even enjoyed the feeling of protecting them. Breaking the somber mood, the injured young man teases his partner, stating that everyone there felt the great, heavy energy of the vigilante dominating the air. The ally confirms that although the cook and the doctor are outsiders to the squad, their vibe gives off the true aura of group members. Changing the subject drastically, the doctor turns her head, confused, and asks for the bodybuilder's location, demanding to know why he was absent from the big move. With an embarrassed look, the newbie explains that the other 2 members suddenly fled their house duties and broke the rules of coexistence. Mi-kyung asks, irritated, if they know the exact destination of those freeloaders. The injured boy shakes his head, stating he has no idea. Letting out a long sigh in his chair, Song-ho demands to know if the magic spy frog was locked in the base, and the boy confirms possession, super proud. The tactician dictates the plan to go find the coach alone, and the student asks for a second, getting up from the bench with a magical aura, focused on using his power. Connected to the frog puppet at the base, the young man's vision changes to pure shock. He stammers in terror, warning that the rebel team has returned, and the hero smells troubled. The narrator says the rebel group is having a tense standoff, with their physical enhancement abilities fully activated. Song-ho realizes the perfect pretext has arisen and immediately tells Mi-kyung to teleport quickly into that base. He argues that they need to act to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, making his ally agree immediately. Without wasting time on doubts, the young woman touches the injured student to pull him along on the long magical journey. An immense beam of purple light crosses the sky, marking the swift and dangerous teleportation of that unusual duo. Arriving at the destination quite clumsily, the guy grumbles about his back pain from the hard impact on the ground. In the destroyed courtyard, the rebels are fighting with explosive auras and get a huge shock when the hero appears out of nowhere. The big coach tries to understand how he got in so easily, but the tactician cuts him off, saying they'll explain everything later. Trying to calm the hot tempers, the biker asks them to end the fight, leaving the new suit completely furious with the intrusion. Bathed in pure magic, the freeloader tells the intruder to mind his own business, swearing that their departure would destroy all the team's power. The hero retorts with great calm, assuring him that their brute force won't decline, as he and the doctor will join the squad soon. Finding the whole thing a great, cowardly absurdity, the newbie scoffs at the proposal, while the hunter demands he deactivate his magic aura first so they can talk. The ex-gamer points out that they should at least talk like civilized people, leaving his rival quite annoyed by his great audacity. Even while grumbling about who was in charge, the freeloader ends up giving in a little and reluctantly deactivates his powers. Seeing the dangerous situation calm down a bit, the bodybuilder agrees with his friend that fighting aggressively now would lead nowhere. The newbie clenches his fists, very indignant, confessing in the hallway that he hates exactly this kind of soft attitude in the entire group. He throws it in the coach's face that the big guy blindly accepts everything from the biker but always rejects his own tactical ideas immediately. The muscular leader tries to explain, assuring him that they only follow the veteran's advice because it's immensely better for the group in general. Siding with him, the rebel partner loudly defends their boss, warning that if the newbie were right, they would support him too. Tired of hearing so many flimsy excuses at the base, the suit raises his hand, frustratedly asking to end that boring topic for good. The hunter steps in and calls out the newbie's lethal responsibility to the team, who scoffs, laughingly asking if this was a big company. Staring coldly at his stubborn rival, the strategist wisely declares that precisely because it's the apocalypse, bonds need to be taken seriously. The marksman lists the guy's recent serious betrayals, pointing out that abandoning his post and secretly contacting another group is reason enough for expulsion. Seeking quick support from the group's official leadership, the vigilante looks at the coach, wanting to know if he agrees with this harsh assessment. The rebel girl quickly defends herself, raising her hands and swearing that all these crazy actions were taken purely for the team's well-being. She desperately tries to justify that they hunted with the strangers only to get into the auction quickly and obtain crucial survival information. The woman insists with the newbie that it was just a brutal difference in strategy, even thinking they made a huge sacrifice for the guild's safety. Retaking the floor, the rebel defends the need to focus on the veterans, making the tactician uncomfortable as he notices her staring fixedly at him. Trying to cowardly turn the tables, she accuses the cook of acting the same way by secretly contacting the college student, but the hero immediately denies the accusation. The teleporter bravely defends her great ally, reminding them that he always helped with free resources and can't be compared to the traitors. Mai Kung reinforces that even the ungrateful rebels received his help, angrily questioning if the couple's new friends did anything good for the group. The newbie cuts the girl's long speech short, trying to deflect the tense focus by saying that wasn't the main point of the whole discussion, but he ends up giving in, annoyed with the situation, making it clear he wouldn't accept seeing the biker treated like the dangerous strangers on the street. The suit sighs deeply, promising a very formal apology, but stubbornly insists that his actions were not for pure personal gain. The big guy calmly intervenes, asking to forget the flimsy excuses, but the rebel angrily challenges him, questioning who gave him that authority. Completely tired of the difficult coexistence, the student states with conviction that he'd much rather have the veteran join than the people he doesn't agree with there. The coach places his heavy, firm hand on the shoulder of the boy, who stammers nervously, trying to interrupt the commander's final decision. Showing serenity in his eyes, the muscular leader says he's not making this decision out of sudden anger, seeing it as the last chance for an amicable separation. Really wanting to facilitate the amicable departure from the base, the newbie even offers to help with the heavy moving, leaving the couple quite shocked by his proposal. The coach completes his long thought, honestly recalling the real reason why the freeloaders insisted on staying in the guild until now. He lays all the hard truth on the bountiful table, stating that the two only stayed in the group because they were terrified of losing valuable supplies in the division of assets. The rebel boy is completely stunned to have been found out, and the bodybuilder laughs calmly, saying he can perfectly read his old client's face. The suit supports the quick, peaceful separation to keep their respect intact, making the deserting duo give in and accept the harsh terms once and for all. A very thunderous noise suddenly echoes down the shelter's hallway, completely breaking the tense farewell mood of that group at the isolated base. Relaxing, stretched out on the destroyed floor, the big guy instructs the rebels to separate their equipment right away, while the guild takes over its own move from now on. The tactician gives a beautiful, excited smile, praising the strong leader's peaceful attitude, who just jokes lightly, asking if he really said that silly phrase. Smiling back with great joy, the muscular man assures him without beating around the bush that he's not foolish and knew very well that his friend was just testing the tense territory there. The big guy confesses, super relaxed, that he was already planning to kick the two freeloaders out while the team was away, even without the masked hero's brilliant intervention. The warrior assumes a more serious posture, looking at his partner and excitedly guaranteeing that he can join the team in the future, as long as he has a lot of freedom to act. The big coach and the teleporter vibe with pure joy at the great promise, not believing that the lone veteran finally gave in to them. The ex-gamer asks for a few rare weeks to assess how the situation unfolds, leaving the duo extremely excited and fired up by the incredible tactical news. The biker very politely asks the girl to bring the doctor and the student for a big general leadership meeting, and she agrees, super excited to help. The brilliant strategist pulls a heavy item from his magic backpack, very relieved to see his old friends so motivated and completely free of their old silly worries. Greatly surprising the coach and the light-haired girl, the kind cook hands over a beautiful wooden box, stating he brought a great and rare gift for them. The narrative delves deep into the tactician's thoughts as he observes the ugly, chaotic scene of a devastated city, declaring that a true hell is approaching them. He intensely recalls the old, cruel slogan of the virtual survival game, pointing out once again in his head how that powerful magic system was always very hostile. The brilliant guy explains that the good material given to his partner is a detailed diary of his fights, as the real world had removed and added several very bizarre things to the map. Even with all these constant and lethal adaptations of the system, the experienced hunter knows perfectly well that the general dark flow of the apocalypse out there remains absolutely the same. The lone veteran reflects, observing the dark aura, that if there is one great and lethal certainty in the midst of all this, It is the imposing and very dangerous presence of the mysterious dimensional gates. Those immense, shining magical passages, scattered throughout the common streets, led defenseless people straight into enormous abysses and lethal hidden labyrinths in the city. In the terrible virtual game, these red rifts worked perfectly as a central point for brutal major events and terrible summonings of various lethal, bestial monsters. Sitting focused in front of his old computer at the base, the boy spent many hours reviewing all the difficult information he had saved about those ancient magic portals. He tries to align his long memory of past major animal attacks, seriously concluding that the small green monsters would make a quick, major invasion very soon. The tactician finds the game's confusing scheme very disturbing, as they offer beautiful, plentiful meat right before cowardly throwing a super, lethal enemy gang on top of them. Clicking the small mouse on the wooden table, the investigator laments in frustration that he no longer has the exact time schedule of the invasions recorded in his old digital notes. Recalling an old virtual chat, the hunter brilliantly notices that the slight change in the undead's slow posture always served as the perfect warning of the new, imminent, and bloody event. Finishing his incredible and complex survival research, the guy gets up from the large black chair, genuinely hoping that his big friend's squad prepares well. He brilliantly knows that using strong barricades are vital actions now, as the goblins actively attack their prey instead of just crawling like normal zombies. Grabbing the valuable notes left on the shining table, the hero confidently declares that he can take care of all this alone quickly if his new allies end up making a big mistake in their tactical defense. Now in his large arsenal in the clean and safe forest, the focused warrior chooses a sharp, heavy spear, aiming to permanently improve his own fighting agility with various different weapons. The very dedicated marksman repeatedly practices throwing the spear with great force and sweat, shattering the old rustic wooden target under the strong, warm, and pleasant light of the summer sun. Tending to his beautiful, rich green crops in the very strong heat, the daily physical effort causes all the good attributes of that ripped body to increase considerably. The intelligence system soon flashes a light blue notification in the air, confirming the desired increase in lethal brute force, drawing a beautiful and excited smile of joy from the exhausted adventurer. Sitting super relaxed on the couch of his isolated secret base, the fearless warrior injects another small, routine dose of the toxic venom, reaping the good fruits of that long, painful suffering. A beautiful, colorful final screen appears, floating in the air, crowning the great and dangerous frequent sacrifice of the experienced hunter, and granting him the powerful level 2 resistance against the worst paralyzing poisons. It all starts with the protagonist sitting on his couch at home, reflecting on his partial immunity to the chaos that ravaged the world outside. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, he holds a flyer while listening to the college student suddenly yell that a large tiger has appeared. The ex-gamer gets up with a lot of energy, declaring that the true beginning of the end of the world had finally arrived with that beast. A majestic tiger walks through the destroyed city streets, paying close attention to the disgusting undead that roamed the asphalt. Observing everything through binoculars from the top of the building, Hyan is amazed and praises the incredible charisma of the large wild animal below. Grabbing the guy's head roughly, the coach, Hang Jun, gives him a heavy scolding, asking if that was the only thing he saw. The large feline attacks the zombies with fury, tearing the monsters in half, as the big guy warns that getting close is asking to be taken out. Staring at the scary scene from a distance, the client, Mai Kyung, is completely confused, wanting to know where an animal like that came from out of nowhere. The Dr. Su Yan suggests that the beast escaped from the zoo, noting the absence of other beasts on the street to deduce that the animal population has decreased. Joining the conversation, the tactician reports that in the old game, the animals were magically summoned, but no one witnessed this happening in real life. Mai Kyung connects the dots and curiously questions if that feared animal event was modified, getting a quick confirmation that this is the guess. With a focused and attentive look, Su Yan calls the team leader by name, wanting to understand what their next survival step would be. The doctor asks directly what they should do, but the biker questions why everyone is looking at him when the coach was the leader. The big guy puts the student in a friendly headlock to justify that, apart from him, the rest of the group was assembled by the tactical marksman. Accepting the burden of leadership without complaining, the strategist agrees to take on the mission and says that this time, he will assign everyone's roles. The first stage of the grand tactical plan was to hunt the animals scattered throughout the city, aiming to secure a good food stock for the group. Going over the guild's positions, he defines that the student and the doctor will be in the rear guard, paying close attention to the destroyed surroundings. The bodybuilder would be the front line, agreeing super excitedly and pounding his strong fist, asking them to leave the heavy work to him. Finally, the hunter declares that Mi Kung is the key to everything, seriously asking if his ally could handle using her teleportation there. The hero tries to instill confidence by praising the girl's enormous potential, who accepts the dangerous mission, a bit nervous, promising to do her best. Finalizing the plan for the brutal hunt, the tactician asks if anyone there has different opinions, and the coach raises his hand to speak. But the ex-gamer cuts off his muscular friend's freedom on the spot, shooting a loud and firm no in the man's face to shut down any complaints. Annoyed by the harsh criticism of his own previous command, the big guy whines, swearing that he always gave his all for their team. Song-ho laughs at the awkward situation and says that the real target of the hunt isn't the tiger, leaving the doctor very curious about the mystery. The leader calmly admits that he also has no idea what creature they're going to get, placing the huge responsibility of the choice in the boss's hands. Sniffing the dirty asphalt with great focus and bared fangs, little Dingo continues to track hidden clues along their long path. The owner proudly reports that the white wolf's excellent sense of smell managed to isolate the fresh scent of several different prey in the urban area. The deadly duo of hunters steps firmly on the rubble of the destroyed city, advancing at a great pace and with impeccable tactical synchrony. The biker gives the great attack order, yelling his faithful companion's name, who barks super excitedly, dashing towards the imminent conflict. The magical creature crosses the terrain full of large, destroyed rocks at a dizzying speed, bathed in a great aura of yellowish light. Displaying a strong natural predator instinct, the agile pet leaps fiercely, aiming directly at a large sheep that was walking down the street. The animal hits the target in a great collision full of fury and shining magic, forcing the sheep to retreat from the tremendous, unexpected impact. After the violent initial attack succeeds, the wolf lands perfectly on the destroyed ground, assuming an excellent defensive posture. Showing its very sharp fangs, the brave pup growls menacingly at the frightened prey, which just groans at the ambush on the asphalt. Though quite shaken by the pup's blow, the giant sheep plants its strong hooves on the concrete and faces the wolf to show great dominance. Responding brutally to the tremendous provocation, the wild animal charges at high speed, its heavy hooves pounding the ground to crush the threat. The strategist praises the incredible work of his perfect bait, already aiming and cocking his heavy crossbow from the top of the concrete rubble. In a swift move, the masked marksman leaps from his hiding spot in the ruins, assuming an armed stance, ready to finish the hunt. A sharp arrow flies, tearing through the wind and embedding itself deeply in the sheep's back, drawing a high-pitched roar of great agony from the fluffy target. The ex-gamer curses his terrible miscalculation, confessing that he should have used his full strength to annihilate the prey in a single lethal blow. A creepy undead hears the animal's commotion and turns its head, groaning, alerting the vigilant that the loud noise would attract a terrible horde. Maintaining absolute tactical focus on the mission, the warrior orders his partner to keep pushing the wounded prey to the trap point. Dozens of zombies emerge from the ruins, smelling the fight, and the leader deduces that these abominations must have devoured many dangerous nutrients. The killer pulls out his lethal knife, assessing that he could annihilate the weak group in a straight fight, but securing the clean meat was the top priority. Focused on saving the hunt's reward, the tactician takes off running down the street, shouting his ally's name for her to execute the magical escape plan. Quickly agreeing to the leader's call, Mai Kyung activates her teleportation magic, enveloping both her hands in a strong aura of pink light. Holding the girl's hand firmly, the biker questions her physical tolerance for the jumps, and his ally swears she used to love roller coasters. Using the beautiful, shining power to escape the tight spot, the brave couple makes several consecutive and swift jumps, flying over the immense zombie horde. Touching the safe ground of the sidewalk, the tactician cracks a small, super proud smile, praising the talented companion's extremely high magical potential. The big coach reappears, running, pulling the sheep and the little wolf on ropes, celebrating that capturing one target was more than good enough. The muscular man asks if he should go back to take down the horde, but the marksman orders the team to advance first because he would handle the trash on the street. Leaving the dead aside, the buff man smashes the captured sheep's face with a violent punch, confessing he's loving the adrenaline of the fight. The brute's joyful moment ends tragically when a thick, lethal arrow embeds itself directly in his shoulder, drawing a scream of pain on the asphalt. The three delinquents appear, walking through the ruins, and the bearded fellow apologizes, laughing blatantly, claiming his hand slipped on the trigger. Staring at that unbearable gang up close, the marksman's eyes widen, and he instantly remembers crossing paths with them at the old camping store. Furious about the cowardly, unprovoked attack on the street, the girl accuses the criminal gang of having shot at the student in the previous confrontation. The experienced biker questions the true intentions of that enemy squad, earning mocking praise from the cynical suit on the street. Dangerously toying with the armed crossbow in his hand, the group's leader suggests the injured team hand over the freshly killed sheep for free. Being cold in his decision under that great tactical pressure, the masked man says to leave the valuable meat aside, deeply irritating the wounded coach. Looking at the completely lifeless sheep on the sidewalk, the vigilante agrees to give the prey to the scum but asks for a moment to clear up one doubt. The biker points an accusing finger at the doctor, wanting to find out if she had broken their long-standing agreement to rejoin that weak little group. The snobbish newbie smiles mockingly, stating that they only gave up the big attack on the pure orders of their village leadership. A long period of peace passes after the brutal conflict on the street, and the buff leader tries to regain focus on the conversation interrupted by the chaos. Sitting shirtless on the base floor, cooking fresh meat over a hot fire, the ripped man celebrates the good resources and everyone's health. The doctor advises that the brute's passive attitude is very bad, receiving strong support from her blonde ally who refuses the option of just taking a beating quietly. The college student tries to defend the idea of maintaining a completely peaceful coexistence in the region, telling the light-haired girl to shut her mouth quickly. Staring into the strong flames, the coach recalls the harsh, bloody lesson passed on by the biker at the beginning that enemies should be eliminated. With a fixed and unwavering gaze in the dark room, the ex-gamer says he doesn't actually belong to the squad there to be discussing the weight of tactical leadership. The hunter dryly agrees that they should never bow their heads in a direct confrontation against pure human scum, trying to act tough. Holding a humble plastic cup to break the terrible tension in the air, the cook asks everyone to just eat in peace while this calm luxury exists. The total calm is swallowed by the bellowing, grotesque mutations crossing the large green mountains of the region, far from the old paved streets of the refuge. The twinkling lights take over the gigantic, destroyed structure of the luxurious condominium, painting the wide urban streets with a very creepy suspense. The city's natural limit is violently tested when a very bizarre purple lightning bolt crosses the debris, splitting the darkness of the polluted air for good. A strong, reddish crack tears through the wall of the demolished building, releasing a brutal glow, warning that the terrible evil dimension has just invaded Earth. On the sunny next day at the hidden base, the biker carries a lot of wood and grumbles angrily, asking why he was pulled into forced training. It all starts with Song, Ho greatly praising the excellent creative work of his beetles. Staring at the variety of rare stones scattered on the ground, he wonders where the heck the critters got those minerals. Just then, one of the cute pets catches his attention, making him question if there were more treasures hidden there. Upon opening a heavy metal box, the protagonist is completely surprised and asks if this was for real. He knew he had provided the raw materials, but finds it incredible that the group had already finished manufacturing all the equipment. Observing the detailed finish made with monster claws and leather, the guy deduces that these creatures are no ordinary blacksmiths. Joking with the insects, who are startled by his shock, Song-ho questions if they might actually be dwarves in disguise. The hero then tells them not to shrink back in fear, as it was just a harmless joke from him. Spinning the new sharp dagger in his hand, the warrior decides he needs to test the real quality of that equipment in practice. Throwing the weapon with great force into the air, he begins his quick and dangerous precision test. The small blade embeds itself very deeply into the piece of wood, and the marksman is greatly impressed with the item's high performance. Right after, he prepares the pepper bomb in his hand, ready for the next tactical experiment on the list. The round explosive hits the trunk squarely, creating a dense red cloud of spicy dust in the air. The biker observes the strange smoke, a bit confused by the initial result of that magical impact. The explorer questions if the bomb's firepower wasn't too weak, while the insects retreat, very agitated. The red smoke hits the guy's face full on, making him cough up blood and cry, complaining about the intensity of the gas. Soon the strong effect really hits his lungs, and he falls backward, screaming in pure agony. Lying on the dirty ground, trying to recover from the blow, Song-ho admits the bomb is excellent and would be fatal to monsters with a good sense of smell. Wiping the dirt from his sweaty face, the survivor declares that this technical matter was more than settled. With his confidence high, the leader extends the definitive invitation for the insects to come live with him at the base. The protagonist argues that the forest is still dangerous, the weather is freezing, and there's a lack of good, decent food for the group there. Promising a life of luxury, he guarantees that the shelter solves all these problems, and the little ones could still focus on what they love. Summing up the tempting proposal, the tactician states with a beautiful smile that it would be a huge win-win for everyone. The gang of little critters huddles in a corner, conversing in their strange language to make the big life decision. The beetle chief raises its paw excitedly toward the human's hand, and the guy quickly deduces that it meant a big highs. Touching his newly recruited partner, the experienced leader warns in a very fun tone that there was no turning back now. Finishing the lucrative magical negotiations, the biker and his wolf return to reality to explore the concrete ruins. Walking in the nocturnal darkness of the ghost street, the warrior comments that he felt it was the exact moment for the goblins to appear there. Observing the destroyed alley full of monsters fighting people, the hero confesses that it was pretty much what he was expecting to see. Focused on the heavy fight below, the guy realizes that even in harsh reality, the zombies were getting much stronger in physical combat. Seeing the greenish abominations carrying heavy construction materials, the marksman concludes that they were trying to build a large nest. With this, he is absolutely certain that the feared Goblin Den event had truly begun in the region. His faithful canine companion barks, sniffing something mysterious, and the owner praises his excellent and quick search work. The biker lets out a slight sound of surprise from his mouth upon encountering something interesting shining along the abandoned path. Staring at a giant red rift portal, the hero finds the entrance very obvious in the middle of nowhere but assesses it to be smaller than he imagined. He understands that this enormous ease is great for himself, but super dangerous for the idiots who ignore the den event. Running straight into the deadly dimension full of energy, the tactician predicts that these crazy rifts would soon sprout all over the city. Near the magic barrier, the guy is relieved to feel a hostile vibration identical to that of the game's difficult scenarios. Entering the dark cavern silently, he is quite curious if using his own power would lead him to reality or to the other world. Upon masterfully opening his blue portal, the warrior proves that the passage connected him flawlessly directly to his safe base. Proving the system's broken mechanic, the leader figures out that the dens created in reality's basement operate exactly like the normal environment. Analyzing the valuable items stocked in his virtual inventory, the survivor is happy to note that the large steel spheres remained intact. To summarize this whole confusing situation, he decides to see the dungeon area simply as a third, neutral space. Seeing his illuminated magic necklace granting more perception stats, the tactician thinks that this loophole in the rules ended up being excellent for hunting. Super excited and pounding his fist, Song Ho announces that things were about to get real since he could now use all his stocked equipment. Advancing through the dense rocky tunnels at very high speed, the hero remembers that the initial event has only a single path and 0 deadly traps. During the heavy run through the wide tunnel, the intruder comes face to face with several tiny, green guards protecting the cavern's darkness. Slicing through the surprised monsters in a beautiful and agile luminous leap, the swordsman declares with relish that their weakness made everything much easier to solve. But his run soon pauses when he comes across a huge fork in the road dominated by dozens of armed enemies thirsty for fresh blood. Pulling sharp, short metal claws onto his hands, the hunter coldly assesses that this small army would be a slightly irritating challenge. The killer shatters the unfortunate ones in the blink of an eye, ironically stating that the annoying situation had turned into just bloody dust on the floor. Facing a second legion of plagues running ugly in his direction, the warrior just smiles, super excited for the imminent bloodbath. In a swift show of blue cutting lights, the relentless vigilante slices through all the weak abominations in the cavern in a beautiful and lethal dance of blades. He steps over the strewn bodies, confessing that these small fry had become a real breeze for his current level. Spotting the torch, lit back of the dungeon, the determined explorer concludes that he has finally reached the final core of the entire stone structure. However, the guy freezes in his tracks in the middle of the long path upon noticing a very strange detail clashing with the energy of the secret room. Completely confused, the protagonist questions the ridiculous presence of a giant, tough boss praying on its knees with its back to him in the center. The giant greenish ogre stands up, grunting and holding an immense wooden club, compelling the intruder to curiously ask if the monster was there alone. The grotesque beast attacks, smashing the rock with stupid fury, and the hunter dodges the impact, criticizing that slow demonstration. Taking advantage of the enemy's mistake, the hero cuts the creature's vulnerable back with the living energy of his sword, confessing his harsh and sad disappointment with the fight. With the ugly boss taken down for good, the system windows float beautifully in the air, confirming the location has been cleared and giving the random reward. The big winner receives an incredible batch of piercing, class power arrows and celebrates, excited and surprised by the wonderful magical acquisition. Holding the large and gleaming bundle of new projectiles, the marksman approves of the valuable combat prize, highlighting the great overall yield of the invasion. On his way to the large, spinning red exit of the rift, the masked tactician already focuses completely on his next urgent steps in the real world. He deduces he needs to find the old trio in hiking gear to map all the ridiculous movements of that insolent troop. Just then, the hero slams on the brakes at the edge of the portal's exit with a quick and very certain investigative flash hitting his mind. With a confident and sly smile painted on his face, the strategist understands that he might not have to sweat looking for the jerk gang on the streets. The stalker argues to himself that his natural plan has no complex luxury, it just uses the predictable and disgusting cowardly behavior of the scum itself. Recalling the trio's atrocities at the old store, Song Ho asserts with disgust that those guys always showed themselves to be aggressive and way too dumb to back down. With that, his gigantic logical suspicion hit that the suits would make everything worse by focusing on hunting rifts, instead of establishing their own safe defenses in the area. Positioned calmly atop the ruins, observing the demolished sidewalk below him, the man in the jacket celebrates, hitting his bet spot on. The arrogant little group of freeloaders arrives, marching to the door of the red dimension, while their leader shamelessly praises their extreme experience. 30 wasted minutes later, the pathetic team crosses back, spitting pure, blind rage, as the big guy insults the wind, unable to accept that the place was empty. One of the irritated cronies calls out his own boss, reminding him that the man swore there were only cowardly chickens surviving, squeezed in those dead sidewalks of the neighborhood. The revolted girl presses, wanting to understand how some cursed soul cleared everything so quickly right in front of them, wildly betting on a hypothetical foreign invasion expedition. It all starts with leader Kwon losing his patience and calling his henchman an idiot for making such a pathetic excuse. The boss humiliates his subordinate, reminding him that goblin nests appear in many places on the map at the same time. The young man, Kun, hangs his head and apologizes for the failure, while the mobster clicks his tongue, calling the guy incompetent. Regaining his cold composure, the criminal says that regardless of the mistakes, their main objective remains exactly the same. The guild's goal was to raid any den just to steal basic items and manage to take down a strong monster for an ability. The leader's dark plan revealed the clear intention to massacre the coach's old team right after. The allies are shocked by the idea, but Kwon reminds them that the rival group has a huge stock of supplies. The subordinate hesitates, arguing that such an attack would be morally wrong, earning a big shove from the irritated boss. Grabbing the guy by the shirt collar, the leader demands to know if he really thinks his old colleagues would still forgive him. Hiding in the shadows, Song Ho observes everything in silence, realizing that the evil in that villain's eyes was far too dangerous. The tactician assesses Kwon's cruelty, deducing that his actions will only get worse in the future if no one intervenes. The hunter concludes that if they don't eliminate this guy now, he will surely cause a bloodbath. On the street, the girl from the gang trembles in fear, questioning if taking out their old friends wouldn't turn them all into criminals. Kyung-hoon stammers, wanting to know the source of this certainty about the rules, and Kwon confesses, displaying pure malice. Without any remorse, the boss reveals that he already did a practical test by taking someone out, and got 50 points in the system. Crossing his glowing portal, Song Ho declares that he needs to nip this evil in the bud before the gang makes things worse. Bathed in the magical light of the dimensional rift, the masked hero states that he will carry out his justice indirectly. Far away, chaos takes over the asphalt with a desperate survivor begging for the monsters to fall back. A group of people tries to resist bravely, holding up barricades, while a man yells for the beasts to stay away. The pack of goblins advances mercilessly, shooting poison darts and using sharp spears against the human resistance. A swift dart cuts through the air and hits one of the defenders squarely in the arm, drawing a groan of pain from the young man. Staring at the small weapon embedded in his own flesh, the survivor curses the situation, realizing he's been poisoned in the fight. The small greenish army jumps on the wounded victim, tearing the poor guy to shreds in the middle of the street, with great savagery. Arriving at the scene of the massacre, Kyung-hoon is terrified by the absurd number of monsters taking out the innocent. Kwon says that standing around won't solve anything, and orders a frontal assault, but his subordinate tells everyone to wait. Questioning the impulsive attitude, the henchman hesitates, arguing that charging blindly into the middle of the horde would be pure suicide. Without the slightest patience, the boss uses magic to bind his subordinate in glowing chains and insults the young man. The villain reminds Kyung-hoon that he hated the old group's passivity, and now he was acting exactly like the cowards from before. Undoing the magic chains, Kwon lets out a scoffing sigh, calling his partner's change of attitude pathetic. Kyung-hoon grumbles that he should have left that group on his own, leaving his ally Bora indignant with his whining. Bora points a hasty finger, telling the duo to stop fighting and look at the destroyed street right in front of them. The gang is completely stunned to see a huge hobgoblin standing in the middle of the rubble, far from the dungeon entrance. Confident, Kwon declares a change of plans and says they will take down the big monster before raiding the den. The leader stares at his lackey threateningly, asking if he's going to complain about this too, forcing the guy to accept the hunt. Kyung-hoon reluctantly agrees, admitting that facing a single target was much better than perishing in the risky raid. The criminal team stealthily enters the city ruins, following the heavy steps of the greenish giant from a distance. Walking with great caution through the alleys, the bandits try not to make any noise to avoid alerting the vulnerable prey. Bora calls her partner in a very tense whisper, asking if they are really going to keep following the boss's orders. She points out that the beast body is glowing and walking in circles, logically deducing that it reeked of an ambush. Kyung-hoon agrees with her reasoning but states that they need to steal the final blow if the monster is indeed injured. Clenching his fist with a magical aura, the guy guarantees that getting strong is the only way for them to survive in that squad. Trying to project confidence on the deserted street, the henchman tells Bora not to worry, because he will ensure her safety. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps of other people catch his attention, making the guy wonder if Kwon attacked without warning. Arriving on the asphalt, the group comes face to face with a trio of civilians messing with the monster's body, drawing cries of hatred from the guild. The lackey curses the frustrating situation, finding it absurd that their target was taken down by other people right in front of the boss. Kang-hoon tells Kwon to cool his head and pay attention to the body, tired of being treated like trash by the guild. The gigantic beast had been gone for a long time, wearing a necklace of glowing stones to attract idiots there. Kwon clicks his tongue furiously, admitting that if he had known about the trap, he would have used his magic to restrain the target right away. Bora lets out a scream of pure terror, desperately pointing to a human arm floating invisibly in mid-air. A spherical object falls from the darkness, bouncing right on the asphalt, leaving everyone confused about what was happening. Dropping his magical camouflage, Song-ho appears on top of the wall and replies ironically, asking what they think it is. With his hand extended towards the homemade bomb, the masked hero reveals that they were just fireworks. The luminous sphere rolls across the ground, emitting a magical glow that lights up the destroyed alley in the blink of an eye. A colossal explosion of light completely blinds everyone present, drawing furious curses from the gang. Kwon screams, consumed by hatred, wanting to know who the crazy person was, and the marksman scoffs, saying he was just recyclable trash. Leaping straight into his dimensional portal, the hunter wishes the guild the best of luck surviving that little game. The tactician finishes by insulting the gang of non-recyclable trash, while the noise attracts the goblin horde to massacre the blinded group. Safe in his base, Song-ho accesses the takedown forum and confirms that the trio of civilians ended up perishing in the chaos. Staring at the illuminated screens, he checks the statuses to see if Kyung-hoon and Bora managed to escape the ambush alive. The biker decides since the duo still had a shred of conscience, he didn't mind letting them live just this once. Checking his phone updates, Song-ho tells himself it was time to check on the situation of his old group. Far away, the coach Jun brings his club down on the goblins, cursing in frustration because the situation on the street was terrible. The tactician praises Mai Kong's combat instincts as she holds the front line, firing her strong purple magic. From above, Yu Hyen shoots arrows and screams desperately, warning that the goblins are coming from the front, while zombies attack from the west. Using a green magic from a distance, Su Yayan heals the group's pains and ensures they continue to resist the nightly massacre. Bathed in the doctor's healing light, the guild leader feels exhaustion setting in and laments the infinite number of enemies appearing there. Facing the street completely overrun by a gigantic herd of armed little monsters, Jun curses the absurd numerical disadvantage. The greenish abominations laugh macabrely, preparing their feared poison darts for a ranged attack. A swift projectile cuts through the darkness and embeds itself deeply in the coach's neck, whose eyes widen from the impact. Realizing the group's shield has been hit, the creatures smile and take off running to finish off the human prey. Ripping the lethal dart from his own skin with force, the bodybuilder lets out a roar of pure agony, feeling the toxin in his blood. The coach's body gives way under the brutal effect of the paralyzing venom, forcing him to fall to his knees on the asphalt, completely dizzy. Facing the approaching pack of goblins with blades in hand, Jun laments, thinking this would be his end. A familiar voice tells his friend not to talk nonsense as Song-ho lands with a crushing thud, annihilating the front line. Bathed in an imposing blue magical aura, the masked marksman raises his heavy weapon and firmly declares that no one would perish today. It all starts with Song-ho appearing armed in the middle of the chaos, declaring the group was safe simply because he had arrived. The big coach notices the hero's injuries, who calmly explains he got hurt on purpose to gain attributes with low health. Jun is completely speechless, understanding instantly that this absurd sacrifice explained the power of the lethal arrow shot from before. Being direct, the tactician reveals he combined penetration effects with 20 strength, but confesses he broke his own bow in the process. The bodybuilder is shocked by the number 20, remembering that exceeding that limit boosts stats surreally and creates superhumans. Disguising his own identity, the cook jokes that he learned the tactic from an internet video, leaving his friend confused but very relieved. Without wasting time, the marksman tosses a bottle of magic juice to his partner to heal, assuring him he's already had his dose and as good as new. Pulling the shining blades from his waist, the vigilant takes the front line, telling his ally to rest and leave the hardest part to him. Bathed in an electric aura, he dashes forward at high speed, instructing the group to focus only on defending alongside Mai Kyung until midnight. From that exact moment on, A true one-sided massacre takes over the streets against the relentless horde of hungry undead. Even the most dangerous zombies that had become much stronger end up being sliced in half by the warrior's extreme agility. Taking advantage of the green pack's weakness, the skilled hunter easily obliterates the various goblins that were trying to corner the area. Being very relentless on the asphalt, none of those dozens of grotesque abominations had enough power to stop his brutal advance. The merciless bloodbath continues through the night, until the long-awaited stroke of midnight finally appears in the destroyed city. A terrifying sound echoes through the shadows, promising to end the tiring fight, as the hero focuses his gaze, confirming the target's arrival. The bizarre bone crawler appears on the dark street, chattering its teeth, and the biker faces the threat, maintaining a completely firm posture. Assessing the battle scene, the tactician internally celebrates that the whole situation was going perfectly according to his plan. The initial idea was to lure the skeletal creature directly to the barricade, but a desperate cry for help breaks the silence of the place. A young soldier runs in terror, fleeing from a monster and begging for help, forcing the hero to curse the terrible timing of that interruption. The system beeps, warning that the bonus time is running out, and the hunter tries to stay calm, remembering that the priority is Mai Kayang. Answering the leader's quick call, the agile teleporter appears in the air, exuding great confidence and energy in a shining purple light. In the blink of an eye, the brave girl appears right behind the scared soldier, very calmly saying she would get him out of there. The grotesque beast leaps fiercely with its mouth open, ready to devour its prey, but the young woman's escape magic was already fully activated. Appearing safely on top of a furniture barricade, the team buys time, and the strategist praises the maneuver that cleared the combat field. Observing the group's unity, the ex-gamer gives a sincere smile, recognizing that this is exactly the kind of people the end of the world needs. Precisely because they carry this rare kindness, the masked warrior declares that protecting the lives of these allies has become a great obligation. Dashing swiftly through the streets and right past the enemy creatures, the vigilant makes a harsh reflection on his own distorted character. Being very honest with himself, the marksman admits that he needs to keep good people around to not lose his own humanity for good. Planting his heavy boot on the dirty asphalt floor, the agile survivor breaks his intense run, prepared to execute the final step of the strategy. Wielding his lethal blade, the strategist focuses his power and mentally invokes the instant opening of the gigantic blue dimensional portal. The golden glow vanishes from the hunter's body, signaling that the strong survival bonus has ended, and he understands that the time for the takedown has come. Unable to find the human target on the empty street, the bone creature stops, completely confused, chattering its bizarre fangs as it searches for its prey. The hero appears right behind the monstrous skeleton and gets the beast's attention, assuring it that their playtime is finally over. Very sadistically, the warrior asks if the creature explodes and immediately detonates a huge bomb that creates a destructive bonfire in the alley. Bathed in a green healing light, the biker regains consciousness, sitting on the floor, and sincerely apologizes to his doctor Ali. The tactician justifies the blackout by pointing to the strong side effect of his magic, and Su Yan scolds the guy, demanding to know what he's talking about. Finishing the healing, the girl jokes, stating he can use the power whenever she's around, and the hero just laughs, thanking her for the help. Interrupting the calm, the rescued young soldier appears, a bit sheepishly, asking if they could have a quick chat now. Sitting on the floor in a resting position, the young man formally introduces himself as Captain Kim Hyun Woo and thanks them from the bottom of his heart for the rescue. Sizing up the officer's physique, the ex-gamer finds his high rank strange and suspiciously questions how such a young guy got that post. Scratching the back of his neck shyly, Wu explains that his promotion had been confirmed at the barracks on the exact day the apocalypse broke out. The hunter laments the guy's sad lack of luck and changes the subject, asking directly which base the soldier was serving at before the chaos. The survivor reveals he belonged to an infantry battalion, but his official guard post was at the Grand Kori nuclear power plant. Detailing the mission, he says he was escorting employees until the fatal day, and then monitored the site, making the tactician freeze at the information. With a nagging suspicion, Su Yan points out the contradiction and demands to know why he abandoned his post to walk 40 kilometers on foot to get there. The young soldier praises the doctor's great observation, assuming a very tense posture before confessing the real reason for his escape. Swallowing hard, the soldier reveals he had to abandon his guard post in a hurry because a huge plume of smoke started rising from the plant. The experienced biker's large eyes widen in complete shock, questioning if that meant a reactor core meltdown. The captain tries to explain, claiming to be just a dumb soldier, but remembers an employee told him to evacuate immediately if he saw smoke. Interrupting the leader's panic, the soldier shows great naivety and asks, a bit lost, what exactly this core meltdown thing is. Regaining focus on the critical situation, the strategist points to the destroyed ground, saying he would explain the scale of the catastrophe simply. Breaking a piece of concrete in her hands, Yan finishes his sentence grimly, declaring that the radiation explodes, wiping out everything if the reactor doesn't cool down.